You wanna come along, 'cause you look wild out and you feel it down. Disappoint me now, don't you know you're so predictable? Left me alone in the darkness. You're cold and it's lonely and heartless, and I don't know why.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Devious come out on top. They take the series, and they keep their hopes alive for North America Stage 4.
Overwhelmed, simplicity, control their fate. They will be in the 3 seed.
And 7 straight rounds for Luminosity as they secure the #1 seed in North America.
About reforming the old tribe team, they said, nah, we're good, but are they? Because holy smokes, dude, this team's filthy.
Nearly 2 months ago, 8 teams began putting everything on the line to shoot their shot at becoming the best Call of Duty mobile team in North America. Since then, we have cut our list of competitors in half, with only 4 teams remaining fighting for their right to play another day. Who will transform the PAX West Battlegrounds into their kingdom? Our journey towards answering that question starts right now. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it. We was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year. Now's the moment. We are not friends. We are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Finals. My name's F. I'll be your host, and I'm joined here by 2 of the best in the business. Say hello to Beef Mommy and I Hold Shift as they join me on this weekend that's just going to be insane with as much content as we have.
Yes, sir. I mean, it feels like it's been a forever moment since we last had a chance to watch these 2 teams, or these 4 teams now play. But the thing about it is, everyone has elevated their game to such a high level. It's my first time in Seattle. It's a lot of the players' first time in Seattle. We're going to have some legendary moments.
You said a legendary, elevated gameplay, and as much as I hate to say it, as a Garena girly, NA is #1 right now. I'm fully joining the bandwagon just because I ate my words last year for Stage 5, but now it looks like NA is super solid this year.
Well, it totally is. We've got a lot of we got 4 teams here today, but let's run it back and show you how we started out. So Stage 1, Stage 2, anyone everyone shows up. There was a gorillion teams, and then we whittled it down to just a $128. We put those in the top 8 bracket, and then the fun part was Stage 4, 8 teams in total, round robin. That's a heck of a lot of Call of Duty. And now we're here at the double elimination bracket. Next stage is Worlds, and we're going to hit that. Don't you worry. There's millions of dollars on the line there for sure. And so when we talk about it, let's jump into the challenge stage, Stage 4. You guys hung out in Poland. You hung out with Glitter Explosion and Puckett, and you saw 4 weeks of competition.
The thing about it is that's the first time we've been able to say that when it comes to competitive format for Call of Duty Mobile. And I think the cool thing about it was we saw every single one of our teams, not just the 4 that remain here, but every team got better and better and better. Really cool to kind of see our teams kind of explore their potential, not just have single weekends. Thing is, now we only have just a single weekend for our final 4 squads.
And when it comes to that elongated gameplay, right, we've seen a phenomenal reason that these teams right now on your screen, they've gone through a lot. We initially thought that Luminosity and Tribe would be the top dogs, and when they're going up against each other, we already know that it's going to be tight. But when you see Devious and Mayhem, they could definitely clinch that spot as well.
Well, we're ending Stage 4 here, but beyond is Stage 5. That is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. When I say world, I mean world. There are teams from all over the world. North America, this is where we're going to find the teams that joined those squads. And we have Gabby Durden down in the Hall of Flags to help illustrate that point.
Thank you, Tom and team. I'm Gabby Durden, and I am so stoked to be joining you from the stage in the ground floor throughout our SPS Championship. We got a lot going on and a lot on the line for the players, but before we can start digesting everything here at PAX West, we gotta do some table setting. And what better way to do so than a physical representation of what's on the line for these teams, because they are not just fighting for a slice of the prize pool, not just for the title of Best in North America, but a spot at the World Championship. The flags above my 5-4 self are those from other regions that have already qualified, and the 4 teams below are those competing today. And at the end of today, we will know which 3 teams will be advancing to the World Championship and which team will be saying sayonara to their 2023 season. It's gonna take some time to figure out how that cookie's gonna crumble, but I'm sure our desk has some opinions about it. Tom, what do you think?
Absolutely. As we said, 2 days worth of competition for our 4 squads here. There's a double elim bracket that we'll see them jump into, and this is it. LG and Devious, that's the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed, and then Tribe Gaming versus Team Mayhem, that's the beat in the middle. So we'll see these guys go, and like we said, double elim, so there's an extra life if you lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be really important going into day number 2. But right now, we're taking a look at who is going to clinch that number 3 spot, because as you know, here in NA, you have 3 spots, and that's kind of like the perk that you have winning Stage 5 last year.
Oh, absolutely the case, and I'm just gonna put it out there early, and I'm probably gonna put it out there pretty often. Do not sleep on the 3 and the 4 seed. I think a lot of you guys at home are like, oh, Tribe LG, they're gonna make it through today. But we've seen across globally now, all of a sudden, that doesn't necessarily guarantee you spots being a top 2 seed. We've seen those top seeds in other regions not even make it to represent their region. I'm not gonna say we're gonna get that here this weekend, but there is a possibility of it.
There's a lot on the line here. Like we said, a trip to champs is a big deal. Millions and millions of dollars up for grabs over there. But here, North American crown, and of course, some money for the ride home. Everyone a winner here. Even 4th place gonna take home a G. And so you're gonna be happy. But obviously, like we said, 1, 2, 3, that's where these teams are looking. That's how you get the champs.
Man, I mean, and it's not just that, it's also kind of the pride that you're holding that you are representing here in NA.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it starts with Tribe first and foremost. This is your defending world champion. They're also your defending North American champion. But the thing about it is that was a different roster. So same banner, different team. And the thing is, we were looking towards this group stage to see if this Tribe team could actually provide the same storylines we had last year. It didn't take us long to figure out that, yes, this roster is still just as good as the one from last year.
Man, and speaking of a really good roster, Luminosity just seems to be super solid, especially up against the Tribe Gaming series that we're seeing right in our screen right now. But they had a pretty rocky start. They've had a chance to pull things through right at the very end, definitely when it matters. But you know what? I'm excited to see what they have to bring us, especially knowing that some of these things are going to be really different.
And I think the thing, too, is even though, again, we put a lot of weight on our top 2 squads, don't sleep on this Devious team. They've looked good so far in the couple of scrims that we've had a chance to kind of watch over. They also were in a position to kind of control their own destiny. The big question mark is the fact that they've never had a chance to really prove inside at a venue like this. So there is a level of what are they going to bring to the table now that they're on land.
I mean, speaking of, this is a team where we kind of expected them to be in this top 3 spot, but it's just a matter of can they be consistent enough, knowing very well they've shuffled their roster every single time in their series. So let's see if they can be on the driver's seat.
When we take a look at all 4 of these teams, you know, there is a separation, I think. Shift, you kind of touched on there. We have these top 2 squads that I think are officially kind of step ahead. Can we say that North Americans kind of teams to beat seem to be LG and Tribe?
I mean, the thing about it is that little moniker of LG putting together the God Squad, it is very much so true. You take half of the World Championship team from last year, plus also the team that went Game 7 in the World Championship against them. So they definitely put together the right roster. It just comes down to, are they going to show the conviction that they had during the group stage? Because even though they did come across as undefeated, you have to remember that that Tribe Gaming matchup did show a lot of weaknesses in LG's Hardpoint in particular. So yes, they survived, but the key word there is they just survived. Will they be dominant? That's my big question.
And speaking of dominance, we saw that Tribe Gaming squad just absolutely floor it in that takeoff Hardpoint where the points were so far away. So it's kind of like a question mark with how good Luminosity really is, especially up against a team like this, but that is an answer for later on.
Yeah, and just to illustrate the points here with the numbers, undefeated in the regular season for LG and just 6-1 across the way for Tribe. So definitely some dominance there in the regular season. But our other two squads ain't no slouches themselves whatsoever either. But they're definitely kind of starting their story, right? They're looking to cement themselves and kind of get their legacy rolling.
And the thing about it is, and I have to keep stressing this, both Mayhem and Devious were very competitive when they were playing up against LG and Tribe during the group stage. So there's nothing out there to sit there and say that this 3 and the 4 seeds are out of the running. In fact, I would even say that they're going to be very competitive this weekend.
And I mean, you know, we bring up the fact that LG has like those old Tribe guys, but I mean, Mayhem, that's Blur's team.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so he has that pedigree performance. We do have that to lean on for sure.
Yeah, and like what you mentioned already, it's like Blur, already a very experienced player, and a lot of these bottom 2 teams definitely need to lean on their more experienced players to kind of calm their nerves, especially in a LAN setting like this where everything can get really jittery. Obviously, these first-timers, they're very talented, but this is a different stage.
Well, we certainly set the stage, so let's dive in. I want you guys to join our conversation, though. It's not just us 3 and Gabby up here. Y'all are part of it, too. So go ahead and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and the other one, and then join us in Discord as well. That's what we want to see. We want to hear you. I hear y'all in the crowd, but I want to hear you out online as well. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Match number 1 coming at you. It's going to be Luminosity on the docket. And they're going head-to-head against their opposition in this Devious team. We've said a lot about Luminosity, all right?
We have.
Dive deep into these guys for sure. I'm eager to talk about Devious, but I think we got to lead with the horse. The blue and white here, this LG squad, super team, best of the best. You throw all your superlatives out there. The idea is this is a 6-man roster of 6 of the... Somebody's got to sit. We saw Marshy sit during the regular season, and chat was heated.
Yeah, there's no lack of superstar potential. And even though we say for a lot of teams, you're looking at a couple of individuals here and there is no shortage of talent when it comes to the full 6-man roster, like you mentioned, for LG. They looked cohesive throughout the entirety of group stage. I expect that to continue throughout this playoff run.
Also, I don't want to leave out Hippo either. Coach Hippo, a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a coach is one of the most essential members of your team. He's definitely the glue that just holds everyone together, the brains of the operation. We've seen how well the coach could definitely go, especially when it comes to the map picks and ban trades. I think is just so important before getting into a game.
Also, the swag is out of control. We'll show you on the stage for sure. But these are the guys we're looking at. Band, Tech, Envy, Vague, Washi, and Marshy. As we said, some of the most prolific names in this entire game. And, you know, they play the play. They talk the talk, too, as well. These guys are loudmouths.
But here's the thing. Those avid COD fans at home, you may be missing the long locks of Tech right now on stage. We were hearing before the match today that LG's been really struggling keeping tempo in Hardpoint during their scrims, and Tech is going to be sitting. We weren't sure if that was going to be the case. I mean, I think for a lot of people, you say Tech is the best AR player in Call of Duty Mobile, if not in NA, maybe also the Globe. So the fact that he's not playing map 1 and Marshy's in, wild scenes.
Maybe it also depends on the team chemistry as well, because you can have that sole player be one of the best in the world, but when it comes to team chemistry, if it doesn't work out, especially when you already have a really good AR sniper role in the form of Washi, that could definitely be butting heads later on. So the fact that they're putting Marshy, it seems like there's nothing, you know, short of, you know what, we have a play that we can go play up, and I'm excited to see what kind of things they get to pull out.
And getting a chance to talk to Tech earlier, he said, listen, I am ready to play. If they change their mind, if they wind up changing things up, he will slot in and step forward. But this is their opposition across the way. It's going to be Devious, a little bit untested for this squad for sure. Some of these guys have been playing together for a long time, though. So when we bring up chemistry, you know, they're not lacking.
No, not at all. And I think the thing is there's a lot to be said about the road of how they got here and how they performed against the other top 3 teams that also are here at LAN. They were competitive. And the thing was, and we'll see it later, their schedule was very heavy loaded at the beginning. So the fact that they've been able to kind of survive through that, trust the process, and work into a position to get here, already super impressive.
Zolf, 2Red, Rehan, S-Thug, and Scott, the latest addition here. This team has a lot of raw talent. We look at Rehan, we look at S-Thug. These guys can slay, but Scott, has been the guy that really, the team says he brings like a lot of intangibles and some leadership to this team.
And that is a huge deal when it comes to a team's mental. You've already seen top-tier teams falter under pressure when they don't have that glue within their team. Rihan will be that experience that this team needs, and you have rookies like Zulf and Scott to put that pieces together and bring on the firepower.
The other big thing is this team has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And I think the expectations across North America is that this team would finish fourth. Put that aside, be the David to all the Goliaths that are around you and surprise somebody. We've seen it before, it could happen again.
And I love that you hit expectations here because the team, they're realistic. Listen, you know, they understand that they are this sort of dark horse underdog. So they're not necessarily aiming for the truck. They understand what they're looking at. They've got realistic expectations, but they still want to win.
And look at these boys. They are very much focused.
We're pretty aggressive, I'd say. We're passive when we need to be, and like, I think my team, when we need the discipline, like in tourneys, we have it. But other than that, we're pretty aggressive.
We want to qualify for stage 5, and that's our main goal coming into this tournament. I think, of course, winning this would be amazing, but getting one of those 3 North American spots is our main goal for sure coming into this tournament.
I feel like my team's play style is different from every other team's. We're more like aggressive, that makes sense. We have 2 ARs, and our second AR, S-Dog, he's more of like a flex. He plays that AR like an SMG. I feel like that brings like a different play style to the game, and teams like that throws them.
I would say the strongest team in this tournament is Tribe. They beat LG pretty bad on that takeoff, but they're probably the strongest team in this tournament right now.
Four and 3 in the regular season. This squad certainly had their work cut out for them, Mommy. But when we look at them, this is a team, again, the numbers, sure, but you gotta watch the action in the server.
Exactly, and looking at what we have, even from week number 2, the last time that we saw Devious up against Luminosity, they were able to take that raid control, and even when it comes to the Hacienda, it was very close. So you already know things can get really dicey here, and like what Shift already mentioned, they had a very difficult first 4 games.
Absolutely, and after you lose 3 of your first 4, you essentially have to win out to have a chance to make it to the top 4. So the fact that they were able to keep their cool and find a way to bounce back as convincingly as they did, super, super impressive, and that's why I think the hopes should still stay pretty high for this squad.
A lot of chatter. Now it's time to start jumping into the vetoes. So breaking it down, we are going to play some Hardpoint into Search and Destroy and then Control. The Hardpoint map's definitely important to look at. Apocalypse is going to be our first map. Beef Mommy, talk to me about APOC.
Man, Apocalypse, this is a map that we've already seen both of these teams play, and Luminosity got the better of them, just because smaller maps favor LG a lot more. And like what we keep mentioning, when it comes to that Hardpoint, especially that Tribe gameplay, that's where they struggled the most. So with the addition of Marshy now, it's going to be really impressive, especially going for that takeoff where you already know the scoreline was so far away.
Well, the thing about it is, I was curious to see what Search and Destroys we were going to have. Both of these Hardpoints are super reliant on the ARs, and when you look back at LG playing Apocalypse and Takeoff in the past, you look to Tectonic to be the guy to lock things down. So there's already going to be a little bit of stress here, I think, to test out this quote-unquote roster of newness that's starting to come through. The firing range and Meltdown, though, I think the thing is for LG, regardless of how their respawn looks, they've always been a very convincing search team, and I don't expect that to change regardless of who the starting 5 would be.
And now when it comes to that standoff control, well, that's definitely going to be really interesting because Luminosity has not played standoff yet when it comes to that control matchup. And honestly, for Devious, this is looking good for them because they're doing a really good job at this map in particular.
I think the biggest thing here, Tom, is that Devious did a nice job, I think, overall in the veto process, putting themselves on maps that are kind of wild cards. So I think for Devious, you gave yourself a chance. Now it's just down to converting.
This is the best way you've set it up, but it's not just about the X's and O's. You actually got to get there and do the slaying. It's time to do that. Make sure you let us know who's going to go ahead and take this victory, whether you're feeling LG or you think Devious can get it done. Either way, it's time to get it done. I want to watch some COD. Beef Bombing and Shift, you're on the call. I'll see you on the flip.
Good news, Tom. Plenty of COD to watch all weekend long. So we've no shortage of it. And again, I just have to reiterate, for Devious, we've watched them play a little bit on stage with scrims. They were competing heavily against teams like LG and Tribe when they were getting their warm-ups in. So I think the expectation should be that Devious can compete. They could potentially be in a spot to play. Spoiler, just comes down, will they do it? It's North America's best going up against the number 4 seed. seed. We're in PAX. It's the North American Stage 4 playoffs. Let's get it on.
All right, Devious definitely going to be in a little bit of an advantage because they have the more favorable spawn side. They'll try to find a way to win these maps off, but they do have they have P1 control already.
Yeah, really good stuff. Also getting over towards the top side of this TV room. So the SMG is already ripping things apart, and Luminosity empty from finding really anything. Vega only got the solo kill for LG. So early time for Devious. LG working their way back to try to contest, but easier said than done at the moment. It's all about trying to control these long-range gunfights, and a bit of a bounce back here as all of a sudden there's a flank from behind. Rihan doing well to clear out the back and then taking the attention back forward. Envy does keep LG inside, and hold on a second, keep your eye on the spawns. Devious are under pressure on the right side of the map.
But then 2Red definitely knows where Luminosity is going to be spawning off to, that this is the presence of mind that we like to see Devious. Rihan try to go in there for that spawn flip, but also 2Red very much well knows that there's going to be a lot of Luminosity players spawning right there. But so far, it's still going to be Luminosity into the more favorable spawn for next.
Yeah, looking solid, at least for now, for LG to try to get back into this game, but a very dangerous opening hardpoint as Devious will get 27 seconds. Really well done on P1. But the problem here is how do you break open one of the hardest hardpoints in Call of Duty Mobile? And it starts with trying to move up this right side of the map, get over towards this top temple. That's Doug looking for something over the top of the jump wall. Getting one, turning, actually has a little bit of space to work with here. He's got Rihan helping over the top. A second kill starts to come through. Devious all of a sudden with a chance to threaten to break. Spawns are blocked. LG not able to hold on, and now all of a sudden there's going to be a full-on flip. Devious looking good for this break around the back.
That was so good. Their first line of contact was Marshy. They were able to get rid of him up in the hop-off wall, and slowly but surely they waited for the rest of their team to go in there for that temple spawn, like what we mentioned already is the more favorable spawn here in P2. Now that they have a hold of Gold Room now, it's how they're going to be able to go and break the hill.
I mean, this is a different Devious than what we saw in the group stage. We saw them really elevating their game throughout their 4 weeks of gameplay, but all of a sudden, this is about as perfect as it gets in terms of really putting together a solid rotation from 1 to 2 here on Apocalypse. And you already have a little bit of stretch from 2Red playing over towards Coop's side. Exit kills also turning up okay as Scott takes down a double. So there is going to be an opportunity here for Devious to soak up the scrap and be able to threaten new.
Man, 2Red is just so good right now at positioning himself in really essential anchor points. He is going to lose that gunfight, but that also essentially allows Devious to spawn right, left side of the map, which is a place where you kind of want to win it, but it is still going to be an open hardpoint. Luminosity, on the other hand, they are now trying to funnel through, and even though they brought one player there, they're not winning that gunfight yet.
It's all about this opening contest. Devious just kind of measuring, taking their time. Envy going to pop out the first operator. Sparrow in hand. That does well to get LG back in. And now a little bit further forward comes the pressure from LG. They will reclaim the lead. LG trying to get a read on where exactly this Devious hit's coming from. And it is taking a while, to be fair, but the kill's coming out. All of a sudden, you've got Devious popping operators of their own. Zulf's going to take down 3 with the Purifier, and a flip of the hard point comes through. Devious a chance to reclaim their lead.
The counter operator from Zulf to get rid of that Sparrow is definitely going to be key for them to get the majority of the scrap points here. And now it's time for you to decide if you're Luminosity. You're spawning into different directions now, where Devious is going to be positioned in a really good spot for next. Have spawn control, objective control as well, but we do get to see Luminosity is going to be getting that scrap points.
Claw does get taken down on rotation, though, so LG have eliminated some of the operator pressure from Devious. They are a bit empty, trying to get themselves an early setup here at Ruins, but still a chance to fight this back. Couple of kills coming through for LG. Band off the pinch, looking to open up the hard point in LG's name. He'll be successful in that feat. Devious spawning all over the map right now. They're trying their best to anchor on the left-handed side, but it's not coming through fully. But how about this? A little lifeline from 2Red. He makes his way through Cave. He gets an opening double. S-Thug there to follow up. Vague trying to hold on to the hard point with the claw. He's going to take down 3, but 2Red still in a spot to contest. Just doesn't have the help needed, and LG will sustain the hill.
LG just bringing out their operators and score streaks in the most perfect time. They're soaking up a lot of the hard points now, and for Devious, they need to find a way to get a little bit more of that spawn control. You get to see Zulf try to get that control, but unfortunately for him, is a little bit too overwhelmed with the amount of Luminosity players that are going to be right there. 16 seconds left on the clock, and now the gap is slowly just going over into the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, remember that moment right there, friends, because LG was, I would say, limping through this map up until that late hold, and now they've all of a sudden built some daylight in towards their score, up about 45 points. We rotate back over towards P1. Devious not in a comfortable spot at the moment, but could surprise this LG defense, as there is a little bit of a play around the back, while simultaneously there's some action from the front. Pred missile from Washi does at least alleviate some of that initial pressure on P1. LG looking to get themselves set up, but even still, number 5 in blue, Scott along the back, is trying to get Devious a chance to flip spawns around. He wins the 1v1 off screen, and Devious can now refocus their attention towards the hill.
I think at this point, Scott already has a 3 combo, and that just gave them so much more of an opportunity to have a little bit more of that spawn control. Yes, they have spawn control, but they need to find a way to flush in through that P1, which Luminosity still has a pretty good hold with.
Rehan trying to get himself some space to work through the top side of these awnings. Zolf down low, trying to slide onto the hard point, not going to be able to find much of anything, and Devious is attempts to get onto the hill, largely squandered immediately. Luminosity continued to build up their lead, back to 45+. Devious still holding onto the favored setup over towards P2, and they're finding good exit kills here, so even though Devious find themselves down, they have to be able to recover and reclaim the lead here with 45+ second hold on P2.
2Red able to get 3 seconds on the hill, which we already know can be very essential later on into that late hard point. But here we go. It is going to be Devious with that temple spawn, and it is Rehan getting that double. That is going to be huge to get rid of those players from Luminosity, trying to go into that hop-up wall. And so far, they're doing so well right now. But with Luminosity, they could bring out an operator to try and break his hill.
Well, they don't have much at the moment. It's just down to can Vague open up space through Fire Alley. Not going to work out. Recovery here from Devious. Rehan still doing a lot of damage all across the map. LG will pop over NV Sparrow, but as he only finds 2 kills, it's not fully enough to flip the spawns around. A chance for LG to contest and even soak up a bit of time here throughout the middle section of this second hard point, but here comes Devious off the proximal spawn. They also carry numbers, but bam, he's read it perfectly. The Purifier cleans everything up along the outside. Still a chance for Devious to contest, but another miraculous play out of LG's operator usage.
Absolutely, I was about to touch up on that point. They did it a while ago in P4, now in P2, and we need to see something similar with Devious. They were able to counter that a while ago, and now they're prepared for that P3 control. So far, it is just going to be that one player, Rehan, trying to get that control here in that next hill. He will be greeted by some players of Luminosity, but he's still not taken care of.
Wow, that is another massive moment from LG, and in the past, when we've seen them struggle and respawn, their operator usage has kind of bailed them out. And so far, it seems like that very well may be the case again, because Devious was really putting on a show here early, and since that P4, everything started to get a little bit out of control. Zolf, a little bit of desperation here at the Purifier. He does find a handful of kills, so it does flip the hard point over to Devious's direction, but they need to hold the majority of this back 40 and win rotation to consider this a tight game again.
Man, Marshy's nade was just what? That just absolutely came out of nowhere. 2Red, though, he tries to bring out the claw and not able to efficiently use that. There are still players from Devious here on the point, but it is just about time, especially when we do get to see Vague lose that gunfight. The pinch not gonna happen, but it's still that front push from Luminosity that still wins this hill for them.
And it's just not convincing enough yet for Devious. There have been moments in this late stretch where they've been able to do some work, but it's just LG's operator usage has had so much more efficiency and effectiveness in key moments. So it's one of those dire times. We'll be starting to call for some desperation from Devious. Down about 100 points, rotating over towards P4 again. Devious even being held a little bit here on rotation. So it's going to be a tough ask to make this rotation happen swiftly. Hardpoint opens up. LG first team in. Marshy trying to get something involved with the Pred missile. He will be able to take down one, and that will be enough for LG to build up potential win condition right here.
And now Devious, this is going to be one essential push, and unfortunately for them, loses majority of the gunfights, and that just allows them to be spawned out in all directions. It is going to be LG going so big right now with the operator usage, with the gunfights. 220 and 105 is going to be your scoreline. This is the one last push that Devious definitely needs, but Envy with the Sparrow is definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, a bit of a trade going back and forth, and that's just not good enough for Devious. Win condition more than established at this point. It has to be noted that talking about the pacing issues that LG was considering going into this tournament, Marshy is the kill leader for LG as the 6-man sub for Tech. So the role considerations may have been a question mark, but it seems like the formula is working out nicely. It'll be a 250 to 105 tally after a really tight opening for Devious. LG just didn't look back after that first 4th hard point.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to find their footing, and this is what we kind of see with more experienced teams. Like, even though the beginning was not working out for you, it's really just important to close it out, find that composure mid-game, and they're able to sustain that such big lead. And honestly, like what we've been mentioning already over and over again, the operator usage was just absolutely amazing.
And that's always always been the case, and that's something that we're going to be talking about a lot, even when Tribe gets a chance to play up against Mayhem, because both of those two teams have really executed on using their operators to their best possible advantage. It's just one of those things that, again, like you start this map off, that if you're Devious, you're feeling pretty good about how the first 3 hard points went. You got 27 seconds on the opener. You were able to kind of re-win the spawns over towards P2. That turned into a flip, and then you were super contest heavy on the third. But as soon as operators started to be earned, that again happened to be the difference maker, because really at this point, I mean, we're looking at a 130 to 72 score, and even here, 195 to 105. Devious just was not able to put together points after that first set of hills.
Yeah, I mean, even though they were there for early rotations, it was pretty good, and there were some highlights definitely, especially in that second reset, getting that P2, knowing very well that, okay, you win hop up, then you go in slowly in through Temple. But take a look at that. We were talking about this one player from LG that was the sub and now was brought in. Marshy getting 32 kills in a minute 12 on the hill.
He went 32 and 18. That's nearly 2.0 KD for the guys just subbing in and running an extra sub for the squad. So, man, it's just one of those things. When we heard this morning that Tech was going to be sitting out, I think all of us looked at each other and said, what is LG on? Putting down one of the better, if not one of the best AR players in Call of Duty Mobile. But hey, if this is what they're looking at throughout scrims, and this is what they want to bring to the tournament here this weekend, I can 100% see why Marshy's value might be one of the things that could be an X factor for this team moving on through this tournament.
That's definitely the importance of a sub in teams like this, because usually having a sub is kind of like an afterthought. Like when someone can't make it right, you put in a sub. But this is the importance of it. You need to find a way to kind of fit those puzzle pieces together. If Tech can play, there you go, you have Marshy. If another player can play, you have another player that can sub out. That definitely be a reliable player on your end.
Okay, now taking the conversation away from the hard point and into the search and destroy. This is going to be where the comfort for LG will likely live throughout the entirety of the weekend. They did not drop a single search and destroy throughout the group stage, 8-0. Thing about it is they did a lot of that on Tunisia, and I don't assume that a lot of teams are going to want to see Tunisia sit in the pool. So firing range is in, and I think the assumption here would be that this is Devious's map selection. As the 4 seed, they would get the chance to pick the 2 and the 4. So that would mean that, hey, they have to have something up their sleeves. Devious have not played this map yet. They only played standoff when it was filling in for firing range, but you have to assume that a lot of the attention is going to go towards the SMG, so I'm looking at Rehan first and foremost.
Honestly, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of firing range being played now, just because it was kind of gone for those 4 weeks, not only in NA, but for EU as well. So like what you mentioned already, standoff was the replacement for that map. So it'll be the first time that majority of these teams are going to be playing this for a very long time in the competitive scene. So it will be interesting how they're going to be playing it off. I hope they're watching the EU region, how some of these teams actually played it, because so far it's kind of scary to play in a map that you haven't practiced on the big stage in a long time.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, again, for Devious, that's going to be the talking point throughout the entirety of the weekend, no matter how long their stay ends up being, due to the fact that this is the first time they've really, as majority of a squad, been underneath the lights in front of an audience and not in the comfort of their own home. So there is a little bit of an added stress and pressure built into that, whereas, again, half the LG team are world champions. All of them were on the main stage during the grand finals, so they are definitely, I'm sure, feeling pretty comfortable. I imagine they're pretty amped to be back in person again, being able to square up against their opponents, not necessarily face-to-face, but as close as we can get without, you know, people just yelling and screaming at each other. But here we go, firing range map number 2. It feels like kind of a must-win situation for Devious if they want to have a chance to upset LG. Just comes down to, can they find any success, as they will be starting off on the offensive side.
All right, Devious on the offense, definitely going to give them a little bit more of an advantage at dictating the pace, but Washi is going to open things up, and Rehan, an essential player, is going to go down.
Good read from Zolf. 2Red also getting in through trailer side, so even though the opening snipe was good from Washi, there is a bit of pressure over towards A. 3v4 situation, numbers stay with LG. But Washi is the only real defender around the A site, has members literally all around him. Will be able to keep his life a little while longer. Here's the challenge from 2Red, gets one, keeps his life, and we go to a 3v3 bomb, making its way over towards A.
All right, so that's a good way to equalize everything, but Andy's going to be able to spot out Scott. That's going to be such a difficult position to be in if you are Devious. Bomb is down in a really bad spot for them, and they need to find a way to kind of just get their composure. They have a minute on the clock. That's a lot of time left to kind of play with Luminosity's mind.
An aggressive game of tag was had over the middle of the map, but everyone survives through it. Ban taking an aggressive route back towards jungle side, and this is a great spot for him to just lock down B and trust that his teammates can just play contact over the top of the A site. You've You've got 2 Red still holding in pretty tight over towards the A site. Marshy just playing kind of a flex through the middle. 45 seconds, so plenty of time here for Devious to work with. Just comes down to can they find the contact they need to get this back to level terms and hopefully put this objective in their favor with a plan.
2 Red's going to just apply a lot of pressure there into American. And he is going to wait for that one last play. That's S-Thug. Picks up the sniper. It also picks up the bomb as well.
Wow.
S-Thug, speaking of, gets that kill.
Here comes a quick contest though. Marshy, SMG, shotgun combination, just trying to tag away some toes. S-Thug on the exit, slides away, but keeps an opportunity for LG to work his way in. And Marshy swaps back over to the shotgun and doubles down for LG to take the opening defense.
That is really good patience for Marshy. I mean, he just waited, saw the plant come through, just waited for that player to just slide on through, and knowing very well that that post-plant setup, there was going to be one person in through trailer. And looks like Marshy is doing a phenomenal job in this opening game here so far. And now the setup's going to be kind of the same thing. Devious needs to find a way to kind of stop giving away those first bloods.
Well, this time they do avoid the opening snipes. Rehan keeping his life and just kind of hoping he gets contact over the middle of the map. And how about this for a Chell? Little double slide comes through. Rehan watching over the top of it, and Devious will earn first blood and mid-map control. But Vague, through trailer window, does find one at very close range considering the angle that he was able to take. And as a follow-up kill comes through, now Vague is looking to get aggressive, but shut down. We go to an early 3v3, minute 20 on the clock.
So this is one thing that we've seen Devious already do mid-game, right? They're able to equalize things, slow it down, playing the clock, and that's what we like to see from this team in particular. But it's a matter of where are you going to choose to be at? It is going to be Rehan that'll try to scope out the situation here in through tin, but gets spotted by Washi.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Rehan's just looking for just sheer up COD timing, see if he can sneak to the middle of the map, find an unexpected angle, but it was being avidly watched. Banned, able to also scout out Scott, so that will work out for another elimination for LG, leaving it just down to S-Thug, and he's just got absolutely nowhere to go. It's a good old-fashioned Kobayashi Maru, no win condition there for Devious as LG go up 2-0.
See, they're so good at kind of equalizing it for the side of Devious, but Luminosity is just 2 steps ahead, especially after knowing very well that the clock is going to be in their favor past that 1 minute point. And now a different look coming in from Devious where they want to go in for an aggressive push in through Bravo. They pull out a smoke though, so that could give information to Luminosity and kind of deviate them a little bit.
Oh, and Band getting out is actually so critical for LG's defense. Help is now on the way. Zolf can't make good on the contact through mid. Band over the top is just trying to find the last bullet into 2 Red, but he will not be able to find the kill. The rest of his teammates now flooding forward as Vague is able to take down a double. Again, the shotgun just absolutely wrecking havoc into this Deviant's offense, and they're just completely stuck.
Man.
Leaves it just down to 1. Scott, last one left. This would have to be a 1v3, and Washi's waiting for him to cross. No worries there, and a great response from LG's defense.
Like what you mentioned, Devious not getting rid of Band is an essential W for Luminosity. Essentially made it into a really good duo with Marshy, where he was able to finally get a little bit of composure, knowing very well there's a teammate right beside you. And now if you're Devious, you're kind of scrambling for any kind of plays, and Luminosity's going to be reading it so well.
Oh, stuns do land, though. 2 Red slides out. Zolf able to help find the first kill. More flashes coming through, and LG cannot stand tall and all. What a little transfer from 2 Red. Gets 2 in the round. Make sure that Vague cannot play spoiler from trailer. And now for the first time, Devious, a convincing round in front of them, a 5v2 situation. And as Washi drops, now it all rests with Band, and he's been figured out. No worries there. Only 1 will drop, and Devious on the board.
All right, finally, a fantastic display of util usage for Devious where they got the timing right. Got the flash, got the kills, and essentially that is what they needed and kind of lacked in that Bravo push that time around. They know that Band is going to be pesky in those corners, so you know what, maybe A is the weaker side, but we have to worry about Washi.
Different setup this time for LG. Looking to get aggressive in towards mid. NV just spamming down the corner with the kilo. Not going to matter, though. Devious still picking apart, find the opening 2 kills. And now the onslaught starts to make its way on towards A. Once again, the only player that could really play spoiler is Vague, and he can't do too much from inside trailer. We'll have to wait, and he's not going to be allowed to. Rehan actually catches him through the wall. 2 Red also making safe the middle of the map, and Devious seem to have figured things out here in the latter stretches of their offensive half.
I mean, they already know that Band is going to be in B, Wash is going to be up in tin, and they only have to worry about 1 or 2 players, so they heavily stack in through that A side. 38 seconds left on the clock, and Washi's going to be left alone, and there's really not much that he can do as player number 3 right behind him. That's Rehan getting the better of him, and we're finally just putting that edge in towards the favor of Devious, where finally the momentum's on their favor.
It seems to just be a simple mindset change of let's not worry about trying to pick out opening snipes for first bloods. Let's just flood stuff. And it's worked out really nicely for them. Again, a little messy as their attempt over towards B a couple of rounds ago, but everything towards A has been convincing. And this time LG will not bother trying to contest the opening part of this A site. They will back up, keep Envy alive, and look to play, I'm sure, mostly retake. And you can see Washi, number 2 in blue, has got a lot of space to work with. Backside B, does he see Rehan deep? He may get a chance. Yep, shot lands, and all of a sudden LG now control the map.
It's beautiful. We saw Luminosity just change band, switch them off for Washi, knowing very well that there could be some flank watch for Devious and able to get that kill. And now they're flooding through mid, also in through that A lane as well. It is a matter of, is 2Red going to be winning that gunfight up against player number 4, and that's vague.
Yeah, this is everything right here. Devious, if they can find a piece of contact, win an elimination, or on the backside, they'll feel much more secure in this post plant. But LG looking to split hit this. 2Red catching 1, keeps himself very healthy on top of that. This is critical for Devious. 2Red now just has to be a nuisance, and LG's retake has to now come from the front. There's no opportunity for this flank to come out. Smoke will allow them an entry. Marshy finding first blood on this take. Just down to can they actually clear out the backside of the obstacle course. Envy gets another. Time becoming a bit of an issue though. LG need to find a way to hop this. S-Thug gets taken down. Just down to 2Red. 1v2 situation. Plays the corner. He gets the first. 6 seconds on the clock. Has to take the 1v1 versus Band. Doesn't matter. He kills off enough of the clock and he still secures the double. We're tied at 3 as we swap the sides.
That was a long wraparound from 2Red and definitely going to be clutch for him, playing time to his advantage. And like what we mentioned already, it is going to be that backside of the map. Those engagements were so key for Devious to win that and equalize everything. And now as we're switching things around, Luminosity on the attacking side.
Big hit through the middle of the map though from LG. They've already got trailer control of 2 members. Devious are going to voluntarily give this up. They're looking to play right through the backside of A. Not going to work out. What is that shot from Envy? I mean, saying he was under pressure is putting it lightly. And he still converts on the 2 kills, and LG's offense off to a very hot start here as the bomb will be planted today.
1 minute and 30, brought down to 44 seconds, and now it's up to these last 2 Devious players, and it is going to be an important one for S-Thug and Scott. They will be surrounded though because Luminosity knows very well how to flank, and Marshy's going to be so nasty if he gets that timing right.
Such a tough duo here for Devious to work their way back in. Just not a lot of space to work with, and Washi just pops off. Finds the last 2 kills between him and Envy. The sniper rifles get the majority of the legwork done for LG on their opening offense. And I think the thing about it is, at no point was that double stack into trailer ever scouted by Devious. So that's going to be a mystery part, I think, here for Luminosity if they continue to do that. And yep, same 2 players making the same route happen through the smoke, but Rehan connects. And there's going to be enough of a challenge through trailer itself for Devious to go 2 for 1.
This is such a nice go-around for Rehan, knowing very well that it's going to be a mid-push off that smoke, but Washi goes in response as well. And it's going to be a little bit of an equal gameplay here. And for me, I think Scott needs to find a way to get this kill, especially for Marshy, knowing very well that he likes to be that flank. And for Luminosity, they're going to be slowing things down. So far, they don't have any kind of control whatsoever in this map.
Yeah, just looking to see if they can catch someone off guard here. Plenty of time to work with. No need to do anything too crazy, really, if you're on either side of the bomb right now. Devious feeling pretty comfortable in their setup, mostly off of Scott, locking down this B alley through jungle. You still have trailer control. Nice up-close contact can be made by 2Red. And it looks like S-Thug's just going to kind of float to wherever the defense needs to reinforce. On the other side for LG, both the sniper rifles left alive, and they are trying their darndest to pick an angle and find a free kill.
This is what I love about Devious right now, is they're not giving away anything, just holding their angles, just playing time to their advantage. Looks like, though, Envy is kind of clearing it out and tries to clear corners, but Envy is going to be making some noise, and Scott is going to relay that information to his team.
Yeah, alarm bells will be ringing, but Scott's in a very safe position. Yep, just no one checks. Scott gets 1, damage onto the second. Defense hasn't rotated over to assist him yet. Envy, oh goodness, tried for a little slide shell to see if he could make something happen. Neither shot will land, and now the rest of Devious have arrived. Envy opening, no, not going to connect, and S-Thug will convert, keep us level at 4.
Well played for Devious. I mean, Luminosity tried. They were trying to get that information, but Devious was not giving them anything, and Scott was the playmaker for that round, just being quiet, able to tag up those 2 players, just waiting for another information. I mean, that's just well played. And now a different look coming in from LG as they're not going to be pushing in through mid. Instead, they want to go in through the mid lane instead.
Contact made. Scott comes out on top 5v4 early, but the pit's not done yet. LG trying to force their way in towards Tim, but it's very costly. A couple of trades back and forth, and LG will gain the ground. But thing about this is defensively, Devious still have the bomb carrier down, and they're still holding some very contestable shots around both sides of the map. Washi did get scouted, isn't able to use a sniper rifle to convert another freebie, so 2 Red will still be contesting this A site.
2 Red is going to be a good vantage point. Being prone like that. Estog gets an important kill as well, and that might stop Luminosity in their tracks, and so far it does. And that also allows 2 Red to go in there for that rotation in through jungle, and they might be on a pinch.
This is so well done for Devious, staying proactive like this. They have got LG trapped on the B side of the map. Still, again, tons of clock for LG to work with. Not committing for a plant as of yet. Seeing if they can find contact first and foremost. Marshy eventually makes the commitment. He will get this bomb down successfully. Clock goes down to 45 seconds, favoring LG. Can they hold the post plant, though? Estog has already gotten in towards tires. He's cleared out so much of this site. So 2 Red could come to assist. Nade's coming through. Marshy trying to be scouted out. He's just holding a shoulder. Big contact here, and he wins the first gunfight. Now just down to 2 Red. Sliding in towards Closet. Wins the first. 1v1. Oh, not going to come through. Washi holds his ground, provides the kill, and a key round goes the way of LG.
Man, that was really tight. LG played it really well. Not going to be too aggressive, and so far, it just is down to the wire. Did not expect that it would be this close. That time around, though, 2 Red was in a really good spot. It was just down to those 1v1s, and 50% of the time, it's just not going to work out for you, especially up against Luminosity. And now a different kind of look coming in from LG on the attacking side is going to be playing a little bit more passive, getting that information here in through jungle.
Yeah, just kind of feeling out both sides of the map, and you've got Band and Marshy trying to make their presence known over towards B, but the defense is, I would say, very comfortable right now. Envy sniping with the bomb in hand, so that should give you some intuition in towards what the pacing of this round will look like for LG, but honestly, if they're looking for sniper picks, they've missed their window. Devious is already set up pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and right now there's just no information gathered whatsoever, and they cannot commit to a site yet. All they need to do is full flood, but with 1 pick, it's going to be important. And speaking of, Rehan gets that, stops the push, possibly going in through Alpha.
That's a big missed chance for Envy, but Rehan still gets traded out. We go 4v4. Still a sniper in hand here for Luminosity. Actually, they're going to pick up Vague on the second, so they will have the chance to continue to play this at long range. But with this setup, how do you break down trailer if you're LG? B's really not an option. I mean, with 45 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to commit to getting in towards A, and the double setup between Zolf and 2 Red is a very formidable one. Nade's starting to come through. Band clearing his corners, just making sure he can work his way on. But how do you clear out trailer? That's every question right now for LG. Contact made. 2 Red keeping Band under cover. And you got to keep in mind that Wash is the one with the bomb, so you don't really have the ability for him to watch over the top of this with a sniper rifle, and Devious continue to find kills.
I mean, that is probably the most detrimental thing, is Washi needs to play back a tiny bit, and he's losing out on majority of the engagements here, where Luminosity could not find a way to clear out trailer, and it is going to be so difficult with Vague, going to be the only one left, and we are still evened out here. A beautiful display by Devious, just hanging back.
Yeah, just round for round, and again, I think if you're LG, you're trying to pull a double sniper setup like that, and you don't connect in the first 20 seconds, how do you play out the rest of the round? It's just a real tough question to ask. It's now LG in a 5-5 tie, looking to make a very aggressive setup over towards B. It's number 4 in yellow, Estog, who is the only defender here. He's already made the call for reinforcements to try to help out. Devious looking to contest this, not allow the plant to come through. Trophy systems are down. LG looking to make their move. Bomb makes its way on towards the site. Envy looking to plant, but again, Devious doesn't want this to happen. Pinstripe kill feed goes down. Envy has to back off and will stay 3v3 with a bit of pause, as eventually LG will feel comfortable enough to get the bomb planted.
And now, finally, it is brought down to 40 seconds. All 3 lanes covered by Devious at the moment. It's definitely going to be one-on-ones happening here. Washi going to be in a really good spot to try and get rid of Scott. And it's just all about timing for Devious. When are you going to push?
Well, they get the first blood over through mid. Rehan makes his way on towards the site. Washi can't connect. And now all of a sudden, Estog trying to make the player on the backside, but LG do find the kills they need. Rehan now the last one left. 1v1 with Band. Band's in trouble, and Rehan just gets aggressive, takes him off the heady, and lets him know about it. Fireworks early here in Seattle as Devious take the edge, 6-5 up.
One more round and Devious is gonna clinch this search and destroy. And my goodness, they're so good on the defense. And when you're looking at the numbers here, Luminosity in their statistics back in the group stage and challenge, they're more of a defensive team. And now in the attack, it really is showing that they're having a difficult time here.
Similar setup here for Devious. The big question mark here for LG is how do they deal with Scott through the middle? Opening frag does open up the A site a touch, but it's not going to feel particularly poignant, I would say, for Luminosity, considering that Zolf is still playing inside trailer. Look at the early rotation from Devious. They've got a sniper rifle now to try to hold off this hit. Vague has to hit the dirt. Here comes the play from Band, but he can't even get to the doorway. A primed nade takes him out of the picture. We stay 4v4. S-Thug over the middle of the map takes down the bomb carrier. Zolf can just still hold this as he takes out a trophy system. He does get slid on though. Vague opens up trailer, and we'll go 3v3, bomb collected.
And now Washi gets another one. And now they have the advantage. And also trying to bring that pressure on, putting that clock down, winding it down. In an essential gunfight onto the backside of Mac. Take a look at that. That is play number 5 from both teams. Marshy versus Scott, and we've seen Scott.
No idea.
So yeah, they have no idea.
This is a huge shot from S-Thug. Gets one damaged up, has Vague down low. Scott on the rotation. He wins the first 1v1. This will be a 1v2 for him to win the map. Vague off the regen, plays the top side of the bomb heady. Scott looking to beam him across, but Vague's just playing with his food. 15 seconds on the clock. Scott's the one that has to go. Vague continues to play whack-a-mole over the top. Here comes the challenge. No! Vague takes the dub, and we're going extra innings.
Woo! We're starting off the day. First series, first S&D with the OT, and now we're gonna be switching things off where Devious kind of had a shaky attacking start. And like what I mentioned already, Luminosity is so good on the defensive side. And now it really is reliant on those first bloods for Devious to try and make a play here.
As a reminder, the normal target for Search and COD Mobile is 7, but you have to win by 2. So this will go as long as it has to have that outcome come out. We'll swap sides every single round. LG opens things now on the defense with the first blood. Washi, take him down. What a shot by Rehan. Takes his focus over towards the barrel check, which Envy, well, you can tell just by the way he's moving. He wants to take a peek into the bomb site, but very wisely stays down, and we'll continue on 4v4.
Again, there's so many engagements all across the map, and Rehan's gonna be spotting out Band. But it's a good thing that Band is just going to slide away just like that. So it is going to be an open point for them to try and go in there for the plan. But unfortunately for 2Red, he loses an essential gunfight.
Oh, but Vague, he stops the bomb from being planted. Key timing on this challenge through trailer. And now Devious are stuck behind the bomb site. Follow-up kill comes for Band. Marshy making sure there's no deep exit. Rehan the last one left. So it'd have to be a 1v3. He's got time, but no bomb. Also playing between the Fennec and the sniper rifle. Knows that he should have isolation onto one player towards trailer. Just comes down to, does he guess the correct corner? Nope, he slides left. Vague was right. And the double up for Luminosity gives them the advantage here in overtime.
Man, it's just so hard because all of them were just inside of the trailer, just playing the angles right. And now we're going to be switching it again, where Devious had the more favorable side on the defensive. And now Luminosity, they have the advantage this time around, and are they able to clinch this? They're going to be slow when it comes to the approach. So far, it's going to be util. I don't know. There's no information yet.
But look at Zolf. He's gotten so far forward with the shotgun. I don't think Vega's seen him. Here comes the check. Zolf misses the first 2 shots. Oh, no, a critical miss. And Washi even gets Scott at range. Devious still trying to hold on to the A site. They do pick together at least one response kill. And a second from Rehan as he takes the scalp of Vague. Middle of the map, though. Washi makes safe the aggressive play from 2Red. Numbers hold with LG, but they've lost the bomb. They've lost map control.
Even though they have the numbers, they definitely don't have the advantage. Speaking of Rehan, able to equalize, and now they're going to be backed up in a corner. Luminosity need to find a way to kind of play the time. Yes, they have a minute to play with, but an essential gunfight will be won here by 10.
Oh, does S-Thug get the sound cue? Marshy's on the hunt. Oh, he goes prone. Neither player sees each other. S-Thug pops. Contact made. SMG versus AR, those the answer here. And somehow S-Thug just gets out of 10, keeps his life. Now he's on the exit. The reach out comes out, but Marshy takes the win. It's all down to Rehan. He's gotten the majority of kills so far this round, but this would have to be a 1v2. Clock is on his side, especially considering that LG have to sprint to get back to this bomb.
He's gonna hear it though. he should get that sound cue that there's going to be the players right there. And good thing he has a CBR in hand. He picked it up. Timing is going to be on his side. But Marshy's going to be so patient, staying put right there by Bathroom.
Who's done their sacrificial duty to the COD gods? It's Marshy! Holds all the way back towards Bathroom. And he's able to pick out Rian before any action could come through. So LG tested here in the search, but they come through cleanly through overtime, and they take a 2-0 edge in this opening series.
Honestly, it was so doable for Devious to win this, and I feel like the weakest link that I'm seeing here right now, we've seen it on the screen, Zulf with the R9, almost getting those first bloods or getting the trades, but just not hitting his shots. If he had another gun in hand, like an SMG, I feel like he would have had those big essential kills.
It's just so tough to put that onto the table because, honestly speaking, from the playbook's execution standpoint, Devious got what they wanted. They got their shotgun up close and personal in a position that you wouldn't normally expect someone to get to so quickly if you're LG. But the difference of getting into a position and making good use of it is where I think the real kind of stack up ends up faltering for Devious. So LG survived through a search and destroy. Yeah, sure, they're still 2-0 up in the series, but I think the biggest point is, as we were going into the search and destroy, we said Devious, this was kind of a must-win map if you want to have a chance. It's just hard to put together the storylines to figure that this Devious squad can build a reverse sweep against that Ace Best right now.
What a treat this has been so far, and it's just getting closer and closer with every game that we have. A while ago in Hardpoint, we saw it kind of shine through in the first few rotations, and now it's a back and forth pendulum swing here for Search and Destroy. And now taking a look at what we have on the scoreboard, Rihan, we've already said that for Devious, he is the man to look at when it comes to that experience. 16 on the board, kind of the same case for Washi here with 17. So really excited for the scorelines that I'm seeing here going into that control game.
Well, LG do find themselves 2-0 up. Before we jump into the control, Gabby's going to get some mid-round updates here from coach of LG, Hippos, on the stage with Gabby.
Thank you. I did want to take this moment to ask you a couple of questions, Hippo. I know that going into this, you had to make some decisions, Tectonic not playing. Can you tell me a bit about your fielding decision to kick things off?
You know, I think we have 6 really, really strong players that all come from, 2 super teams, and now we've formed this ultimate super team where, honestly, it's hard to think about who to bench, but at the end of the day, we just have to think about, okay, what do we need right now to make sure that we win in NA? And then we'll see how the roster changes up once we get to stage 5. But I think right now we have the best lineup that we could possibly have to win this entire thing.
And you've got more competition to get through before you can make it there to stage 5. When we spoke on Media Day, you discussed the need of Luminosity to not underestimate Devious. That was a very close play on S&D. What's your evaluation of what we just witnessed?
I think we haven't been able to, scrim as much with Devious as much as we'd love to. So, I think for them, they had an element of surprise against us. But in all honesty, as I said before to you, we have to respect them. They're an excellent, excellent team, and they're playing out of their minds right now. Hax and I, their coach, we're just backstage like, dang, they are turning it up. So I'm excited to see what happens in Control Standoff.
I'm sure a lot of the fans watching agree with you in that excitement. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll let you get back to your crew.
It is an interesting conversation point. I'm glad we had a chance in the middle of the series to kind of hear more into why the decision was made. And it kind of reminds me, small shout-outs like of what Zim would often say about his Kings roster in EU. When you've got 6 super capable players, sometimes it is, what do you need immediately upon the day's action?
It really is important. We kind of touched upon it a while ago where the subs really do matter. They shouldn't just be treated as a substitute where, okay, if this person is absent, we're going to be placing that person later on. It's just a matter of, can this person be the final puzzle piece? We know how good Tectonic actually is. We know how good Marshy is. They were both from Tribe in that championship winning roster last year, and it seems like they're making a statement this time around. But this is a map that we already said is a must-win for Devious to try and get this reverse sweep. Not just because, it's their last chance here, but also the fact that they play this map really well.
Yeah, in LG, we have not seen them play standoff control throughout the group stage, so a first taste to see what LG has to offer. Opening gunfights looking decent here for Devious. They'll take an early life advantage and also control the majority of the map. It's pressure from Vague, but he is also a bit absent with the R9. So even though Devious find themselves almost trapped in towards spawn. They do create an exit, and all of a sudden, clock gets stopped every single time a player gets on towards the zone. So it'll stall in a minute as Devious try to make their opening play over towards A.
So yeah, what Devious needs to go through right now is get a tick of progress for each. You won't be able to erase it once that tick is locked down. But we can see here that Devious wants to get that control, wants to get that spawn trap, getting in through blue, but so far they're just going to be stopped at the moment. It's still even when it comes to the lives, but they need to find a way to just put on objectives.
Yeah, great opening here for Devious, just kind of creating some space to work with around the map. Again, for those that are here in the studio that may have not seen Control before, both teams get 30 lives, and 1.5 minutes is on the clock for the offense to try to capture both of these two zones. You successfully do that, you get an extra 60 seconds. And often, the defense on this map in particular holds steep advantages, and you're seeing exactly why. LG all over the middle of the map. Devious created some opportunities and openings, but ultimately speaking, just not a lot of progress being made on either of these two zones. LG quick to respond to the pressure, and the clock will likely expire on Devious's opening attack.
Man, Devious is so good at playing their lives, but at the cost of what? Just losing out those objectives and just have 0 seconds left to try and make it a touch. And Luminosity, just so good when it comes to playing that time into their favor, not allowing Devious to even step on it at all. It's just a matter of, okay, let's just play the defensive side on our favor. And now we're going to be seeing the greatness of Luminosity if they can get this attacking rounds, get those points down on each objective.
Yeah, Band has also been able to earn himself some streaks here for LG, so small advantage for LG's offensive attempt. Again, we swap the sides every single time. Everything is down to can you capture these objectives and find the coveted offensive win. Nice control here from Envy over the top, just spraying players down with the Krig, able to open up some space at mid. Fake trying to get himself on towards the zone, but does get bounced out. Rehan looking for more and finding more. Double for him on the opposite side. Clock still stalled at 1.6 minutes. Still an LG member on the A zone. That gets cleared out, and now Devious's defense gets to work.
Man, Rehan is just so good at defending this A side, able to get rid of 3 players. And when the moment that Band actually touched that A side, that gave information to him to funnel out all of the players right there. Band, again, speaking of, gets a taste of his own medicine, as Rehan is going to be shut down here.
LG, though, find a way on towards the zone. Clock stops at 48 seconds. Devious not in a position to contest this immediately. If they can get this first tick of progress, it will be locked, and they will not have to recapture it again, but easier said than done. 19 plays 17. Clock at 44 seconds. Red making his play from the high ground, not able to double down. Washi staying alive, but cannot double up in his own right, and with that, the clock will continue to tick away in a 14v16. Operators being called in for LG here. Marsh, he tries to go into the War Machine, but only gets one. Vague in the corner does keep a little bit of pressure here at A. The second tick is locked. Sparrow is out for Devious. They're feeling the pressure. They want to clear off this zone and keep the clock ticking, but it's not going to work out. The A zone gets captured. LG now in a 12v12, and they get the extra 60 seconds added to the clock.
And Band is going to try to be a shark in the water, trying to get those kills down, and he's not going to find it, but the rest of his teammates are. They don't need the operators at this moment. They were able to bring it out to capture that A flag. And now Luminosity is going to be having a 3 life advantage. Second tick of progress already down, but Red bringing out a claw of his own, trying to go into for the defense. So far, so good for him, though.
8v5. Devious just stuck, bunkered up on top of the B zone. Luminosity have a chance to threaten from the front. Washi, the only one operator in hand. But Zolf beats him to the punch. His Purifier clears the front steps. 4v6 situation. Trades continue to come out for Devious. Now to the 5v4. Envy in a spot to watch over the middle. He gets smoked out from taking the cross. So his focus goes back over towards the zone. Here come the rest of his teammates directly behind him. And keep your eye on number 3 in yellow just on the minimap. Rehan's trying to make a long route happen around the back. But he needs to be a part of this play because LG are primed and ready to hit this zone.
If he gets the timing right, the pinch definitely going to hurt Luminosity right now.
Oh,
it's speaking up, there you go. He times it right, spots one, tags up another, but that is definitely going to distract LG a little bit. It is still doable, just 1 life in between them.
3v4 situation, numbers with Luminosity just barely so. Double stack on the zone defensively for Zolf and Red. 35 seconds of the clock. Washi's going to pop the Annihilator. Here comes the play to try to break this open, and Marshy takes down 2. It starts with Washi on one side, being the difference maker with the late Annihilator call, and LG will sneak away a late offense and now primed to possibly 3-0 the series.
Man, it is going to be a mano-a-mano. That gunfight's definitely going to be here as both teams have no score streaks or operators to play with. Pure gunfights right here to open things up in round number 3.
Here we go. Envy over the top of the dumpster. Yep, makes safe to play over towards warehouse side. So early advantages for LG defensively. Devious without any tools to use, no operators, no score streaks. This is going to feel very, very difficult for them to just avoid being spawn trapped in the first place. I mean, look at how far forward LG have pushed. Zolf hoping that he can find maybe a piece of timing, and he does take down 2. That opens up some space for him to work with, and more importantly, it alleviates the pressure from his teammates getting spawn trapped out. And on top of that, 2Red has actually gained an opportunity to slide over towards the A zone. Doesn't win the gunfight versus Marshy, but trades are nearby, and Devious can keep the clock stopped at 51 seconds.
Nice. S-Thug and also Zolf able to kind of get rid of that spawn trap that Luminosity was trying to pull up against this team. And Devious looking good so far, and it will be just one life in between them, but just as they're trying to figure out what to do, Luminosity's already there, very much close in your face, and good thing that Devious is winning a majority of the gunfights, just handling their corners really well.
Oh, huge. Pinch gets shut down. Fake can't make a distraction happen around the back, so Devious can keep their focus on towards the zone itself. LG trying to get in towards hotel side, shut down by Zolf. One more in front of him, it's Vague there to meet him. But still, the clock stops, progress being made. 2Red holds his life, wins another elimination, continues to slide back and forth, but does not predict Vague from behind, and the clock continues to tick. Second tick of progress being depleted. On top of that, as Vague continues to hold defensively inside the zone. So Devious so close to locking in the second tick. Now back to square one as they have to break open the site again, and Vague is here to meet him.
Man, I'm starting to think that Rehan's flanks is just taking too much time, and he's just wandering just a little bit too much, where he could have helped his teammate just go in there for that second tick of progress here in Alpha. 7 plays 2 is going to be in your scoreline right now with 6 seconds with no one else even near it. Luminosity secures this. That was a very convincing round here in Control. A 3-0 in the series and here in Control.
I think the thing is, though, as much as LG is going to feel really good about their ability to 3-0 their opening matchup, boy, I'll tell you, this Devious team was fighting.
Yep.
2 different rounds that came down to below 5 lives on either side. The overtime and search and destroy, and what was a solid opening on a very difficult hardpoint for them. I think that this Devious team should not feel too terrible about the result, regardless of the fact that it was a 3-0 overall.
Yeah, that was an impressive display from Devious. Who knew it was going to be a back and forth in firing range, search and destroy, and it was very close also in that Control round number 2, where it just took Washi in that late Annihilator and also Marshy with that big double to close things out for them. Now that must feel good if you are LG. Starting the day off pretty well, but again, I think there's still a lot of things to be done in the drawing board, especially in that search and destroy.
Well, I think the thing too is we're going to have another evaluation. We will later today when LG meets whoever they meet in the upper bracket finals, because Marshy, you know, again, is still going to kind of have that spotlight and maybe even the chip on his shoulder. But LG still looks like the move has worked out. They cruise through their opening matchup. Once again, we head back over towards Gabby on the main stage to give us final thoughts from LG and how they were able to take care of business here in Winners Round 1.
Hey, welcome everyone to the stage. I've got Washi by my side after a victory to kick things off, but I was looking at you while you were playing, and you were even out in the audience saying 3-0 to people, smiling. Tell me a bit about yours and the team's expectations going into this matchup.
This Devious matchup, it was actually pretty exciting. We were first trying to figure out what they were doing against other teams and see if we can obviously play it against them. And so far, as you guys see, by the 3 matches, it worked out pretty well. We ended up 250-100, Hardpoint. S&D was pretty close. Control, we ended up like sweeping them 3-0. And then we plan on doing that for the rest of the tournament.
I do want to dig a little bit more into S&D because I feel like 2Red was playing really well. Is there anyone that was giving you more trouble than anyone else on the opposing side?
2Red, yeah, he was giving us trouble. Who was giving me trouble was S-Thug. S-Thug was really challenging. I think S-Thug's gun skill compared to mine was a lot better. So I think we just got to work on that, on gun skill, teamwork, and then we'll end up winning the whole thing, yeah.
And I know this team in particular has had a lot of hype, a super team coming together, ending the regular season undefeated, but you still have to carry that focus throughout the LAN environment. How do you feel that the experience on this squad is going to play into your performance as you progress through the bracket?
Oh, so yeah, so every single one of us has already played last year, so we already had that intensity and already have that, we're already comfortable on playing on stage, so we won't get nervous. So then just putting us all together, we just gotta bring up that team chemistry, work together, work our best benefits of one another, and then, yeah, that'll be it.
A lot of tools for y'all to play with based on your experience and more. Thanks again for joining me on the stage. Best of luck through the rest of the bracket.
Great stuff there, Gabby, talking to Washi there about the realities on the field. You know, again, what I liked is that she opened that with like, so you're in the crowd, 3-0, blah, blah, blah. And then the last thing he leaves us with is like, yeah, S-Thug just out-gun-skilled me. So like, hot and the other side of humble.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, and this is something that we're probably going to hear across the entirety of today, is for teams like Devious, and I think we could probably say similar things about Team Mayhem coming up, is that they've got a lot of individual skill. The thing is, when you're playing up against a team like LG, you just can't afford to make mistakes as a full-on squad. And I don't want to point to anything in particular and say that Devious were doing that, but it's just that LG picked apart this Devious team at rounds and surge that mattered most, and especially there in key moments at the end of this control in the last few rounds.
So my question, Beef, is that what was the difference in S&D compared to the respawns? Like, eking out that overtime was a big deal, and Hardpoint and Control didn't seem like that.
I know, it's just really, when it comes to these rookie teams, they have an easier time when it comes to S&D because you have a little bit of time to breathe. You saw Devious holding their angles really well, but in a game like Control and Respawn, where the tempo is definitely going to be super hard if you're a rookie, these more experienced teams have an advantage at gaining that composure mid-game.
Well, each match these guys play adds to their experience, so that counts for Devious. It is double elim, so they'll be on the other side. And we'll take a look at the screenshot and we'll see where the teams are lying, because our next matchup determines who Devious goes head-to-head against. Luminosity sitting in that upper bracket final, but coming up after the jump, we've got Tribe Gaming and Team Mayhem going head-to-head. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
beautiful Seattle, Washington. It's PAX West time, and it's COD Mobile time. We've got one of the books so far, but don't worry, a ton of Call of Duty mobile action to be seen. Trust, we're just getting started. Welcome back, it's your boy Doc. We've got Beef Mommy and I Hold Shift in the building. And like we said, we're coming off of a good LG 3-0.
I think the thing too is like, yeah, great 3-0 for LG, but I've got my focus on what's going to happen in that lower round of 2. I think Devious really showed up and put together a heck of a contest. Yeah, Reed's 3-0 in the bracket, but an overtime in Search and winnable rounds in the Control, I think boosts pretty well for the confidence when we're going to be looking at that lower round of 2.
Dude, imagine if Devious was able to do that up against Luminosity. What more Mayhem up against Tribe? And we are in here for a treat. The crowd is just so warmed up. We are definitely so ready to see some more action today here, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't no reason to stick around, so let's jump into it. Head-to-head coming at you, it is going to be the other 2 teams. Tribe Gaming, our 2nd seed, coming up against Team Mayhem, the artist formerly known as Simplicity. Shout out to the squad getting picked up pretty much at that last second after the regular season, but hey man, they deserve it. But their work is certainly cut out for them as they've got Tribe Gaming in front of them, a prolific mobile organization and a prolific team for COD.
Yeah, and that was the big thing, was like when we were getting through stage 3, leading into the North American regionals for stage 4, Tribe at certain points was not represented as an organization, and it was like, what, why? Because there was obviously plenty of talent out there, and like you mentioned, it is a prolific roster, not just overall for COD Mobile, but in mobile gaming period. But I think they did a really nice job of kind of waiting and making sure they have the right roster put together. It looked really solid at the group stage, more so than I think we actually initially expected.
Like, remembering roster mania, it was insane because when we saw the final roster here for Tribe, there were some question marks if we do get to see the likes of Raballo really just performing. You already know that it is 2 players from the Tribe Gaming Champions that are present here today, and so far they've shut down any kind of doubt in the group stage.
And Raballo's got Bryce in space and the rest of the guys alongside of him, and this is a strong team, as we said. You know, when we look at these individual names, Shift, is there a single name that comes to mind?
You know, it's actually really interesting that you asked me the question, because at the beginning of this season, we spent a lot of time kind of having expectations for Jez's 2nd season in competitive action, but he hasn't necessarily been, I would say, the spotlighted player overall. I've actually had a lot of fun watching Solo play. I think he has been, one of the players that has really stepped up his game from last year to this year, and has been a major reason why this Tribe Gaming team has been so good. In particular, in Hardpoint, they were flawless 10-0 through the group stage.
Man, look at that. Look at these teams. They're so badass when it comes to this highlights reel, every single one of them. And we finally see the 4th and final one here. It is going to be Mayhem. They're always close, but not quite. Always bringing down all of those gameplays. So very close, but not able to find those W's that they deserve.
This is a fun story for me. You know, everybody's looking, all eyes on number 1 and number 2. The super team shows up, and then LG does their thing. But this one, Blur's the guy coming up from this number 1 squad. And then everyone else are his new homies. Kings, Pepe, Cartels, AO Rap, and Jesus Saves. Like I said, Blur is the one with the ring from last year, and everyone else wound up on that number 1 or number 2 team, and it was up to him to find this squad.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we put the moniker of like the best of the rest, because these guys came from a different assortment of squads throughout the North American season last year. Jesus was the 6th man for LG, so there's some familiarity there between him and Blur. But the player I've been most impressed by, Raph, dude, he has looked very comfortable when we've seen these guys scrimming so far. I've got a lot of expectations that he could very well be the linchpin for success for this Team Mayhem squad.
I've heard a lot about his movement in particular. That's really what he's doing out here.
Oh man, yeah, he's so good with those respawns. Like, Shift hit it on the head, where when it comes to Hardpoint, he is the guy that you're just looking at when it comes to that movement. Yes, getting those slays down. And you also have on the other side of the coin, you have Jesus Saves. We've already said that he had that experience. It really does show when it comes to games like Search and Destroy and Control as well.
Well, it's a lot of fun kind of chatting about it, but Mayhem also have some words of their own. Let's roll the tape and see what Mayhem's got on their minds. My bad, we've got maps coming at you. That's all on me, and so looks like our first veto is Apocalypse and Summit, and the map number 1 is going to be Takeoff.
This is great news, I think, overall. Just both hard points for the side of Team Mayhem. They were pretty much flawless on Arsenal. They only dropped it once. It was a very tight 230-250, surprisingly, against the Luminosity squad. So I think, again, for an opening, when you talk about a team in Tribe who is the best hardpoint team here, haven't dropped a single map, this is, again, I think, really well targeted in terms of how the vetoes came together and how Mayhem were able to finesse the opening map picks to get themselves onto a takeoff, and then a very comfortable and very rehearsed Arsenal if we get to map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna just a tad bit talk about Arsenal, because this is going to be a really good solid map number 4 for Mayhem, because they have such a good run here in this map. And now we're pouring things over into that search and destroy, where we're going to be starting things with Meltdown, where with Mayhem, they are not looking good here at all. Lost 3 out of 4 games that they had there, but I mean, it was always very close. So that's what we kind of said here in this matchup. They're so close in every game mode. It's just, how can you close this out?
Yeah, I think both teams are going to be happy to see this map set overall. Meltdown, great news for Tribe. Express, great news for Mayhem. Raid's kind of a 50-50. More overall play time for the side of Mayhem throughout the group stage, but the results are not as convincing as you would like to see. 2 of their 3 wins came in round 5 action, and Tribe is also not just a great hardpoint team, they're a great control team. So this one definitely has, based on what we're seeing here in the picks and bans, an opportunity to go 5, with both teams feeling very confident in their own selections, be that either the hardpoint or the search and destroy of their preference.
If it does go 5, I kind of like ending on Express. It's just such a simple, straightforward map. You know, it's been done. How many times you watched Express Shift?
Too many to count. I mean, it's a map. It's been in the pool for. I mean, it's been around for 10 years. So yeah, we've seen plenty of Express. It's timeless.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's a good one to land on. And this one, listen, when we looked at the number 1 and the number 4 seed, yes, Devious is. We're in the middle now. This is 2 and 3, evenly matched up. So this might go that 5. Excited to see some bonus COD. Looking at these players, though, I am eager to see what they're going to eke out here. Last ideas, Beef Mommy.
Oh, this is going to be tight. I mean, if we saw a close matchup, even though, yes, it was a 3-0 a while ago in our first set of matches, this time around, I think we're going to take it down into OTs as well. Round number 5s for control. And again, it suits both teams when it comes to the map selection.
Well, we got a little bit of time real quick. Players kind of fixing things and getting set up. So, remember when I told you we had a video with Mayhem? We got it, boys. Let's roll that tape.
We were feeling pretty confident, but we had some issues. I was playing on hotspot, so I tried my best, and we won.
So when we were going into it, we were genuinely confident, and we knew we were going to win. That wasn't even the question. The main question was, can we execute what we've been practicing optimally and correctly? And in some ways we did, for sure. In other ways, like the hard point, we definitely choked. So going into this playoffs, we have come out a lot more cleaned. We've been cleaning up a lot more. So I think the results should be pretty different in that aspect, but time will tell.
But we pulled through at the end, and I had a VOD. It was a good learning for us. But we should be good though. They fixed up the patches in that game.
These are strong rookies, and they're gonna perform really well.
It's made me play well. So when they play their role, I play my role. It all works good at the end.
Seems like it's one of those events that Team Mayhem are coming in and saying business as usual, even though they come in as the overall number 3 seed. And the thing is, even though these teams, again, because the round robin form, they all played each other, the last time these two teams met was all the way back in week number 1. So even though the result was a 3-0 for Tribe back then, this Team Mayhem squad has had more than enough time to get themselves prepped up for this second matchup.
And this is what we like about this longer format, is these are completely different teams back in day number 1 or even week number 2. There's just so much time in between them when it comes to kind of curating their own team. So the question always was, can Luminosity, especially a while ago, be still that staggered number 1 team? Tribe Gaming is just slowly creeping in right there. Tribe also going to be a really huge statement here for takeoff, as well as Mayhem will be on the not so favorable side of this map.
Oh, we'll see how things go. I think everyone who is an avid COD Mobile fan is going to be seeing this and having immediate PTSD flashback to what Tribe did to LG on this map. It was a beatdown, and all of us were left scratching our heads, but the opening year, very positive for Team Mayhem. Again, the new banner, the new branding, looking really clean. First 15 seconds is theirs, and on top of that, some smoke will embellish the cross, and Tribe did not have an entrance to immediately contest.
But Raph is going to be able to get those essential gunfights down to kind of just slow down the push from Tribe, but as I said that though, they're able to get just a tiny bit of points down. Team Mayhem, on the other hand, still just controlling this P1 very well, especially looking at where Jesus Saves is at. He is very much primed in position for that next set of rotation.
Yeah, Spawn's a little all over the place for Tribe, and in the midst of all the chaos, they actually do a really nice job of isolating some gunfights and getting themselves back on for some key time to make sure this game does not quite get out of hand early. Looking at the status of the minimap, though, as we look to take our attention over towards the bottom left of the minimap, the next hardpoint shows there that we'll be opening up over towards stadium side. Tribe winning the gunfights on exit. They will sustain the left side of the minimap. Often a conversation of, is that actually the favorite side? It does get you proximally to the hardpoint first, but as Team Mayhem try to find a way to break through the exit, they've got a lot of space to work with, and now all of a sudden they're threatening on all fronts.
You get to see Jesus Saves always trying to get that spawn that we're saying right now, but we already saw it a while ago, Tribe Game. They don't need those spawns. They know how to break it, especially when it comes to overwhelm and when it comes to that firepower. Although when it comes to Mayhem, they need to find a way to control it very well when it comes to those spawns, and they are winning the gunfights in the front side.
Oh, massive double up from the side of Jesus Saves, and Team Mayhem, they get their break on forward. They've got themselves a 10-point cushion and more kills on top of that. Cartel's cleaning up some space and even putting a little bit of pressure on towards Tribe spawns. Really well done here from Team Mayhem. I mean, in terms of kind of the status of the opening of the hardpoint, maybe not as comfortable as we would have liked, but they have definitely provided the action needed to grow a bit of an early cushion. 13 seconds of scrap time still to fight for, and you can see the minimap. Tribe Gaming have already conceded the majority of this and rotated over towards 3.
Raph already there for that early rotation, so that's going to be good. And so far, he is not going to win that gunfight, but good thing for Mayhem, they do have one more player trying to be situated right there, and Cartel's unfortunately going to go down. And that is definitely a question mark coming in from Team Mayhem as who is going to be their 5th man. It looks like it will be Cartels to provide that firepower for them.
Well, this will be Team Mayhem with the operator advantage early with how the status of this game has gone, and they're already popping off the clock trying to break this hardpoint opening very quickly, and oh boy, will they ever. 3 straight kills come through. Tribe Gaming spawn on bottom right side of the map, not where you want to be. And all of a sudden, Tribe, they're looking to kind of force the play, but they're late to the party here. Kings able to get the Annihilator out. The War Machine also here for Blur, and Team Mayhem are throwing the kitchen sink at Tribe Gaming early in this match. An opportunity for them to really blow open the lead. And it looks like with these couple of kills, they're going to feel pretty comfortable to do just that. 50-point, the current gap, and Tribe Gaming have really spent quite a bit trying to work their way through, not finding much at all.
Mayhem also have the more favorable spawns by Jenny. It also allows them for an earlier rotation in through P4. They're very much aware that there's going to be a lot of Tribe Gaming members coming in from mid-side into that left side spawn, and they're just doing a phenomenal job at getting those exit frags.
All right, this is just about as perfect as it gets when it comes down to a rotation overall. Team Mayhem will clean up the majority of the scrap time, and now they hold favor over the top of our final hard point here at the top left side of the map. They had spent a lot of their operators, though, so an opportunity for Tribe to kind of use some uncontested. War Machine, Claw, all being spent. Cartels takes down a double, making sure the front door stays completely contested. Tribe trying to zone off the rotations to come back in. Predator Missile comes in for Jesus Saves, trying to open up space for Cartels to continue to work by himself in the hard point. He only finds one, though, and Tribe. It's an expensive hit, but it does work out. They secure their break.
Yeah, I mean, the pinch definitely worked out for Tribe. They were very much patient into waiting everyone else there for a full flood into the pinch, and now they finally get a hold of that hard point. And now we do get to see that Mayhem going to be spawning off into that left side of the map, and it will be guarded by that one player from Tribe. That will be Space, trying to cut that connection off in through mid, trying to stop that pinch from happening.
Really clean stuff here from Tribe. This is how they would, I'm sure, very much so preferred to cut back into this deficit early. Space feeling like he has to make a play to lock in this scrap time, does use the Sparrow, works out nicely. He's also building towards some score streaks. Cruise Missile earned an opportunity to possibly open up even more time and space around this opening hard point as we jump back over towards the middle of the map. And yeah, absolutely. Red Missile may not connect for any kills, but it forces everybody from Team Mayhem in behind cover, and Tribe Gaming have now stretched together the end of P4 and the beginning of P1.
That was beautiful because, yes, that Freddy did not get the kill, but gave enough information to Tribe where everyone else from Mayhem was, and they were at Jenny's side. It was Space and Solo. Information was given to them, and they were able to get that kill, and also just cut any kind of rotation coming in from Mayhem, and so far they have a solid lockdown here for P1.
117 plays 88, 30 seconds on the clock. Team Mayhem working their way off the spawn, trying to find a way to contest, but Sakin locks everything up for a little while longer. 4 in a row for him, now earning his claw. Don't expect to see it here. He's just hoping and praying someone lines into the line of fire he was already put riding, but could not quite find any more connections. With that, Team Mayhem break immediately right back into the hard point, and they're looking for more. Trying to stretch across the map, make their way over towards P2. Jesus up top, already in a position trying to contest any early time in case Tribe sneak in a couple extra spawners, but the favor for Team Mayhem will likely lead to them having proximal spawns close towards P2.
It was essential for Space to win that gunfight, and even though Sakin went down, he spawned right beside just because Space won that gunfight up against Mayhem. So even though there was an early rotation from both of these teams, it was Tribe winning those gunfights now as they slowly try to get a hold and have a really good position here. Not just that, bringing out the War Machine, but he does take himself out.
Oh, Jazz, oh, he misses the shot with the Annihilator, gets punished for it, and now all of a sudden Team Mayhem from the front have not just survived through operator usage from Tribe, they're starting to gain some of their own. They're really locking this hard point in. Purifier, Claw, all at the ready, all being spent. Team Mayhem come on top of a number of kills. Spawn stat is still decent though for Tribe. Solo gets himself a double, can take his focus back towards the hard point. Focus around the back does keep things a bit distracted, and Team Mayhem will hold on with still 13 seconds to fight for.
A quick solo hold from Solo allowed Tribe Gaming to just spawn right beside him. Just provided a little bit of pressure down, but it is still Mayhem coming up on top here in P2. Rotation gonna come through from 3 players already from Team Mayhem. 2 players trying to get that Jenny control. Unfortunately, both go down. It is only up to that 1 player left, that is Blur, to try and make a connection.
Raph looking to work over the top side of the map. SMG in hand, works out. He's starting to really streak things together. Tribe hold on to the hard point though. Solo, Purifier. And he's able to kind of at least reign supreme for now. Team Mayhem finding a couple of the kills. They're gonna have a chance to threaten this. They're trying to play through Jenny's side. Solo most focused on the front. But as kills start to come through, he changes and moves his way towards the back door. That'll work out for another kill, and Tribe will hold on to the first 30 seconds. No operators at the ready for Team Mayhem. They're gonna have to do this the hard way.
I love how Jez is going to be positioned outside of the hard point, just trying to get those rotational gunfights in through mid, and so far he's going to be winning all of those, and that just allows Tribe Game to have an even more solid control here in P3, especially in that rotation into P4 as well, as we do get to see that Mayhem is trying as hard as they can to get those scrap points. They finally get to do so.
Oh, Jesus. He sees Space spawn up right in front of him. I don't think anyone expected it, let alone Space, who still finesses the gunfight for a win. He will get taken down on rotation. New set of spawns will open as the lock will also allow teams to start earning time here again on our 4th hard point. Mayhem, the first squad technically in, but Tribe do have numbers nearby. Kill's not coming through though, at least not convincingly enough. Raph trying to finesse his life on the interior. Trades coming through, and again, Team Mayhem win the rotation into P4.
Essential gunfights being won by Mayhem on the front side, and they're also applying that pressure on that left side spawn as well. As we do get to see Cartels bringing out the Purifier, just flushing out all the players, and Jesus saves as well, helping out his teammates, and is going to be blue right here. 31 seconds left on the clock, and Mayhem still extend their lead.
Yeah, and you've got Kings with the Annihilator trying to help over towards the cross. Rapallo trying to funnel in these War Machine shots, just can't quite get it done. The trophy system eating up a lot of those projectiles, and as Jesus starts to think maybe there's one more hit, he'll pop the Sparrow, and he takes down 4. Not even fully done yet. Tribe actually looking to contest this one last time to get some high ground control, but it doesn't quite work out, and the late operator call for Mayhem is great, and I don't mean to make it sound like a footnote, but Cartels is roasting. He's on 47 freaking kills at a 222 to 154. He is having it his way right here against Tribe.
He is beaming, and it really is important to have this player. And even though he was a last-minute selection in through that week number 4 in challenge, it seems like he's a solid player to have. And now as we're making our way in through that next hill, Mayhem still touching the point just a tad bit, and Tribe Gaming needs to find a way to step on it because the points are so far away.
There will be an operator economical advantage here for Tribe, considering how much Team Mayhem spent, but again, the cost was definitely worth it, as now they have a chance to possibly just put this game out of reach. Raph is making problems happen on rotation here, just kind of creating nuisance problems with the Claw. He does only get one taken away, but win conditions still here. Tribe have to spend everything just to hold on and see another hard point. Kills come through, but the cushion, they can only allow 7 total points to come through, and they have to earn another 80 of their own.
Sagan brings out the claw, able to flush out that P1, and Jez has an operator to play with as well, but you do get to see that Mayhem is already primed in position here for P2, and you do get to see that player number 1 in from Kings trying to make a connection here into the right side, and this is where we get to see Mayhem put on the driving force.
Jez and Solo, the only operators left alive. Annihilator already out. Contested goes the second hard point. But Mayhem, proximal spawns allows them to reinforce more often. 247 to 248 now, and it's just down to get anyone try to actually touch the contestants in, but it doesn't matter. Jesus saves, comes around the back for the flank, and Team Mayhem steal away one of Tribe's best hardpoint maps and gives them their first hardpoint loss in Stage 4.
What a statement, and definitely that almost but not quite. That is definitely not this team anymore. Mayhem just is so good when it comes to playing their operators, the rotations, and they were on the driver's seat majority of the time when it comes to this takeoff matchup. It was Tribe that was trying to play catch-up.
It's just so wild to see, and again, this is one of those moments where we talked about this Team Mayhem squad. They provided everything we needed to see for them to come into this event and be a contender. The thing is, when we were here watching these guys warm up, scram over the course of the last couple of days, I would look up at the scoreboard every now and again and see things like this, where Cartels is at 45 kills with still so much of the map up to play. I'm telling you, Rap is probably one of the more cracked out members movement-wise that we have here at the event, and it looks like Team Mayhem have really started to get comfortable with one another, as again, the biggest storyline here is that they surprised Tribe Gaming on one of their best hardpoint maps, and it's their first hardpoint loss of Stage 4.
Zooming out just a tad bit, even when it comes to the operator usage, Mayhem had an answer to Tribe's operators every single time. We only did get to see Tribe bring it out, I think it was P4, and they weren't able to just efficiently sustain it, knowing very well that they have more of that operator usage. It is such a great way for Mayhem to show up here in this first game, and I really like to see it, especially knowing that Cartel's able to slay out, looking like the pieces of the puzzle are finally fitting in together.
It's just wild that, again, based on how the maps were selected, I don't think either team was going to be upset to see the two hard points that we have. Takeoff and Arsenal both are really strong maps for both these two teams. But considering the last thing we had to really kind of taste what Tribe brought to Takeoff was a beatdown on LG, 250 to like 35. The fact that they just get beat up in their own right on one of their stronger maps is a huge surprise. But with that in the mix, the conversation moves over to Meltdown for the Search and Destroy. Again, another playground here for Tribe. It's their most played Search and Destroy, but the results not as convincing as you would think. They played it 5 times, and they're 3-2 on it in the group stage that we had when we were back in Poland.
Yeah, it is really quite impressive to note down the meltdown of Mayhem. Yes, they lost their one and only meltdown map, but it was just so close up against Devious. On the other side of things, Tribe on their first day, yes, granted, it was a long time ago, lost their one and only S&D back then before they saw Luminosity. It was a 4-7 up against DICE, so it is looking kind of shaky when it comes to their S&D gameplay, knowing very well on the other end of things, LG versus Devious a while ago, it was down to the wire, so I'm expecting the same here.
The thing is, when you kind of lay out both of these two teams and you look at their head-to-head side by side, the only real major favor you have is to talk about Tribe's hardpoint. Neither team has been significantly great at Search. Even during things like interviews throughout the group stage, we even heard from Tribe that they're not feeling particularly confident in their Search and Destroy. Their map pool is very limited. So this kind of feels like a 50-50 map, even though, like we continue to talk about, Tribe has put a lot of playtime in competitiveness on this map overall. It just doesn't necessarily boast an opportunity for us to sit there and say, like, oh yeah, for sure Tribe take this map, and we go 1-1 into the third map.
You're also taking a look at individual players at this moment where they need to make a play. First Blood's definitely going to be essential, and also when it comes to that mid-map control is definitely going to be very essential here in S&D.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Team Mayhem on the offense for the first half. Tribe Gaming looking to get things going defensively. A little double stack over towards A. They're opening up a lot of vacancy through mid. The only player to contest would be Solo with a shotgun, so he'll hold in towards Boiler. Space also at long range with the UL will be playing up towards Nest, but there's not a chance for him to contest, and Team Mayhem will get a free plant. 5v5 retake on the way. Solo gets a read on one player in towards mid, but can't really make too much out of it. And this is slowing down the retake pretty considerably. Sure, Jesus gets taken down. Sagan actually takes down one more deep, and that leads to now all of a sudden an opportunity for Tribe to flood, and What has happened here? Team Mayhem had a very comfortable post-plant setup, and they only get a single kill when it really didn't even matter.
Yeah, it's just really just losing those gunfights. Even though you're in really great positions, it's just did not work out for them at that moment. So yeah, Mayhem, that is a pretty good setup after that plant down, and I feel like Raph will be that first line of contact, knowing very well that Tribe had so many players, 3 of them funneling in through mid. And now, as we go into our second round, it is going to be a different case here for Team Mayhem, where, yes, it's still a B-side, but they're going to be pushing down one player very much deep.
Oh, Solo just full scented. YOLO right through mid. He had a little bit of assistance out of Seiken, who was sniping from doorway to doorway, but that is a bold opening challenge, and it works out beautifully for Tribe. Turns that into a second kill, but the response from Team Mayhem just as formidable. In fact, they've now turned it to a 3v2 situation with numbers favoring them and more kills to come. Last one left as a pistol wielding Forsaken, and everyone knows exactly where he's at.
Man, great response coming in from Mayhem. And I was looking at player number 2 in Mayhem. It was Blur. He was on the upper left side of the map, close to that alpha side. And when he got that information, was quick to rotate. And that is the most essential thing that you have here. Seiken, though, still left in that 1v1. 35 seconds left on the clock. Is going to be a little bit tricky. But, I mean, we've seen miracles happen in this meltdown matchup. Seiken needs to go and push it.
Tough scenes. Everyone's just stacked up. There's just no way he pulls this off. Surely not. First shot, an impressive one. Time an issue. Pistol almost works out. Holy. Definitely a chance, but again, very difficult to work through that 1v3. The bomb planted against you. And with that, Mayhem, brilliant bounce back after some very early aggression from Tribe that really, honestly, was working out nicely.
Yeah, it worked out in round number 1. It sort of worked out in round number 2, but Mayhem just picked up the pace again, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be aggressive after the plant. And now, full send coming in from Bravo. 4 meets 2 players of Tribe, and it will be no one in through mid for Mayhem.
Little feel out here from Blurt. Team Mayhem opting to give away Boiler Room as they will once again have an early plant. Should surely know that there's going to be a retake through mid. And they're going to confirm that information here. Space trading off one, but the rest of the Team Mayhem post plant in a very beautiful position. Solo changing things up, but he only connects with the arms of one, so the shotgun doesn't quite fully work out. Space now working on the last 1v2. Time against him. Shots not quite there either, as Kings will clean things up, and it's back-to-back rounds for Team Mayhem.
Great call for Mayhem. They found a way to turn things around and just slowly adjusting, not giving anyone there in that boiler room. Usually you do get to see one player there. That's usually Raph with the R9 in hand. They learned their lesson and they're doing these micro adjustments already every single round. Same case here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. B push coming in from Mayhem.
There is a lot of Tribe members ready for this, though. Counter flashes work out. Raph gets completely concussed up. Easy finish as Rabalo finds first blood. And this has also put a huge halt into the Team Mayhem approach over towards B. At least so you would think. But they're still going to allow Cartels to get on and get a plant. Does he get away, though? That's the bigger question, as Space is just riveting him with bullet holes. Small slide out, but Cartel's down to a single point of health. Cannot stand tall against it. It all rests with Jesus Saves. Has to live up to his moniker, and no, only gets one. Convincing response here from Tribe defensively, just kind of fighting fire with fire over the top of the B site.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, Tribe Gaming had a very solid response going in through that right side, and both teams are already kind of performing, knowing very well that mid is going to be a little bit tricky. Mayhem kind of just left that door open, and Tribe Gaming this time around able to go in, something similar that we saw in round number 1, and now a different look coming in from Mayhem this time. A site is going to be very much aggressively taken.
Yeah, this is all about what can Forsaken see. If he can get a kill and get away, that would be miraculous, but actually it's Solo right through mid, just slides into the site, only finds one. Raph there to trade him out, and the kills will allow Kings and the rest of the Team Mayhem squad a chance to plant. Kings is potentially under trouble here, though, as he doesn't have a lot of help around the back. Jez finessing, no, not gonna work out. Shotgun from Blur puts together the kill. And now it's on to what can this Tribe Gaming retake actually do from the front. Oh my, Rabalo nearly breaks an ankle and finds a second kill, but doesn't work out. And now it's just down to Space, who tries to hop it. There's the double chail, perfectly read by Team Mayhem, and the post plant works out again.
I like how they changed the pace here this time around. First time they went in through that A side. And even though they lost that first blood in Solo, he actually goes in there a little bit too aggressively and gets traded out, essentially just evening out the playing field for Tribe Gaming. And now, same case here. It will be an A push, but it seems like a different kind of look where they're going to be holding more of a mid presence.
Yeah, this may not be a full commitment. You've got double trophies down, a bunch of nades, but Team Mayhem are actually trying to focus on the middle of the map, and it's really not working out at all. A couple of trades will allow them entry back in towards A, and the kills following were actually beautifully well put together. Again, it looked like Tribe off the opening was in a great spot to respond to this, and Solo can still contest at the worst. Oh my goodness, Solo, a little turn and burn. Oh, okay. So now down to the 1v2. Raph caught mid, still finds the first kill. Now to the 1v1. It's Rabalo on the corner, pistol out, but Rabalo has the gun up. Not going to be surprised, and we'll end the first half 3-3 as we swap the sides.
Ooh, tough gunfights right now. Tribe Gaming now on the attacking side, where they definitely favorite a very strong attacking team in Search and Destroy. And now they responded well, but definitely they need to have any kind of lead whatsoever. It is going to be a fast push in through Bravo, getting that information down, chucking down all the util they can get.
And Jesus is trying to play forward here. He's going to have help through the middle of the map, but he has to keep his life backside of these generators, and he does at least go 1 for 1. Not bad news here for Team Mayhem, but a lot of recovery still needs to happen with Tribe Gaming owning the site and now looking to plant. Split focus from Mayhem's retake. Kings on one side, the rest of the team playing through mid or around the more traditional defensive side of the map. And Kings clean shots. Goodness, Jez just gets eliminated, destroyed, and Kings turns it into a double around the back. Now it's down to Tribe trying to hold this from right inside the site. Solo gets the first, slips away. May have a sound cue, could turn this into a double, but no, gets turned on. And with that, Team Mayhem's retake works.
Beautiful gameplay by Kings, getting that long wraparound, just trying to provide so much space, clearing out a lot of those angles, getting that double kill. Solo could have easily had a double of his own, but the gunfights in that particular round being won by Mayhem. They were trying to go in there for all 3 entrances and just waited for Kings to get that kill.
Electric first round of this second half. Tribe still trying to keep the gas pedal down. Moving pretty quickly over towards B this time. There will not be any aggression from Jesus Saves. He's just looking to play contact at safe distances, maybe toss a couple of nades, maybe get lucky. Thing about it is the nades will not fully connect, and Rabalo will get a free plant. Take a look at the minimap though. Team Mayhem looking to put together a retake around the back. What is that nade from Raph? That's through the middle of the map, and it lands before the bomb can get planted. So now we've got a 5v3 situation, and Tribe, who I'm sure were thinking post-plant for days, now they've got to play recovery to even get the bomb back in the first place.
Mayhem just getting so much space, but Solo could be in a really good spot to get all 3 kills right now. He times it right, and it is going to be essential for that pinch in the last 2 remaining players from Tribe Gaming, but King's able to get that read off, and wow, Mayhem looking phenomenal here.
I mean, that had to have been a sliver away from the bomb being planted, but Raph from mid cooks up a perfect grenade and gets 2, stopping the plant and turning it into a very comfortable 5v3 defensively. And now up 5-3. Tribe are kind of forcing the square peg into the round hole. Similar setup here. This time Solo tries to change things up by playing through tunnel. Not going to work out. Cartel's there to meet him. And you have to be thinking, if you're Rabalo, you're like, I just don't want to get naded here again. This time he does get the bomb planted. But numbers with Team Mayhem. Opening shots from Cartel's decent. Just can't quite finish the kill. It's just down to can Tribe actually hold this with 4 members all on top of the site. Nade does a lot of damage, sliding through. Jez, kill comes through quickly, holds his life. Raph looking to double up, gets crossed up, and hold on a second. Tribe are putting together quite the hold. Blur opens up, but the clock is starting to tick. 17 seconds on the clock, couple more kills coming through. Blur still stuck in the middle of the map, but he gets the kill with enough time for the defuse to come in.
Mayhem just dealt with that so well. Even though, yes, there was like 20 seconds left on the clock, they won all of their gunfights on 3 areas of the map that it was important to try and funnel in through Bravo. And it was really important. Even though the Tribe brought down the bomb, it just was not enough for them to deal with the firepower that Team Mayhem definitely brought down to the table. And now it looks like they want to go for that A side, but Mayhem knows that so well that Bravo is just not working out.
This is the definition of a blind counter here from Team Mayhem. Trophies on both sides. Opening shots from Forsaken Rabalo work out for first blood. Entrance is gained, but Raph through the middle of the map again. This time by the CBR. gets another double, and with that, it's just straight
wow.
gas, no brakes. Team Mayhem wipe the floor on their defensive half to the tune of a 7-3 search win. And no, do not adjust your monitors. They are up 2-0 on Tribe Gaming.
Oh my goodness, that was such a good search and destroy, and now it's looking like a very solid and well put together team of Team Mayhem. Tribe tried to look certain looks, but didn't work out in Bravo every time they were on the attacking round, and I feel like it was just so readable the moment that they wanted to switch gears in through Alpha, and Mayhem rid that to perfection.
And the woes that we had for Tribe Gaming and Search and Destroy through the group stage have not really been alleviated in any form based on that first appearance. And initially, you know, defensively speaking, I thought Tribe was putting together a pretty good option when it came to really doing a lot to evolve some plays through middle. It just ended up being the situation that I'm remembering back to when we saw Tribe on this map previously. When they get beat, it's like they just don't know what they want to do from the offensive side. And I think that's, once again, something that we can easily say, considering they didn't win a single offense or hold a single post play.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of shows, and especially knowing very well that they had a difficult time here up against Luminosity Gaming. It's the same case around here on the offensive side, which is very surprising. Here in this particular map, they just don't go and provide all of those plays that we're usually seeing from this team. And now we're gonna give credit where credit is due, and Kings just slowly going up the ladder. And we always talk about Raph, Cartels, Blur, and Jesus Saves, right? But Kings is a name that we still have yet to see perform. Him being that top fragger for his team here in Search and Destroy is definitely making a really good statement.
Well, with that, again, we find ourselves quickly to a 2-0 tally. This one a bit surprising compared to the last time. But we do have an interview ready as Gabby is with Bolu down on the floor, seeing what exactly is going wrong with this Tribe team right now.
You can kind of like look at me if you want to look. Hey everyone, I wanted to speak to Bolu after what we just witnessed on the stage so far. Last time Tribe faced off against Mayhem, it was a 3-0 for Tribe, but things are going a little differently this time around. Thoughts on how you're going to make the bounce back?
Yeah, I agree. It's much different than we expected, but Tribe is known for coming back in difficult positions, so I think it's important for the team to stay relaxed and play their game.
And you have so much history, not just with Tribe, but so many of the players playing on the stage throughout this entire event. How does that help you in terms of insight when facing off against your opponents?
Yeah, it gives insights, but I can also say they played it with us also, so I think it's equal, but I'm not playing, so I don't really have much insights in how I play, so it's okay.
Any different takeaways now that you are standing back behind the stations?
I think it's much more nerve-wracking watching than actually playing.
I've heard that a lot from coaches, right? So you handling the nerves all right?
Yes, of course. I'm doing well.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Bolu brings up a really solid point. I mean, Tribe is no stranger to adversity, at least by organizational name. Again, the biggest thing about it, and for those that may be tuning in and seeing this for the first time, these are your defending world champions by name of brand only. The roster is not the same that it was back last fall, so there is still a proving point here, and even though, again, the Tribe name has gone through some very difficult moments, this is new to them being down 2 maps so quickly in a critical series.
I was going to say, it is a critical time right now to pick up the points, and it's looking like they're a little bit shaky here. And I feel like for Team Mayhem, it's kind of similar to what Devious was experiencing a while ago, where they have nothing to lose, question mark, but it's looking like they are the top dog in this matchup. They found their pace, and they have that motivation to just prove everyone wrong, especially knowing that it was so close when it comes to every series back in that challenge in Poland. It definitely is a step up and also a boost in confidence winning these 2 matchups. And now we're going into Control, where it is Raid, where we do get to see Mayhem. This is a really good map choice for them.
It is, and that was, again, when we were looking at the initial vetoes and pick selection through the map process. Yeah, I think both teams, you look at a certain map mode combination, you say this is our map, this is their map. But this, I mean, again, as a swing map often comes, you would hope to see something a little bit more favorable towards Tribe, considering we have to somehow build the narrative towards a reverse sweep. This would be the hardest map, I think, for them to possibly take of the next 3. So it's obviously it starts here with this raid, but I still think overall, this is not a favorable map set that you look at and say for Tribe, yeah, absolutely you could reverse sweep this, because Team Mayhem still have some heavy-handed maps to come. So we'll see how it all fares. Tribe Gaming will be on the defense first and foremost. Again, if you're unfamiliar with control here in the venue, 5 rounds, first to 3. You get 30 lives to start at 1:30 on the clock. The offense has to capture both zones, and if you do that, you will add an extra 60 seconds per full zone captured. Let's see how it fares with Team Mayhem on the opening offense.
Taken goes down in an essential area of the map that is top laundry to try and defend that push from Mayhem. And now, as he failed to do so, there will be backup right there, so they can find a lot of these engagements trying to defend this side, and it is still Mayhem getting those points down. Second tick of progress already going down, but will be contested by Solo.
Yeah, huge retake from Tribe. Only giving away the first tick of progress. Again, since the second was not locked in, the defense can deplete the progress that has been made. But look at the quick rotation here for Mayhem. They say job done at B. Off the spawn, they full flood with the cover of smoke over towards the A zone. First tick of progress being worked out. A couple of opening kills allows a chance for that status to sustain. Raph in the corner, Forsaken at range. He's going to be naded out of position. Raph looking for the follow-up, but again, Mayhem just all over the map, and this is about as convincing as you are going to see when it comes to an offense towards A.
Wow, util usage coming in from Mayhem is so good. Jesus played his life so well, getting those kills down, just trying to get as much information and try to kind of confuse Tribe just a tiny bit. Third tick of progress already on lockdown. Second tick of progress as well on the other side of things. And Team Mayhem is just on it here in this control as they secure that A objective.
There's the extra 60 seconds, and for what it's worth, 2 minutes of total time to capture the second zone is a ton of time. It's going to feel like a year that Tribe have to fight off. And in the same moment, they're still down in overall life count as well. So a lot of things working against Tribe at the moment, but to be fair, they are setting themselves up pretty nicely to respond to any further pushes over towards B, but Blur getting a little bit of art control and letting Tribe know about it. I mean, he's got plenty of ammunition in the Kilo, and he spent most of it lighting up the body of Tribe members around as here comes Team Mayhem on their break attempt.
Well, to be fair, they're keeping the lives pretty close down, and it's still not over for Tribe to win this defensive round. Mayhem needs to find a way to push as a team. They are winning these gunfights one-on-one, but Jesus saves, able to get that double, essential for his team. And it's all Tribe giving all into one side of the map. That is top laundry.
5v9. Opportunity for Team Mayhem to possibly spend operators if they need it, but ideally they'd like to do it cleanly, and boy, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, and Raph is trying to really bring that to play. A little bit stuck though at ring, and hold on a second. Tribe have fought this back. 3v5 situation. Rapallo has called out a war machine that will likely just be generally avoided by the side of Team Mayhem, or so it should. Nades being cooked and tossed in towards the B zone. Damage dealt, but Jez stays alive. Rapallo, only a couple of shots left. Not able to connect with more than just the first, but it gets into a 3v4. Hit around the back. Jesus looking to make a play off the flank. Tribe very aware that this is a potential play. And it's just down to, do Team Mayhem pop something here? Because they're not winning a gunfight, and now all of a sudden with 30 seconds, they've lost all of this setup from the front.
Mayhem are now all of a sudden backed into a corner, and Rapallo is in a really good spot to try and fight that flank. Jesus saves, brings out the Sparrow, but denied. Gets the kill though, but is still essentially denied of that Sparrow. A 2v2 situation, 15 seconds left on the clock. 2 ticks of progress. 1v1 situations being happening right now in this map, and Cartels win it. It is a 1v1.
Cartels around the back, holding the clock at 9 seconds. Seiken over the top, looking to make contact. There it is, and oh, Seiken with the claw out. Beams him off the heady, and Tribe sustained through 2 minutes of defense at B to get the opening round win.
Goodness, those last-minute operators, and Tribe just got the best of him by just a sliver. And now we're going to be switching things around. As you already know, we're going to be switching sides when it comes to the attacking and the defensive side. Team Mayhem now will be on the defense.
Nice opening chaos and barrage here from the SMGs of Team Mayhem, being supported by Blur's War Machine deep, and yep, everybody will tally kills. Forsaken up top, no, nothing to do there. War Machine absolutely tilting the favor early for Team Mayhem, and now Raph has got the claw out towards Tribe Gaming spawn at Garage. So extra damage to the life count already being really enveloped here for Team Mayhem. Jez does get the shutdown, but a 6-life advantage and already 40 seconds off the clock as Tribe are struggling to find any footing over towards this offensive zone at B.
Taken opens things up for them in that A side by poolside. Has to worry only just about one player right there in through money room. And now as they're trying to go in there, they're going to be met by 2 more players right in through basketball. So right now, Tribe Gaming kind of struggling to find their footing. And even though they won those essential gunfights, a little bit slow when it comes to that rotation.
Yeah, really smart rotation here from Jesus as well, just to kind of play around the backside of this Tribe hit. It actually blocks the spawns and it keeps the reinforcements from Tribe at bay. 22 seconds on the clock. Blur in trouble. Does get taken down by Jez, who can stop the clock by getting on towards the B zone, but he is by himself looking for help. And an annihilator will be called just as he tries to keep his life. First shot will land. Jesus up top, thinking about the contest, but he's the only defender here. And with Team Mayhem still being tested over by A, they're likely gonna have to concede this, add an extra 60 seconds to the clock for Tribe, and then hopefully just live with these last 5 lives. But hold on a second, they're getting caught in the middle of the map, and Tribe all of a sudden not fully engaged over towards this B zone. Second tick being contested. Jesus tilts the turns again, and 14 plays 5. Team Mayhem looked like they should cruise to a defensive response.
Absolutely. It's just definitely going to be really hard with just 6 seconds left on the clock with no map control whatsoever from Tribe Gaming. And that should seal the deal for Mayhem to get their defensive round in order. But we saw how close things were on their attacking round. It was down to those last-minute operators from both teams to make that decision. And now we're looking at the economy of both of these teams. I'm pretty sure that Mayhem is going to have 1 operator on the ready. Tribe already have 2, so it's a matter of when are they going to use that.
Team Mayhem off the second offensive attempt. Make their way over towards B. Raballo just trying to connect with something with the War Machine, but it's not working out at all. Team Mayhem don't drop a single life off the breakoff. They go 4 for nothing. Raph looking to get up top into Laundry. Shut down by Forsaken. Gives Tribe maybe a chance to defend the rest of this B zone. And Jez, yep, he feels like he's got an opening, but Cartel shuts him down. No follow-up from Forsaken. He's going to be kept at bay, and even beyond that, Blur will wallbang him out. So again, an early extra 60 seconds tally. You thought 2 minutes was impressive. How about 2:20, says Mayhem on their 3rd round.
Not just that, 4 operators on the ready for Mayhem, and definitely going to be very much sustainable into that rotation in through Alpha. They're winning majority of the gunfights, not even having their operators out in through mid, and definitely Kitchen is a point of contention if you want to go in there for that Alpha control. Raph wins 2 essential gunfights. Jez gets the read on him though, able to turn around, and Raph gets that.
Dude, there's just not a gunfight on the map that Raph doesn't want. And now 21 plays 15. They can smell blood in the water. Claw is out. Raph is getting to work. Down towards the low ground, he even finds another. Raph even bounced to get Jez. It's just sheer destruction. Team Mayhem unrelenting over the top of the A site. They're spending everything, and why not? The morale for Tribe Gaming's got to be in the gutter, and all they need are the final 5 lives to fall, and Team Mayhem will hold a significant edge here in this control.
Tribe still has operators if they want to bring it out, a 4v15, but it will be difficult with 1 tick of progress left and so much time for Mayhem to try and clinch this A side. Tribe is in a really good position, though, to try and get Kitchen control, which they do. Saken still applying that pressure. Just a few ticks of progress left, a few more seconds, but 13 plays 3 is just so hard and difficult. As that zone in through that Alpha side, last tick finally observed here and clinched by Mayhem. They have the advantage, 2-1. On the defensive side, they did a phenomenal job. 1 more round for them to win it at 3-0.
Whatever this breakoff is for Tribe, it has to be convincing. You have to build an early life lead and try to put in a refrain into a comfortable offensive round of your own. And they're going to split focus this. A little bit of noise being made by Jez towards B, but the rest of the focus for Tribe is over towards A. There are no defenders here. So you want to talk about something early coming together. This is how it happens. Pred missile called in will at least take 1 member off the zone. Clock will continue to tick. Blur shut down though, and hold on a second. Tribe Gaming even getting a shutdown on the Sparrow. They only dropped 1 life, and just as easy as Team Mayhem looked to capture a zone on their offense, Tribe's not just doing it on 1 zone, they're capturing both.
Ooh. Just one player right there, Jez on that B side. He will be left alone. Only 2 players though, as 2 players from Mayhem going to be spawning right beside each other. That also allows a free pass for Tribe Gaming to capture that A side. But as I said that, third tick of progress not locked down yet, and that B capture is going to be shut down by Mayhem as well.
Yeah.
So it's still very doable for Mayhem to try and stop this push.
They're going to get the extra 60 seconds at the 23v15. That was a have your cake and eat it too moment from Tribe, trying to get a little bit of progress on both zones at the same time. And even though they don't get too much on B, they do lock that first tick of progress. So the cards all of a sudden shuffled, start to stack in Tribe's favor. Mayhem, with not a lot to play with operator-wise, are just trying to make a mess of this end of the round. Maybe try to force out a couple operators from Tribe as they make their way on towards B. Second tick locked in. Solo still holding on a corner. This is looking clean, and Solo will triple up. That'll be enough for a convincing round, and Tribe didn't have to spend more than a single operator in doing it. This is not a foregone conclusion as we head to round 5.
And this is an essential moment in the game because round number 5 is the last one. Tribe will be on the attacking side here. Mayhem, on the other hand, they're gonna try their best with nothing on their bank. Blur is the only person left with an operator, and it's all up to them to try and capture it.
Well, here we go. Operators out early for Tribe. First couple of kills very easily tallied. Nades also creating space. Tribe make their way on. Blur shut down. He only gets one with the War Machine. Jez through mid with the Annihilator will actually have a chance to go back over towards B, and now Forsaken is creating problems, and Team Mayhem spawn. He gets a couple before being shut down, but you feel like that very well could be enough unless Cartels has something to say about it. Sneaks onto the flank. Pred Missile gets called in, only finds a single kill, and Tribe Gaming will be bounced off the A zone. Clock continues to tick.
And now they only have one operator to play with. They're absolutely broke. And on the other side of things, we do get to see Mayhem having 3 of their own. And yes, even though that Tribe has the more favorable life count, they still need to find a way to equalize it if you are Mayhem, but it is going to be Tribe trying a 1v3 here in Bravo, not being able to get it. It is just player number 4 in Solo that will try to capture this very important point in the map for that A push.
Well, he's just playing a little bit of a rotational blocker. Kills come through for Tribe. Operators in favor for Team Mayhem, but the life count and the ability to get onto A starts to build advantages for Tribe. Raballo, War Machine out again for him. 26 total kills. He's been doing a lot of damage for Tribe, and he will make sure that nobody from Team Mayhem can come close. Second tick of progress being worked on, and it should be locked in. In fact, it looks like Team Mayhem, they're just going to give this up. Didn't want to flirt with the War Machine too much, so an extra 60 seconds is added. 17 plays 15 with a minute 35 on the clock. Team Mayhem holding the only operators available.
That is so smart coming in from Mayhem. Let's waste that War Machine away. Also cover all 3 lanes as well. They also have operators to bring out here in this very crucial rotation from Tribe going all the way in through Bravo. They still need to lock down 2 ticks of progress here. A minute on the clock is a lot of time, but you just need to find a way to kind of get rid of those operators coming in from Mayhem.
Well, Wrath is going to get proactive. Claw through mid-map. Around the back of this Tribe hit. Raballo at range has a good opportunity at him, but can't quite connect. 1 kill tallied. Nothing further, though. All things told, that is not bad news for Tribe. Getting the Claw off. Kings is now into the Annihilator, playing on top of the zone. Not sure what to look at. Caught a piece of Raballo for a moment, but he's being threatened from all sides. Misses the first shot. Jez has got him at least at bay. 10 plays 11. 42 seconds on the clock, and it continues to tick, 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 tick away. Team Mayhem have to find a way to reinforce this, though. Down to the 9v9. Here comes the hit from Tribe. Still without any operators at the ready, but they've done some damage to this point. Cartel's on top of the zone, tries to hold his life, not gonna work out. 7v6, Tribe now all of a sudden at a deficit. Blur trying to get things done with the War Machine. 6v5, back and forth we go. On the zone goes Tribe. Second tick of progress gonna get locked. The War Machine though from Blur, it gets to a couple. A chance to possibly put this away for Team Mayhem. It's a 4v1. Last opportunity is Jez, and he cannot get it done. Team Mayhem will surprise Tribe with a 3-0 in our second match.
Oh my goodness. Mayhem causing chaos, destruction here in this second series. Things are turning up for our 3rd seed. Tribe needed to figure something out, knowing very well they're going to be brought down, going up against Devious later on. But oh my gosh, Mayhem did a phenomenal job in all 3 maps. They gained their composure.
Unreal. I mean, these are not the easiest 2 3-0s that we've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen some contests, but
Yeah.
yes, we can at least label this as an upset on the main stage. The fact that it started with a takeoff hardpoint win for Team Mayhem already
it.
kind of shook the ground in some pretty seismic ways. But then to come out and dominate a search and destroy that Tribe is most rehearsed on, and then survive through real tight moments in that control from start to finish. Unbelievable composure from Team Mayhem to lock in a chance to take on LG in the upper bracket final.
It really was that raid map that I kind of knew that Mayhem was going to get, but wow, this was just so amazing to have. But as we're hyping up the moment for Mayhem, let's take a look at the stage at the moment. Gabby, what do you have for us?
Thank you so much. I'm hanging out with Jesus Can Save You. What a victory from Mayhem today. I think it's fair to say, when looking at the storyline set up, that this is considered somewhat of an upset, especially considering the result last time you faced off. But you don't seem to think so. Tell me about what the difference maker was.
A few things, but one of the biggest things is confidence. We came in here knowing that we were going to win. We're not coming here thinking, oh, it's Tribe, oh, we got 3-0'd. No. It was mainly that we were going to be the ones aggressing them, because they're an aggressive team overall. So when we work together and when we're on point with our teamwork, along with the aggression, I already knew. I genuinely did because of those reasons. So, yeah.
That confidence is very believable from you and the rest of the team. I think when looking at a squad like this and the variance and experience, someone like you who's been to LAN before, but then others like Cartels who are making their debut in LAN, it's a bit difficult to predict how that's going to go. Can you tell me something about the mentality and how everyone's feeling coming to the stage for those on the first time?
Yeah, for sure. The beautiful thing about my teammates is that they don't care. Like, just because it's in person, it's not going to affect them. They have a certain strength of mind that carries them, whether we're in person, online, it doesn't matter. And I also made sure to infuse that confidence in them to make sure that, listen, guys, like, we're here to win. And as long as we have that mindset, do what we know we need to do, we'll be good. So, yeah.
I do want to talk to you a little bit more about kind of the intangibles, right? We have a lot of analysis going on, but there was a survey that went out and we learned more about your desire to talk to people and kind of the charisma and how that plays into your personality and being a member of the team. Can you tell me a bit more about yourself when it comes to that specifically and how that works as somebody to lead the team through the front?
All right, well, yeah, for sure. I love people in general. So although we may talk shit, it's a game, you know, have fun, whatever, it's competition. Outside of the game, everybody is, in my eyes, like, it's super important. So getting to know each of my players, for example, since you asked about my team, on an individual level, you know, outside of the game, in the game, understanding what makes him tick, what makes him, you know, thrive. I enjoy the whole process because personally, I want everybody around me to grow. If I'm gonna be friends with people, we're gonna grow. I'm not the kind of person who wants to hang around with people who are devolving or like just not doing anything with their life. So just pushing each other, like surrounding yourself with I would say just people. It's just, it feeds you. And I try to help, do my best to give back and feed them however I can, however they need. So, yeah.
I know that you have friends all across multiple teams here, but enemies in the temporary short term. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview and congratulations on the win today.
You know, I really like the way he approaches. Also, just like, man, he's just chilling. He's leaning up against the trophy like, hey, what's good, bro? We just hanging out here. But a lot of quality stuff that he had to say. You know, that last bit, he likes to be around people that better themselves. Well, this Mayhem team certainly bettered themselves here, Beef Mommy. Surprise! Tribe loses 3-0.
I mean, something that, like what Gabby already mentioned, the intangibles, your team chemistry, is something that we definitely say a lot here, that nothing with stacks that will definitely quantify it. So when it comes to it, it really is important to be in a really good mesh and relationship when it comes to your teammates.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, there was something intangible about Jesus' presence on the LG roster at the end of last year where he was kind of just the sixth man. I think all of us, when we were working through the event, we were like, does he possibly get a chance to play between stage 4 and stage 5? But he is that kind of morale leader, it feels like. And having a chance to relate with him personally, that candor is not just something that he puts on in front of a camera. That's him 24/7. So the one thing that I really looked at for this Team Mayhem squad was to see if they could get the cohesion down. Because for Tribe and LG, that's the biggest strengths they carried through the group stage. But boy, I'll tell you, this Team Mayhem squad provided everything you want to see to potentially win a championship this weekend.
I also really liked that, listen, Blur, is he a leader on is he one of these leaders on this team?
I'd say so. I think just from a performance standpoint and his ability to calm from what position he plays for the team, it definitely feels like, especially watching the move around the respawns, that he's kind of the guy over the top and maybe even quarterbacking some of the plays. Hard to say for sure, but yeah. I think Blur, just based on his performance and where he was at the times that he was, very critical, I think, towards Mayhem's success in both respawns.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely mirror the same type of situation where he's creating so much space for his team. It was a matter of can the rest of his teammates kind of catch up and also kind of get that space that was provided to them by Blur. We saw that in Cartels, not only in Hardpoint, but also in that control as well. This guy is absolutely crazy and is very much good when it comes to his presence of mind.
Yeah, I bring that up because right at the end, when it was almost, he just brings out the war machine, and it was just done. Blur put up when it was time to do it. And because of that, he 3-0's Tribe just like that. So our bracket does get updated a little bit. Devious and Tribe Gaming are waiting on the bottom side. Thank you for our partners to Samsung for helping us put on the Snapdragon Pro Series. And just like that, we'll be right back after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
friends, Call of Duty Mobile continues our third match of the day on the docket. And yes, look at that beautiful sunset. Live from PAX West, Seattle. It's pretty smooth out here. Sweater weather. And I'm loving the smell.
Oh man, I love the weather here in Seattle. I just want to live here. I'm definitely moving here in America, not just because of the weather, but also because of the action that we're seeing here in NA. Teams are showing up. We already knew how close everything was. And yes, the scoreboard says 3-0, but man, the matches were close.
And I don't think that's going to change. If anything, it's going to get tighter and tighter as we go on, especially through today. I think in particular, we've seen signs of life from everybody, but now all of a sudden the heat really kicks up as we start to dwindle from 4 to 3.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back to the desk. Very excited to keep on going. It's F. It's Beef Mommy, and it is I Hold Shift on the desk of the Snapdragon Pro Series, which, by the way, wouldn't be possible without our friends at Samsung. So shout them out real quick as we keep on barreling into the good stuff, because our third matchup is a really important one. This is where we say goodbye to a team, and everyone else left goes to champs. It's a big moment shift.
I think this is actually, for me, like the most important match of the weekend outside of crowning a champion, because this is the biggest ticket when it comes down to extending not just the tournament, but also your season. Getting to World Championships and at least securing one of the top 3 squads for North America, super, super critical. We've already talked a lot about how the North American region has a lot of favor stacked for it, but one of these two teams is going to be gone and done for the year after this matchup coming up.
Which is absolutely insane, because as we jump into it, man, this is that elimination match. Devious is the 4th seed, but they are going head-to-head against Tribe Gaming, the 2nd seed with a history of legacy. And if we had a bracket, I think this would be the bracket buster, Mommy.
Oh man, who knew Tribe would be here? But I mean, going in for that blast from the past, last year they made an amazing lower bracket run, so it's very much Tribe in their branding to be in this lower bracket and potentially trying to win it here, but definitely added a little bit more steps on there. And yes, it's a brand new roster compared to last year, so definitely still going to be difficult for them to pick it up, just because we saw Devious, they played phenomenal a while ago up against the Luminosity.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, for Tribe, you don't have a lot of time to like talk over what went wrong. You have to be able to bounce back. You don't even really get to leave your setup. You're right back into the action. So when we talk about things like individual gameplay, that's just part of the puzzle. I think there's going to be a lot of conversations to be had about what Tribe wants to do in the veto process, because getting 3-0'd on 2 maps that they should have been good on is not going to be good for the confidence.
And then on the other side, I mean, Devious, this is excellent for them. Not only are they fresh and rested, but they just got a chance to watch what the heck just happened to Tribe. So you sit there, you download what just went down, and you just push it and run.
Like what Shift already mentioned a while ago, Tribe didn't get to have a breather. Devious did. I had a lot of time to study, watch that gameplay a while ago with Tribe versus Mayhem, and figure out a way to kind of do a little bit of adjustments in that break time. And now we've seen how close things are in that search and disrupt against Luminosity. I feel like it could be the same case here for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Devious, again, both teams are coming off of 3-0 losses, but they could have, if not should have, won the Fire and Green Search. And then with 2 rounds of the control going down to less than 5 lives apiece, those are both winnable rounds to extend that map and maybe also with that the series. So I think overall, when it talks about like punching up a weight class, Devious put up the better fight without question in the upper bracket to start off our day.
I got to agree. And again, you know, not to do him a disservice, but I was legitimately surprised. And that winds up being hey, that guy's juggling. Winds up being a positive, because come on, man, wake up. You are battling for your elimination match. Oh, man, it's going to be a problem. But how can he hold all these trophies?
Maybe he just doesn't have. He needs a third hand right there. Come on, give this guy a hand. And right now, it seems like his team is on the brink of elimination. It's kind of hard to tell, but something that we just really need to accept in this day and age is that you win some, you lose some, and at this time around, one team will say goodbye.
That's the tough stuff, man. Everybody here has been a lot of fun, a lot of hanging out, a lot of chilling, but now it's time to actually get to the grind. Maps coming at you right now. We are not wasting any time. Hardpoint, we go play some Hacienda. First time today, should be interesting. Shift, feelings?
Yeah, I think that for Tribe, again, up until their most recent loss, every Hardpoint map's a good Hardpoint map for them. So for them to get to Hacienda, they were flawless on it in the group stage. I think they're going to feel very good about opening their series here, especially considering the fact that Devious is a team that really, I would say, struggled across the more wide open maps. Sure, they had played it once before, and they actually contested LG pretty tightly on the map, but overall, I like both Hardpoint maps for Tribe.
Oh, absolutely. It is definitely favoring this team. I mean, Tribe is definitely really good, and now that they have fire underneath them, we'll definitely try to change up their gameplay. And now we're looking at that search and destroy, where a while ago we did get to see Devious play it, but did not close it out very well. And now firing range, it was going to be close, but let's see how close it can actually have. But for an important point here is Tribe hasn't played firing range yet. A lot of these teams haven't because it wasn't available back in Challenge, and now we do get to see it.
Yeah, both teams are going to have a chance to, I imagine, feel pretty good about the raid coming into the picture. And the highlight package for Devious, that was the map they did take off of LG. That was a while ago, granted, but even on top of that for Tribe, there are a lot of things that you can immediately look at and say, okay, this is where we made our mistakes on raid control. Let's just polish up those small things, come out, find a map win, extend this series. I will say, though, I think Devious, again, did a nice job overall in the map selection process to put themselves in the
I
best position
definitely
to win.
agree, but the players are stretching, but I sure as hell ain't. It's time to play. You two, your turn.
Sweet, let's do it. Yeah, the Hacienda opening Hardpoint is critical for Tribe. You have to come out and win this map. You drop this one, and I think the confidence just starts to shake to a point of complete meltdown. So I would have to say it. I hate to put the weight on a map one, but this map one's a must-win for Tribe in my mind.
Oh, definitely. We saw it a while ago up against their game in Mayhem, and they lost that takeoff map where they just showed so much dominance in the past. This time around, though, they have to do the same in a huge map up against Devious where they know things can get really dicey. But for Devious, let's see what kind of firepower they're going to be bringing. Something that you want to see here in Hacienda is the fact that you want to fight in for that rock control. But so far, both of these teams don't have any kind of presence right there.
Again, both of our teams, all of our teams playing on the Samsung Galaxy S23. Share the epic experience and get yourself a chance to possibly compete at the highest level on Samsung's flagship esports phone. Here we go. Devious. Opening 9 seconds, looking decent. Tribe battling back. Trying to work their way across the left side of the map. You'll notice on this map in particular, rotation between hardpoints is everything. And setting yourself up early for these hardpoints is where you can really gain early advantages. But as Tribe attempt to do that, Devious there to meet them while still soaking up time in the hill.
And now we do get to see that is going to be smoked out, that right side of the map. That will provide Tribe a little bit of leeway to try and control this hill. P1, definitely a heavily contested one, knowing very well that the angles are just so wide open here. We're also seeing Tribe Gaming on that P2 rotation already. 3 players right there, and Devious needs to find a way to catch up in that rotation.
Well, it's a little early maybe for Tribe Gaming. The hardpoint's still open on P1, so these spawns on the left side of the map not fully open yet. And now that we get into the lock rotational time, it's actually Devious who will spawn backside driveway. Tribe getting a couple of kills, creating some opportunities for numbers to persist over the top of the hard point, but all of a sudden, S-Thug, he's able to take down 3 solo! A little left-right hook combo, getting 2, makes safe the cross in towards Trophy, and with that, Tribe Gaming will be the ones to open up the hard point to their name.
Solo, the melee god, and he is no stranger to getting multi-kills when it comes to the close range, and now Devious had an opportunity to go in there for the pinch, but was shut down. Big kills essentially from S-Thugs, but unfortunately not able to connect when it comes to just touching on the hard point. They're just struggling so much right now. But finally, we do get to see the back 25 points going to the favor of Devious.
Dude, Scott just had 3 members spawn in his back pocket, and no one expected it from either side. It does create chaos, though, as the last-minute hits start to come through for both sides. Tribe hitting from both sides at the same time, finding a little bit of an opportunity to trade things out, and with that, we'll have essentially a dead tie game. Rotation underway as we head over towards the top side of the minimap as we open up the winery.
You get to see play number 2 from Devious. That's 2 red, trying to provide those exit frags and also winning those rotational gunfights. He does get taken down, though. Office control going to be absolutely great for Tribe, and that is one good thing. Even though the rotation is early for Devious, Tribe Gaming having that office control will be good later on when they go in for the pinch.
War machines dueling with one another, both finding value, but ultimately both will be completely expired. 58 plays 49. Tribe from the front, looking decent, but Devious will have the chance to reinforce this with more speed. Solo trying to contest topside fences. Oh, not going to quite fit back over towards 10. Kills coming through as S-Thug is absolutely dominating early, already on 12 kills. Rehan up top with the Annihilator is trying to make sure no one from Tribe can flood from the front, but the cutoff is good, and Tribe will turn that into a 3-for-1 exchange, holding onto the hard point the entire time.
Beautiful double forsaken stops the pinch coming in from Devious, very much aware that everyone else from that team is spawning off into Well's side. Definitely a good statement to have in the presence that he definitely knew in the back of his hand. And now the rotation coming into P4, definitely going to be important. Devious already there. We've seen it already in P3, but what needs to happen on their end, they need to time it right. They have 2 operators to play with. Are you going to take it out early to stop that rotation and Tribe, or will you go for more of a counter play?
Well, Jez has got the Annihilator out. He's playing from the front side of the hill. Not the angle that I'm sure he'd like to have, and he tries to take his attention back over towards more open spaces. Works out for 1 connection, but the battle over the top of the hardpoint is looking really solid for Devious as Rehan's able to get 2. Jez's Annihilator doesn't really do much of anything, if we're being honest. And the kills continue to come out for Devious. I'm telling you, the hardpoint they've played today has been really solid. And where they may have missed on LG with the Annihilator and some of the operator usage in the past, boy, I'll tell you, Devious really cleaning things up as they stay toe-to-toe with Tribe.
Good play from Devious to try and not be in the crossfire of that Annihilator from Tribe. That could have done so much damage, but we also do get to see Seiken. And what we saw a while ago was a little bit of a misplay with the Annihilator. It's not the same case here for that Claw, able to deal with so much damage, and they are going to secure the scrap points down here. It's still going to be contested, though, but that rotation for next definitely going to be right there for Devious as well.
No reason to not play through the old time here. They'll allow you rotation up towards the open hallways, get the second floor under control, and then eventually take your attention in towards the fountain itself. Tribe, a couple of good exit kills, but Zolf on the hardpoint becoming a bit of a problem as Tribe will eventually flush him out, and with the convincing kill feed, now they have a chance to really open up this hardpoint to their name, and boy, are they ever doing that.
Rotation from Tribe Gaming from P5 to P1. That's the rock area that you definitely want to have just because of how close it is to the next hill. And so far, it will be Tribe getting a hold of that. Devious, on the other hand, having a difficult time trying to clinch at least a 1 point of entry here. Also trying to find those angles down. It is still going to be Tribe getting majority of the angles down.
Space and a little bit of trouble. Still trades out his own life for a 1-for-1. Tribe can maintain control of the hardpoint. And now you've got Solo with a little bit of help, threatening over towards P2 over at Garage. Seiken just try to cause some problems over the old time. Devious will find some pretty critical scrap time if we're being candid. Getting this back to right around a 40-point game. Look at this end of the minimap, though. Devious looking to play down the bottom side of Well, get driveway control, win the spawns, and then eventually the hard point. But easier said than done. Tribe finding a lot of eliminations around the inside of the hill. Jez in particular, with Rapallo, just continue to finesse it. Every kill goes their way. Now it's down to just holding down the back door. Thug can only get 1 with the Sparrow, and Tribe feeling pretty comfortable with operators suspended as they try to hold.
Now the pinch finally pulls through for Devious. They're able to get their operators in the red, even though that Sparrow did not work out for them. Scott still has the War Machine in hand. He's very much knowledgeable where everyone else from Tribe is going to be spawning off through, throws the nade, and able to possibly stop the push coming in from Tribe.
Yeah, no more operators at 3 for either side. So for Tribe, this is a very difficult push to do just by using the raw vanilla gunfights. And how about it? Devious clean things up. It's Estug again dominating in the kill feed. I mean, between him and Rehan, they are pretty much doing it all themselves. Solo, Rapallo looking for some scrap time. Oh my goodness, how does Rapallo get 4? Especially from the angle in which he was approaching. So again, Tribe, just when you thought they were going to be down and out, they find a way to work in for the scrap time and continue to build up just a small cushion as we rotate back to fences.
Both teams are so good at getting that scrap time. Tribe just doing it a tad bit better. Rapallo brings out that Hunter-Killer drone to get rid of that one player that was trying to set up for next for Devious' side. And now it is control for that office that Devious wants. Will be met by one player. They're going to win that gunfight and essentially can provide that pinch that Devious needs to go in there for the control in P3.
Couple of key gunfights coming through for the side of Devious, but Rapallo has the War Machine out, just creating, again, a little bit of alleviation towards how this hit's coming, softening it up majorly so. And now Jez follows with an Annihilator. This is a much more favorable location to try to pull this. Shot over the top works out. Now down low, Jez connects with more, and now can just hold this rotation through Hut. And yeah, Devious, there's no way they could get back in from the front here, already considering rotation the long way around.
And this is where Devious kind of had a difficult time when it comes to obtaining that P3 control. When they did not have office control and went into the front instead, they just didn't know how to respond to Tribe's just definite gun power there in through the front side. And now rotation going to be met. Solo going to be in a really good spot to try and contest, but he's going to be taken out.
And Zolf pops a very proactive Purifier. and there really isn't anybody nearby. Tribe are trying to hit this from multiple points of entry. Around the back, 2Red keeps things safe. Zolf was getting a little antsy, tries to push forward, only gets a single kill. So even though Devious hold the hard point, now Tribe have the operator advantage. Oh, and almost Forsaken nearly gets 2. That would have opened things up completely. Space doing damage through shutters. Thug trying to get this thing back into grips with the Sparrow out. Only finds 1 for now, but the kills continue to come through, and Devious right back in this game. Contest on the way, but Tribe are doing this very individualistically, and it's not working out for a considerable break. Devious now above the 150 point mark with more to come, still 30 seconds to fight.
Devious picking up the pace now, and definitely the Claw just took so much advantage on their side. Scott having the remaining last War Machine for his team to try and go and defend. He's trying to spam it, and that's definitely going to be information given to his team, but definitely not enough for them to try and contest it, as these 3 players trying to go in for that one last push will be met by 1 player, and it is S-Thugs winning the essential gunfight, obtaining that last 8 seconds here in the hill. Rotation needs to go next.
Yeah, Devious they need to continue to reap on these exit kills. You cannot allow Tribe to get set up around this first hard point, not at a 40-point deficit, going into one of our scrappier hills, not just on the map, but also in the title in full. Thug continuing to just rip apart this Tribe squad, but is it going to be enough? Oh, no, not here. Tribe go 4 straight eliminations. Onto the hard point they have, and now it's just down to Devious again. They have to force every single play. You have to keep focus on the objective target. 220-165 to score.
Man, Solo is on a rampage. He finally gets taken out, and it will be Devious to try and touch this point. And you said a really valuable thing a while ago. The setup for Tribe in P1 was so good in the early rotations, but this time around, they caught up. Devious was able to get the last few scraps of P5, and that also allowed them to have an earlier rotation as well, a shorter rotation into P1. Tribe still gets a hold of it, though. 227 and 174 is going to be your scoreline.
Yeah, game will not be able to end here, but boy, they could get dangerously close. Rotation now has to be perfect for Devious. 175-233. Numbers for Devious over towards New, looking decent, but Tribe also have some threat of their own starting to amount. Saken taken down. Okay, here we go. Devious a chance to get themselves really set up. Solo caught with his boxing gloves out, but he's got help. Rabalo right there to assist, and now a chance to flip and block the spawns. Hardpoint opens, Devious in control for now. Rihan with the Annihilator out, trying to do whatever he possibly can to give his team a little bit of space to breathe, but Tribe are finding the kills. There's the break from Solo. Now the Purifier to put this one likely to rest. Oh, but how about this? Hold on. There's an opportunity here for S-Thug with the Sparrow out. He could continue a little bit further through this map, but no, Saken, Claw out, will rip everyone apart from the side halls, and that will be enough for Tribe Gaming to take map number 1, 250-188.
That is the win that Tribe Gaming needed. Definitely well thought out, though, for the side of Devious. They tried their hardest, but at the last set of rotations, it was just too much for them. The scrap points definitely was the name of the game here, where Tribe did not let that go whatsoever. And even though Devious went in there for early rotations, not able to hold them.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a little bit of the same from what we saw from Devious during the Apocalypse. Great moments when operators are not out, but as soon as there's a chance for one of the biggest power weapons in the game to be pulled, Devious just feel like they're just not finding the same kind of efficacy that teams like LG and Tribe have been able to pull. I mean, we saw Saken a couple of different times really do damage with the Claw right there on that first replay, but of course at the end of the map as well, just putting it out of reach. And it's another moment where, again, I don't walk away feeling like Devious is getting completely outgunned or outskilled. It just comes down to when you have the ability of popping in game-changing abilities, they're not finding the same kind of value that Tribe are, and that continues to be a comeback mechanic for both LG and now here Tribe as well.
That needs to be a lesson learned later on if we get into that Summit matchup where we know Tribe can definitely bring on the gas. A while ago, we saw Devious kind of fall into the same kind of trap up against LG, and now it's the same for Tribe. Firing range, on the other hand, they kept it close. Tribe now has no information whatsoever in this map, so unban the SKS. You know what, same. I love playing that map. That is my marksman rifle of choice when I play this game in rank, man. Please, unban the SKS. We love it.
It's
Imagine.
funny. It's not just space. I'm sure Lucas is probably watching and saying, like, yes, por favor. Like, please, let me have that. The SKS was definitely, I think, the difference maker when we were watching the World Championships last year. And obviously the players share their perspective on it not being a part of the equation now. And for Space, I mean, his story is, as an individual is also an interesting one. You talk about just his competitive career. I'm sure he's pleased to be a part of a squad that really can also hang with him, because there were moments on teams previously where it's just like, someone's got to help Space out. And it looks like now he's finally starting to get it. And a lot of it did come from a former teammate in Raballo, who went 48-31 with an SMG in hand, also tallying nearly a minute 45 in the hard point.
Not too long ago, when it was roster mania, everyone kind of questioned why Raballo is going to be here, was replaced, and Blur was that guy in their team that people were kind of looking at. Maybe he'll do a better job, but no, it seems like it will be Raballo to provide so much goodness when it comes to, one, being the anchor for his team. We saw an amazing way for him to just change the tides in his game, getting those points down, and also getting the amount of seconds that he has on his hill. He's very much present when it comes to the objective control as well.
So now the segue moves over to Search and Destroy. This has been the thorn in Tribe's side all season long. Not just earlier today, but previously in the group stage. It just feels like one half of the map goes well for them, but the other half just does not ever fully come together. I think a lot of it actually is just, again, when we saw it on the meltdown, offensively, it just felt like eventually they got so frustrated that they were just forcing things forward. So that's got to be something different. And while they look to load in, again, want to give a big shout out to Snapdragon. And you can see the performance meter, the FPS these players are getting on the Galaxy S23 series. So it is the absolute best-in-class device for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life, incredible power, and you see it represented in the FPS meter there.
I mean, I'm just going to hype this up a little bit more, not just because I'm casting this SPS game, but I bought a Samsung Galaxy S9 Plus, the new one, yes, because we used it in Poland a while ago. Instantly fell in love with it the moment it landed on my hands, and that's where I'm reading all of my notes are. So yeah, shout out to you, Samsung Galaxy. But yeah, when it comes to providing that power, we definitely see this firepower this time around from Tribe that we didn't otherwise get to see a while ago in their gameplay. Seems like they're really revitalized, especially when they're backed up in a corner.
Well, they're going to have it here again, because the firing range for Devious was a very winnable map when they were playing up against LG. They want a chance to run it back, and they will start on the offensive side, where they did find a lot of early success playing up against that LG squad just a bit ago. This time, though, Tribe right on in towards trailer side. Zulf looking to get aggressive and actually picking up the pace a touch to threaten this trailer staircase. Nades coming through. That should at least flush Raballo out a touch, but no follow-up as there's no hit marker connections. And Devious will have to kind of wait a little while longer before they commit to trying to threaten this trailer position.
Raballo will be the first point of contact for Tribe. He will have a little bit of backup though, so it's gonna be right there beside him. He gets that information down, and there you go. Does a little bit of damage, and Seiken gets that first kill.
Well, Raballo, he's got to be feeling pretty anxious here. A pistol out for Rehan, couldn't quite connect, and after a very elongated battle, Raballo and the rest of the Tribe's defense do win back the A site. Follow-up kill from Space leaves things now just as the... Could we get our first 1v5? I would be surprised to see it, especially considering the circumstances. So this is one of those good luck, have fun moments. Clean shots at Raballo. That's an isolated gunfight win. Now down to the 1v4.
And with the way that Tribe Gaming is kind of spread out right now, it might be deemed possible for S-Thug if the timing goes in his way. 42 seconds left on the clock, oh, definitely going to be really troublesome as he's just dealing some damage but not actually executing the kill.
That's 2 bullet away shots from finding kills. And now the up-close and personal challenge from Seiken puts to rest any possible heroics. Clean opening defense from Tribe, and I think a lot of that, again, just comes down to their focus around trailer side. Something that we had seen from different Tribe rosters in the past, and it seems to be a moniker of success, at least early here for Tribe as they start their defensive firing range.
It was interesting to put Solo inside of that close range and Space very well. Have the upper hand up against 2 red and gets that kill off very early on. No. Zulf, on the other hand, gets that kill.
Well, it didn't get it cleanly, though, so Raballo provides the trade. Oh, a bit of an aggressive challenge from Raballo. It leads to Devious actually coming away at the top of the kills around A. Defense for Tribe now has to rotate over. Jez working with Forsaken as Scott will try to get the bomb planted. Trophy system will be used first. And actually, maybe a bit of a transition here. Scott will get into trailer and take a look at Rehan, number 3 in yellow.
Wow.
He is so far behind this play no one from Tribe is going to expect this at all. Pistol shots land. Secondary engagement onto Jez. That will work out, and Rehan gets aggressive with the pistol to tie us at one early.
That was such a good backside push from Rehan, and we saw it a while ago in firing range up against Luminosity. It seems like the case here, he's able to time it right. A while ago, the timing was just not on his end. It was kind of slow when it comes to the rotation. Now, it is absolutely prime. And now for Devious, trying to go in there again. That fast push going in through Alpha will be met by that smoke.
Well, no aggression from Devious, just an opening poke and prod. No commitment towards either side at the moment. You've got 2 red trying to field things out over towards B. Jez is committed to currently playing on top of the B site, with that position only being safe by the trophy system next to him. Zolf has gotten the top sniper nest? How has he been able to do that? This guy's a parkour monkey. Runs through like crazy, swings into the high ground, but Jez does provide the trade. 2 red, thinking about looking for a trade here, but he's by himself, and this is just a rogue solo play that he would have to win the 1v1 to cause distress to Tribe's defensive setup as they get the read that, yep, there is a hit over towards the A site.
Jez still wins that essential gunfight at the back end. 42 seconds left on the clock. Bomb is going to be planted, and the 3 players from Devious can just play post-plant situation here. Everyone else from Tribe needs to find a way to kind of stop it. The nade's not going to do anything because there is that essential trophy system. Solo will be the first point of contact here for Tribe.
He's got to go. He's got a hold. Here's the problem. Does get a check. Damage tally. Tough gunfight. And Rehan just so slippery. Does get to a 1v1. S-Thug, long range. He gets taken down by Jez very quickly. The team shots from Tribe work out. S-Thug, I mean, that's just a tough call because he's got the angle to watch over the bomb being planted, but he was forced to take the gunfight, and a critical win from Tribe. Get him a steal away round, up now 2-1.
That was a good double P coming in from Tribe, because if they went in there 1 by 1, they probably would have lost that gunfight, and Devious would have gone away in through that win. But good way to play your numbers if you were Tribe, and now we're going for a different look. And now that trailer control coming in from Devious as Zolf is going to be right there in their face.
Oh, he's trying to get even further aggressive. A bold call, but it goes 1 for 1, 2 red. Long range shots over the top of barrel. Goodness, what a transfer. Saken, though, he actually stops the plant from coming through, tallies a kill. And even though the aggression from Devious looked good, Tribe is still in a very contestable spot. Jez on the backside of this play has to win this gunfight in the trigger discipline. Oh, so good. Finds the first cleanly. Cannot turn that into a second. Scott over the top of the bomb side. Lots of damage, and Jez gets the win. Now to the 1v1 with Rehan. This would be a 1v3 for Jez. Does a little bit of shopping for loot on the ground. Rehan trying to get aggressive. Forces the issue. Slides over towards Car. Jez looking for the regen. Pops up, doesn't predict it. A little bit of a finesse, but Rehan not to be denied. And we go back to level terms.
To Rehan again. His plays definitely just putting it in your face. The other time he went there for a flag, this time around went in there very aggressively, knowing very well that he's going up against a long-range weapon, bringing things close with the CBR. And now we're going to be evened out when it comes to the points. It still will be smoked out, and so far it will be Zolf that will be taken down.
Shoddy versus shoddy action inside a trailer. This time Tribe stack the box. It works out beautifully. Trades continue to come through in favor of the defense space, turning it now into a 4v2 situation very early on in this round. Bomb is still in hand for Scott, but someone's going to have to pull off some miracle shots here if Devious want to have a chance to try to battle this back to level terms.
Yeah, Tribe's not going to move at all. They're just going to play off that information, wind down the time very much, and Rehan going to be met by Jez, and he's not going to be checking those corners, and you know Jez, he gets those kills. There you go. A 1v4 situation. And all they have to do is wait for the plan, wait for the sound cue, and now Scott is going to be spotted right now, and it is going to be him that will try to get those kills down.
Whoa.
Gets that second, hold on, a 1v2 situation.
And he's created a lot of space through the defensive side of the map. Both bomb sites are options for him. The thing is, he's also just completely put himself in an isolated position to where there's no way he can read what Tribe is doing defensively. And wouldn't you know it, all the last 3 members will stack the same side of the map. Scott over the top, has a look at Jez. Shots not bad, but Jez, too much of a power position, wins the gunfight and puts the rest of the heroics.
Devious played it well at that round. Obviously, it would be hard with the 1v2 here for Tribe, and we've seen it wind down so much where Devious able to equalize mid-game, And Tribe still having numbers advantage, and Devious needs to find a way to slow down the game just a tad bit. And now it is mid that will be smoked out, and that will allow them to diverge a bit. But Jez takes himself out, and Space gets the trade.
Right over the top, this hit from Devious. All of a sudden, the brakes have to be hit. Space, wow, how did that miss? How did that miss? Are you kidding me? Devious all of a sudden come away with the kills. It looked like Space was pretty much right on top, but it must have caught the box. Rabalo now has to double down, but not gonna happen. Devious just overwhelm him by hitting it together. And what looked to be Space in a good spot just could not quite line the shots up, and we'll have a 3-3 half.
We're switching things up. Tribe on the attacking side. And now what kind of response are they going to have? It looks like a B push. A really aggressive jungle rush will be met by absolutely no one from Devious here.
But look at Devious. They're already clearing out A, so they know for a fact that this is eventually going to turn into a B hit. Just comes down to how do you want to set up your retake. The flank is an option, but it's going to be contested. Space is in a great spot up top on the ladder room just to make sure no one hits through the jungle path. Rehan hoping he can find a shot deep through mid. Jez in his very usual spot on the heady, looking for the power position, but no, Rehan able to get the better of him. Now here comes the hit from Devious. All numbers flooding from the front. Kill starting to come through. Well done by S-Thug. Just down to the last couple of members. Rabalo keeping his life. Space also staying involved. To a 1v2, but no. Zolf will not allow Space to come back towards the site. More than enough time for the defuse. And Devious take their opening defense.
Great retake from Devious, knowing very well that, okay, they're not going to be stacking Bravo. So when the plant actually eventually went down, Zolf was so far away when it comes to the gunfights. He was all the way in through Alpha, and Devious waited for him to rotate together as a unit, and it worked out. Rehan doing a phenomenal job at getting those snipes down in those opening picks. It's still going to be the same case here. Tribe goes in there very aggressively into Bravo, still trying to get that information.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. First blood good. S-Thug trades out his own life, going 1-for-1. Not terrible news, but they will be in a spot where once more retake will be required towards this B site. Scott will confirm that someone slid on. That's Rabalo. Bomb going to be planted. And Tribe have, I mean, they could play this post plant in a number of different ways. It may just come down to this contact here. Rabalo on the shoulder, Rehan, damage, gonna get a second chance at the shot, but values his life more, backs off. Next one up is gonna be 2-red. Right on in through the middle. Damage being dealt around tire side, but no one clears out closet. Space getting one, transfers to the second. Huge play from Space, not needed to deal with the third as Tribe Gaming get us 4-4.
It's a pendulum swing right now in this S&D, and has been the case here every single time in firing range. Devious bringing it very close. That time around, they tried to go in there, bringing their sniper in through jungle. That could have been really great for them if Rehan was able to get that scope down, but it's still a valiant effort for them. Fast push coming in from Tribe, though, going in through that trailer side, but it is still Devious to try and get those kills.
Yeah, well won by 2-red. He had to take a couple with him, and off the reload. Oh, elongated battle with Rabalo that he can't quite finish. So Rabalo gets us to a 3v3. He is a bit stuck, though, at the moment. Not a lot of help nearby, and Rehan with the pistol out. Is he thinking about this? Yeah, sure is. Little shoulder check, and oh my goodness, Rehan wants it. Are you kidding me? With the GS against an SMG and trailer? I mean, this guy's fearless.
The confidence that this guy has. Seiken gets one. It is still a 2v2 though, but bomb is down. Not quite sure if Devious knows where the bomb is gonna be at, but they're gonna leave a little bit open. Keep Tribe guessing just a tiny bit. Rehan with the 10 and in a good position to take out Space right there. Spots him, doesn't quite finish the shot.
Big shutdown coming through for Tribe. Rehan nearly just won the round by himself. But now it rests with Scott for the 1v2. Seiken first one in his way. Contact made. Oh, does keep his life. Getting away over the top of the window, though. Seiken will not allow him to go off the regen, and Tribe Gaming go back-to-back rounds to take the edge.
Man, Devious. Rehan is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Deagle in hand, doesn't matter. And so far, we need to see Rehan, if you need to play your life, that is the #1 thing, because once he's alive at the late game, Devious finds a way to catch up. Tribe, on the other hand, now will try to go in for a 3-man push into jungle, try to get that information, will be met by just one person, which is Rehan. Spots him, but overwhelmed.
Yeah, he wanted more. Could not go 1-for-1. Scott does rotate over, getting himself on towards the bomb site, but he is now the solo defender, and there's just no way he can stand tall in the face of all of this Tribe hit. Continual kills coming through, and looks like Tribe Gaming should be comfortably at their 6th round. Zulf is in a spot to possibly catch one on the exit from the plant. Not going to work out. And yeah, at that range, the shotgun's only going to tickle. Space deals with the no worries. And now map point on the line for Tribe.
Looks like Tribe finally found their footing here. Devious needs to find a way to catch up, and Rihan needs to find a way to get that back up from his teammates. Tribe Gaming going to be very much present here in through mid, and they are getting those hit markers, and Rabalo finally gets one, but again, information also given to them. Zulf will be trading.
Wow. Little shotgun aggression coming out from Zulf. Gives defense of Devious a bit of an advantage, but the bomb is still collected by Jez, and he's looking to get aggressive. He's moved all the way through. Space is just looking for a pixel to shoot at, and Jez knows that he has isolated himself, and Devious, well, they're very aware. Are they? I thought for sure Jez was shot at, but 2Red looked right instead of left. An opening kill comes through. Space follows up, and even though there is an isolated kill on the backside, there's plenty of time here for Space to try to weasel his way around the map and finesse this 1v1. S-Thug trying to play up top, and he may have seen a laser across the middle of the map, but no contact made as everything will reset. 60 seconds on the clock.
There you go. He gets spotted, and
Nice.
Space goes down, and just slowly but surely inches their way into a possible OT, and Tribe not able to close it out right there. And it really was an essential trade in through trailer for Devious, and even though that it was good kills from Tribe and also good info, it was just very difficult for them to get even further when it comes to that trailer kill.
Heavy-handed push here from Tribe over towards B. Will be met by a lot of the defense, and this time it's Forsaken who finds the favor with the pistol. Rihan doing what he can for the backside of the boxes, but only gets one. Tribe now with numbers. Scott doing what he can from the top of sandbags. Can't quite connect on Rabalo, who sticks for the plant. And a missed opportunity there for Devious, who now have to play a tough retake. Scott will drop. 2Red, last hope for a 1v4 and maybe an overtime, but Space will deny it. And Tribe Gaming take map number 2 and find themselves 2-0 up in the series.
Still very close though, here we go. Devious, their last shot up in the horizon here to stay in the running to get that third spot. It is definitely very hard to see a team go, but it definitely has to happen. It's inevitable. Tribe Gaming, lower bracket run is definitely something that they've experienced way before, but now it seems like they're finally finding their footing, able to play that S&D right, even though it's a back and forth. Definitely still winnable for them.
Yeah, and I think the overall, for a team like Tribe, is get through this series, get yourself qualified for champs, and then, you know, the monkey's off your back. And you can start playing a little bit more loose, because I won't lie, even in the midst of this series so far, it does not feel like we're watching Tribe in the same form that they were during the group stage. But it's just enough to this point to get them 2-0 up in the series, and Devious will be required to try to find a way to reverse sweep. Raid is up next for our control, which I think for Tribe, they're going to be pretty happy to see, considering how tight their matchup versus Mayhem was. But that all told, it's not a bad map either for Devious. And then if we get to a summit, you know, that's a wild card map that very well could lead to a very favorable map number 5. But there's a lot stacked against them. And at the moment, we do have Gabby down on the floor getting more reactions from our players in front of the Hall of Flags.
Thank you. I am standing by with Luminosity Vague. We saw you play earlier today, so happy to get to speak to you. I know we heard from you at the end of the regular season. And you and Tribe were actually locked before you even went into week 4. Now you see your former team in the lower bracket. What are your thoughts on how this bracket is shaking out?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect Simplicity whatsoever to beat Tribe 3-0. Going into it, we knew we were gonna face Tribe in the winners bracket, but unfortunately, it was a big upset. And now that we have to face Simplicity in 3-0, we have to, like, you know, come up with new plans to see how to face them, whatever. And if we do end up beating them, we have a free spot going to the grand finals.
And I know that you're looking to grab onto that spot, but we know that Mayhem is as well. You were just noting how you have to have individual prep per team based on their style. So how is your team kind of handling this shakeup from your perspective, being that you got a whole different team to prep for?
Well, going into it, we're obviously going to be super confident because this is a team that we didn't see as a team that was as good as Tribe. But even though they beat Tribe and they're in the position that they are, we can't underestimate them. We got to keep going and treat every team the way that they are and not underestimate anyone, because if we do, that could basically bite us in the butt.
Respect has been the name of the game. We're looking forward to that matchup later on. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you. That was a lot easier.
Well, On top of that, I hope that Vake starts to feel a little bit better. I know he's been a little under the weather since finding himself in Seattle. So best wishes out to you, buddy, as we'll see him and the rest of LG take on that Mayhem squad in the upper bracket finals. But again, looking back at this, this is, I think, again, if not the most anticipated matchup of the bracket, at least the second most anticipated as we try to qualify the third team to join LG and Mayhem to represent North America at World Championships. And Tribe, even though it looks like they're waking up a little bit, I still need to see something that would really solidify them as a major threat for the championship, because even still, they're being tested in a major way.
Definitely. It's so hard going up against teams like LG and Tribe in your run here. So the last-ditch effort will be in Control, which is the best-case scenario for them that it will be on Raid. Granted, it is up against a Tribe game that they're so good at Raid as well, just providing so much more pressure. Even though it was close a while ago up against Mayhem, definitely very doable for them to make it very close here, as it was close in this S&D.
It just, you know, it's one of those things for this Tribe team. The thing that's felt off right now is the fact that this was the most dominant Respawn team in the group stage, and we just have not seen the same shades of that yet. And I think, you know, again, being tested by Devious at a search and destroy map, that's kind of neither here nor there. I think Devious played this map pretty darn well, as we obviously learned when they're a matchup against LG, but it does feel like something needs to come through here for Tribe, just to kind of really, again, boast the opportunity for them to play for that #1 seed, pending, of course, that they even make it through this Devious team in the first place. Because as much as I think there's a lot of people out there looking at a 2-0 tally, the map count, saying that Tribe should cruise into that third position, if Devious can find a way to win this map #3, it's a wild card summit hardpoint, and then an express search and destroy, which they're not going to be particularly upset about seeing. So I think this is definitely a map set that as it gets longer, Devious is going to start to feel more confident in it. Just comes down to, can they actually get to that fourth map in the first place?
Absolutely right. You just hit it right on the nail, where Tribe needs to end it now, or Devious will have more of an upper hand the longer that this game pulls through, because the maps kind of favor them at the end of the day. So both teams still have a lot of work to do. Devious, it's not over for you yet. Still one map off. And when we saw a while ago Tribe performing that Raid Control, man, that was definitely very close. Every matchup that we've had here so far in this day #1, was very close. But here we go. We're gonna start things here. Control. It's gonna be very close here as Devious. This is their last fighting chance.
Here we go, map #3. Again, big shout outs to our presenting sponsor, the Snapdragon and the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. When winning matters, you want one of those phones in your hands. And winning definitely matters right here for Devious. Opening frame, looking decent as they approach over towards B. Tribe battling back, keeping the progress stalled. And even though there is a little bit of success being built for Devious, they are essentially sent back to spawn packing.
And now when it comes to the gunfights, it is Tribe winning majority of them and possibly getting even further, as Seiken winning essential gunfights here, clearing out so much space and able to shut down all of the players that he's seeing up against Devious. Man, this is just amazing gameplay.
Indeed it is. Devious over towards B though, still a chance to keep this offense in grip. Stop the clock at 51 seconds. And Tribe looking to kind of set up a bit of a spawn trap here. I mean, they are all over the backline of Devious, but this is costing them in terms of the clock. Solo getting control over towards Art. Only one more member to find. That's going to be #4 in Thestug, who definitely has the opportunity and ability to finesse this a little while longer, and that's exactly why. It takes 2 individual gunfights. Second took a progress now locked. Will be traded out, but the rest of Devious already finding some success, moving to the bottom side of the map with eyes towards A.
And now for Devious, as they're trying to clear up that spot here in poolside, and Tiki as well have to worry about that one last player in Tribe, and he's just applying a lot of noise here. Seiken goes down, and get to see Devious not wanting to go in there, touch that A side, but they definitely want to get that kitchen control. Tribe, on the other hand, will have control here in through basketball and will definitely just allow so much more defensive presence here on that A side.
Yeah, Devious is getting a little bit too cute here, just not committing to one side or the other, and now all of a sudden you're down on lives and you're down on the clock. Rehan, backside pool, gets one, but can he actually turn this into a solo capture? He's got one more member around him. Rabalo will call out the Predator Missile. That will find 2, and then a 9v3 situation. It just feels like one of those moments where would you like to kill off the 15 seconds or the 3 lives? Whatever is more convenient, maybe win condition here for Tribe, although they will concede over towards the B zone, but it's all kind of a moot point as Zulf just has nowhere to go in a 1v8. Tribe Gaming comfortable in their opening defense.
That was good. Even though Devious was able to kind of mitigate their lives at the middle, they weren't able to just focus on that objective, and that is something that we saw a while ago in their standoff control. So they need to find a way to do that objective this time around. They're going to be on the defensive side, though, as Tribe going in there mid-presence, definitely going to be heavy-handed for both teams.
Lots of focus over towards A, and oh my, Solo by himself has just ran through middle with the Purifier. He didn't have any help at all. Got to the front door of Kitchen, popped out the flamethrower. That will work out for a handful of kills, and now explosive devices all around for Tribe as they make sure Devious cannot get here to contest the first tick of progress, although they don't actually lock the first tick to Tribe. A chance maybe to put it to rest here, but still the contest is in, and finally that last 1v1 for Solo will continue building progress for Tribe on A, while off respawn the rest of the team is threatening the B zone.
Both sides are being threatened at the moment. As that Bravo finally gets that first tick of progress, Solo able to kind of literally solo hold that A side. First tick of progress down, and now finally we do get to see a little bit of firepower from Rehan with the Annihilator, but he will not spot everyone here for Tribe Gaming that was trying to get that third tick down. And it's just so difficult because they're just not giving anything away.
Yeah, I just don't love that Annihilator call. He's essentially on an island by himself, just trying to wallbang with it, and even though these exit kills look decent on paper, the extra 60 seconds has already been tallied, and Tribe are winning gunfights over towards poolside. This is how it happens, friends. Scott with War Machine hoping for something desperate. S-Thug doing the same with the Sparrow, but Smokes will completely cover the front side of this A zone. Progress being made on the second tick. Scott and S-Thug do find a couple of kills, but Tribe still threatening as the second tick of progress is looking like it should be locked, and there it is. Scott up top, deals with a couple. Jez has the Annihilator out in hand, and he will actually be shut down, so good recovery here from Devious. Third tick of progress not made at all, and we go to 11v10.
And also for Zulf, he could actually potentially get out and take out his operator skills, and 2 red, even though he had the call out, still definitely applied a lot of pressure in through mid, and now Devious still has the advantage here. In the life count, 2 lives above him, and now a minute and 27 a lot of time for Tribe, but they don't have any kind of map control whatsoever here.
7v8. Zulf, the only one who could possibly bring an operator into play, but he's in respawn mode right now. S-Thug popping out 100 killer drone, hoping for something. Contacts have already to be made. Tribe looking to get a setup together, but it's all in pieces, and really you look to Solo to maybe have to be a catalyst to get this offense going, because they're being held at the front door. Purifier gets called for Zulf. He takes care of the threat, and then down towards Tiki. S-Thug does well to take down a couple, and just when Tribe looked decent towards trying to break open that last tick of progress at A, Devious put together the kills they need to hold on for a defensive round of their own.
And that is Rehan just getting that last kill, and finally they're up on the board. Tribe Gaming will now be on the defensive side where they had a little bit more of a fun time. A while ago, Devious is far away. They need to find a way to win this offensive round just in case it gets into a round number 5, which will definitely be so difficult at the very end. Again, mid-presence is definitely going to be very much difficult for Tribe Gaming to have, as Devious is going to win a lot of their gunfights there.
Good opening through the middle of the map and over towards B, but Tribe defensively finding the kills they need to hold on to the point unless S-Thug again can finesse his life for another 1v2 moment. Instead, he pops out the tablet for the bread missile, finds Jez off the respawn through mid. S-Thug looking for help, still does not have any, but does he even need it? He's found himself now on 8 in a row, earning the EMP. But all that told, where was the help from Devious? Tribe regained control of the B zone, and no real progress is being made through the middle of the map or even towards A. Tribe have gotten away with murder.
Yeah, and they're just getting so much space right now, and Tribe is just going out there uncontested, as Devious winning majority of the first few gunfights, not able to actually get any kind of objective control here. They're finally able to get Kitchen, and that will probably prime them to go in there for that A push, but Tribe members are going to be spawned right into the lower half of the map, where a lot of them are going to be pushing through. Finally, ticks of progress going down for Bravo in that alpha side. We only have that one player, and let's see if Devious is able to kind of control this part of the map.
Huge life lead, though, for Devious with a minute 55 on the clock. You have to be feeling, if you're Devious, that we don't need to spend anything more. Hold on to the EMP, hold on to any operators we earn. Let's just get this thing to round 4 comfortably. Ravallo looking to try to get his team back in the mix, and whoa, they do pop the EMP here. Bold call, considering the advantages that have already been built. I don't know if I love that call, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, you had the whole world was your oyster essentially in front of you. 18 plays 6, that is an investment that may come back to bite Devious in the butt. And they're even using a Predator missile?
Question marks right here. I mean, even if they didn't use the EMP, the Predi, they still would have won it through gunfights. It could definitely bite them in the butt, like what you mentioned, because this is definitely a do-or-die situation for them. They have 3 operators in the ready, and Tribe also have 3 to play with. This could have been a way for them to just take him out and just end the game here.
Yeah, you're going to the more favored side of the map as well, so having things like a Pred and an EMP could just put this out of contest. That said, Rehan did have a really solid finish to that last round, so he's been able to earn up some pretty good streaks of his own. Pred missile called in early, Hunter Killer to follow. 2 life advantage for Devious off the opening rip. Jez looking to get over to assist on towards B. First tick of progress going to be locked for Balo. Tough gun fight, almost lines up too, but Scott provides the trade, and now Devious can work on their retake. Around the back, pinch looking good. And even though Tribe are still making some progress here at B, will they get the second tick locked in time? Yes, they will. Jez steps off, holds his life, and wait a second, Tribe still have numbers here, so Devious once again kind of dropped the ball, and we're going to get an extra 60 seconds on the clock here for Tribe Gaming.
But take a look at the life count as well. Devious is trying to get that secured as well. That allows Scott to get that ready, gets that double. And he's been so good and patient here in through gallery, trying to cut off rotation, allows him to get that war machine, but unfortunately for him, goes down.
It's not done yet, but the life lead is significant for Devious. Second EMP that's been earned is immediately popped. Rehan in a little bit of trouble, taken down by Forsaken, but still a couple of kills come the way of Devious. Tribe just trying to survive through the EMP, and they will do so. Lots of operators at the ready space. Will kick things off with the Sparrow. Looking to open up something in through mid-kitchen, but doesn't expect Zolf to be as close as he is with a Fennec, and he turns that into a double! How about it? Zolf for 3. And Devious now can all of a sudden taste their way into a 7 hardpoint, which is a couple more kills needed.
And they're going to be fully stacked. They have the operators to play with on both ends. 6 plays 14, and now a minute on the clock, and Tribe trying to go in there for the long rotation. Instead, Seiken will only be met by 1 player. Information already given to Devious that there will be a claw in this area, and it will be heavily stacked.
There's still plenty of time. They can actually pull this spawn trap together. The life count goes down to a 6v9. Hold on a second. Tribe have gotten some space to work with, and boy, are they ever using it. Jez looking for the jump peaks. Maybe better than his jump shot down here over towards the bottom of the map, but just can't quite land any of the connections. And that will eventually get Devious back on their feet defensively. 8v4. Devious now hold the advantage with operators. They're going to use everything to try to get this map done and dusted. But still 40 seconds on the clock. Tribe can continue to try to play around jungle side. Pred missile going to be earned. Hold on a second. That will land. 3v4. Here we go again. No more operators at the ready. No more respawns from either side. 26 seconds on the clock. Tribe still the ones who have to find a way to make a play over towards A. And Devious are not getting rid of any of these power positions. Someone has to be a hero. Seiken down backstairs. Going to be looked at by 2 different members up close and personal. Zolf, first one, drops. Now the slide shell. He doesn't quite get the second, and Devious will survive, find themselves a map win, and take it to a 7 hardpoint.
Slowly but surely, Devious is collecting their wins, collecting these rounds, and these micro decisions, micro wins, definitely giving them a little bit more of an advantage here. A definite confidence boost for this team. As you can see, a reverse sweep is looming right there in the distance. Devious though, really good positioning when it comes to the operators. They played it well, they timed it really well. It was very tight though up against Tribe, but we're gonna turn things around and possibly get a very, very close mid-game play as well later on. But I like what I'm seeing here in Raid, and it looks like something's wrong with Tribe's gameplay here in this map.
Devious, though, I think the overarching point is there's got to be a very big, deep breath and sigh of relief there because, again, you go back to round 3, we're calling in Pred missiles and EMPs when you have a 10 life lead, with not a lot of time on the clock. It just felt strange for them to make those calls, and it, again, almost came to be a punishment for them here at the end. Nearly Tribe able to get this to around 5, but regardless of how it happened nonetheless. And Devious, as you mentioned, will be very happy to get I would say, the highest obstacle for them to hurdle out of the way here in this reverse sweep. And I think the thing about it is, in the effort, S-Thug with an AR in hand was just undominable, which is something that we're going to have to see as we take the conversation eventually over towards Summit. He finishes 30-13, Rehan at 28-16, the forefront winners here for Devious when it comes down to them surviving in this series.
It is definitely important to note that when it comes to Tribe's gameplay, they were still very good in this map, able to equalize the lives even though there was so much far away, and able to capitalize on the mistakes of Devious. But at the very end of the day, Devious still won that fair and square. And now we're headed into a Summit Hardpoint where the last time that we saw these teams play, these two teams, they played it in Summit. And Tribe Gaming won that very convincingly. And it looks like when it comes to smaller maps like these, they have a little bit more of confidence here.
The thing about it, though, again, I just got to kind of get to the macro picture for you guys at home. As much as we've continued to tout the success of Tribe in the respawn, one thing we have not mentioned yet is that overall, throughout the group stage, Tribe Gaming's map fluency was very limited. They were really only playing a couple of maps in each of the modes, and Summit was not one of them in the midst of the group play through Hardpoint for Tribe. So that's why I look at this map overall, and even though Devious does not hold a particularly great record on it from their group play, they did get a lot of rehearsal, and this is a wild card map. Literally one single rotation between P3 and P4 could just open this map up completely for you, and I think this is a map that doesn't necessarily punish you for bad operator usage. You can get away with a couple of things because the map is so one-dimensional. When it comes down to you're inside the hardpoint, pop an operator, you're probably going to be fine with it.
This is the type of map where things can definitely get close. We've seen so many times where it'll be a 250, 249, and let's see if it's going to be the case here. Devious slowly but surely trying to get that win, trying to still be here, clawing their way into getting these kills down.
Well, opening gunfights just go back and forth as you often expect at a 50-50 hill. Tribe do find the ability to kind of get themselves in for at least a little bit of time. Estug just kind of holding his life. He was looking for maybe a little bit of assistance to clear off this top hallway, and that moment of apprehension leads to Tribe winning a number of key gunfights. Rehan tried to get it done himself, shut down by Solo, help from Jez around the outside, and Tribe Gaming still in control of P1.
This is the thing though, looking at the kind of gun weapons and also the selections that they had, it is Devious having a little bit more of that AR control, but it is difficult in a very small map like this where Tribe Gaming is really just shredding when it comes to the close range engagements. Definitely going to be something good, especially here in P1. It's going to be a very contested hill. Devious now though trying to just get an advantage here when it comes to their ARs. 2 red leading the pack with those 5 kills. Zolf on the other hand still needs to get 1.
Yeah, big bounce back here though for Devious off the respawn. After the opening 15 seconds, we're convincing for Tribe. Devious don't get rebroken again off their second set of spawns. Raval having a real tough time with that gunfight. A little windy out there at Summit. 31 plays 16 as we head over towards P2. Numbers looking good for Devious, and this is how it starts. A convincing opening for Devious. The SMG's really starting to light things up, and 2Red still on a spree as he earns himself an early pred. He'll call it in immediately to try to keep things open on the hardpoint, and Devious continue to soak up time.
This is the position that you want if you are Devious, because that rotation from P2 to P3 is definitely going to be key, and they have the more favorable side. You already know that player number 5, Scott, will be that anchoring spot for him, and speaking of a player, 2Red spawns right beside him, and it is still going to be yellow here in P2. And eventually Robalo gets that essential 2K, but you see Devious is just literally going to be right there.
You can't hold off though if you're Devious. You have to continue to play for this hard point time. There's still so much time left before you have to worry about this rotation. And as Tribe continue to get some time to reduce the deficit, they're also making the moves over towards the B3 side of the map. Couple of kills on exit for Devious are good. Again, the hardpoint spawns will not move until this time has expired. So where does Tribe spawn? Every kill is a big kill here for Devious on their rotation. Raballo, War Machine out, tries to hold off the rotation. Couple of trades come out. Keep your eye on the minimap, and yeah, spawns will be blocked. Every kill continues to be important here in the backside of the hardpoint. Tribe finding a couple of kills, but from the front, Devious have a chance to break this wide open. Tribe still spawning in. Space looking to get back into the hardpoint with the Sparrow, and that may be the difference maker. Scott is deep though, and hold on a second. Devious are still in a spot to possibly contest, but every gunfight that gets lost leads the Tribe getting more and more solid on the hardpoint, and only 20 seconds down, Tribe have gained control.
And that was a 50-50 start of the hardpoint where they were actually spawning all across the map. It was absolute chaos. Zolf now brings the Purifier, but in a really bad spot where Tribe players are still going to be on the left side, but things are going to be flipping around now. 24 seconds left on the clock for Devious to try and take, and that is definitely going to be essential for them to just bring down the points in between.
I don't love this timing from Tribe's rotation. You had a Purifier out, and that was used to kind of create an avenue for an exit, but again, every kill that Devious pull here will likely see Tribe spawning deep on the backside of the old Time. Problem is, the kills just aren't fully coming, and as the Hardpoint will move, so also will the spawn. So Tribe will win the rotation for now. Lots of space for Devious to get themselves set up. Jez with the early Annihilator, playing just over the top of the forklift. Looking for someone to take a shot at. First contact is good. Rehand says not interested, tries to back away, but the rest of Tribe Gaming starts to come through. But an aid comes out from 2Red's hands. Hold on a second, and all of a sudden Rehand can get on in. Play from the backside of the snowpath also available for Devious, but the kills just are not quite there. Tribe once again continue to beat the kill feed up, and with that they will again find control.
It is going to be Tribe that are getting a lot of these kills down, but it is still Devious trying to hang on by a thread, bringing out operators of their own, but it is still Tribe essentially to get majority of the points down here. 25 seconds is still a lot of time to play with, and it is going to just be Scott that will try to go in for contest. 2Red will be right there behind him. One last contest that will happen for Devious, and they need to make a way to finally go in there, but they actually left it wide open for Tribe to get.
Yeah, that's a tough call for Devious. Not trying to make life difficult on the exit. They're just setting up their line of scrimmage as we rotate back over to the first hill. And if they can cleanly win a couple eliminations, there is a chance to soak up a lot of this initial time. But again, as soon as we start to frame up that Devious are in good spots, they need to win gunfights, they don't win the gunfights. And Tribe are simply put outslaying Devious, and that's the reason that we have this slim margin that we currently do. And that may actually be a bit of a lifeline for Devious. I mean, they have to be feeling pretty lucky that they're only down 10 points, and with a couple of late operators here, there's a chance for them to get some very coveted time on P1.
Devious is very much aware that Tribe is going to be spawning off into that left side of the map, as their attention is going to be going into that left. And now it is P2 control for Tribe, and an essential power position that you need to have for you and able to defend here this P1. So far, it will be Tribe to go and break into the hill. Devious will try to go and funnel through, but Jez is definitely going to be a really bad effort here. But unfortunately for him, he will fall down, but it is still a back and forth here in P1, something that we kind of expect here.
Yeah, great hardpoint obviously told for Devious. Would look to be a lot of space given up and a lot of vacancy for Tribe to get a setup. It eventually turned to, once again, the SMGs just wrecking havoc over the top of the hardpoint. So Devious with a small lead. Hardpoint will expire. We'll open things back up over towards the catwalk. S-Thug in their way. Couple of kills through mid. Rabalo looking for the trade. S-Thug, oh, he predicts it, gets into the corner. S-Thug, now he's on 4. Takes his attention to a much easier angle with the LK, but can't quite convert. Trophy system gets placed. Devious in the hard point for now. Scott only getting one with the War Machine, but still, Devious find a way to continue to get kills, and that leads to more time.
Jez wanted to go in there for that spawn, went in there for the back end push, and Scott accidentally takes himself out along with Jez with him. And that also denies Tribe to go and flip the spawns for next. But something that we saw for Devious a while ago, they're so good at going in there for that control here in P2 that they kind of forget to time the rotation right into P3. They're still holding on though. It's still going to be contested, and so far it will be Tribe Gaming with a last-ditch effort for Rehad to try and capture the points.
And now our attention has to go to number 5 in yellow. Scott by himself out towards the outside of P3, but he gets shut down and over through Silo. Now Tribe have again the setup that they want. Further kills for Rabalo, who's, I think he's on his 3rd War Machine already. I mean, he is tearing it up at 25 total kills. Jez feeling a little bit of pressure on the backside of Snow. Has a little bit of assistance, but kills from Devious looking decent. Jez not quite able to connect. Rabalo also pops the War Machine. Connects with one inside the hard point, but Devious are still in a spot to potentially contest this. Long range shot though for Rabalo. Start to land. Pred Missile also called out, and once more, Devious setting up for a threat, but cannot win the gunfights they need. Jez able to keep himself in the hill, and now Solo can reinforce the party with the Purifier.
Rehan, though, able to kind of give his team a lot of space with that Annihilator, not able to get majority of the Tribe Gaming squad as they are still spawning off into the left side spawn. And even though Devious brought out gunfire, still able to kind of touch it just a tiny bit. 24 seconds left, still heavily contested by both of these teams, with Devious just heavily flooding the front.
Every contest second is a major second here for Devious. The fact that, again, they lost rotation to P3, but they only find themselves down about 10 points heading over to P4 is, again, kind of miraculous news. Operators also at the ready for Devious as they look to rotate over in towards P4. Space for the rest of the Tribe, working through the high ground, seeing if they can find an opening, but none are there. Rabalo looking for something around the back. Gives up his position with the CBR already being sprayed out. Still wins the gunfight, though. Hold on a second. Rabalo, no. Shut shut down by Scott anchoring in the spawns, and now S-Thug will reinforce with the Sparrow out. Opening time good for Devious, looking to reclaim the lead, but hold on. Tribe are already making a play through the backside of Snow. There's an opportunity where they can flip the spawns around, and they will. Now it just comes down to can they get the kills to break the hard point. S-Thug inside, does well to keep going back and forth, but Tribe, again, with the proximal spawns can reinforce faster.
It is still Devious touching the point from the front, and they're so good at contesting and also just denying Tribe as much points as they can get, even though they have the more favorable spawn. One last push from Devious to try and contest this spot. 26 seconds left on the clock, and still very few points ahead of them. And Rihan is winning that essential gunfight and will allow his teammate to try and touch up the point just a tiny bit. But Rabalo with 2 kills is just insane.
I mean, that is just miracle work from Tribe. I don't know how they find a way to sneak through as they did to flip the spawns around, and then Rabalo just solo exists for forever on the scrap time. It's just these small moments here and there that Devious can't quite fully flesh out, leading to now about a 30-point game in favor of Tribe. Devious, though, has been great over the top of this first hard point. They will have to be so once again. A great start as kills continue to go the way of Devious.
The last set of rotations, it was Devious getting majority of the points here in P1. They were able to kind of flip the spawns and make Tribe Gaming spawn on the left side of the map. Now on the other hand though, Tribe is pretty much positioned in for the pinch to try and get this P1 control, as Zolf will try to get those kills down, unable to do so. And also when it comes to Devious, losing an essential gunfight up in P2 here, in through a really essential catwalk position.
But Devious win the hard point, at least back for now. Back and forth we go. Oh, and a big shutdown comes through. Jez was looking to kind of turn things over the Annihilator, but Scott will win the day with the War Machine. Devious, a chance to reclaim the lead late in this Summit hardpoint, trying to continue their season and maybe surprise Tribe Gaming into a map 5, but could be easier said than done. Tribe will break past the double sentry mark first, and attention goes once again back towards Catwalk.
This is the most essential play for Devious right now. They are also able to get it, kind of like back in those last 2 set of rotations, able to get the more favorable side of the spawn. You can see player number 3 from Tribe will try to get that positioning near Silo, will try to get rid of Scott. So far though, will be dealt with. Tribe still gets the more favorable spawn now, and they also are in position for that next set of rotations.
Oh, they can win the game here. That's the problem. Devious is too focused on the left side of the map. They're losing objective focus. Tribe now with a couple of operators out. Rehan needs to get it done with the Annihilator shut down. Still a chance for Tribe to win this thing on P2. Have to have it if you're Devious. Claws out for 2Red. Can't quite find much at the moment though. Contest on the Wix. Here comes 2Red. Now an opportunity for him to maybe stop this rotation through mid-map. Devious looked good for most of this scrap time. Tribe can no longer win on this hard point, so they have to rotate, and Devious are fighting for every second they possibly can.
That is just a really good showing, very clutch from this team. Scott gets an essential double that flushes out everyone else from Tribe in that old hill, now setting up for next. And this is the most important part for Devious. They can definitely end it here if they play it to perfection. Each of these teams have one operator to play with. Devious, on the other hand, will have the more favorable spawn that will just provide Tribe an entrance only into one area of the map.
Zolf has the Purifier out. This is the first time Devious has won a key rotation, but Tribe starting to find kills around the back. 234 to 212. Dueling Purifiers from the front. Zolf still stays alive. Here comes the rest of Tribe, and all Solo gets a key shutdown. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Tribe don't have the numbers though. Devious will continue to survive. Tribe can still win here. Devious, if they can hold every second, they will be able to do the same. No more operators at the ready. Jez just flies forward, gets stunned up though. Devious still alive. Kills starting to come their way. Forsaken around the back. He can do it himself. Off the reload. Shut down. Devious still in a chance to contest. Tribe do not have the numbers to continue to play forward, but they're still sending them regardless. Solo only gets one. Spawns will flip around the back. Tribe, they need to win it here. They're not going to have the rotation. They're in for now. S-Thug has the touch. He gets the kill. They are going to get the final take. It's going to be close though. It gets contested over towards P4. 5 seconds of scrap before it opens. The operators for Devious at the ready, but they don't have the numbers. Scott tries to get the kill with the War Machine, but gets shut down. Tribe still contesting, and Solo will finish it off. 250, 242. Mercy.
Someone give my co-caster here some water because his tongue is on fire. My goodness, someone timed that, but congratulations to Tribe and almost bringing it down But wow, that is such a good display, a really good comeback. That was too close for comfort, but GG's to Devious. They made it here in a way that a lot of people doubted them, but something is for sure. They are so good and well-deserving to be here in this competition.
It's going to be heartbreak. I mean, flat out, that was about as tough as it gets in terms of a bracket for Devious. And we kind of talked about them at the beginning of this event, that yeah, they were able to take maps off these top teams, and they proved that they could absolutely do that here once again, playing up against both LG in their opener and Tribe here. But it's going to feel like a day late, a dollar short in certain terms. There were winnable maps, winnable moments all across the board for Devious, but could not quite crack the code of the top 2 seeds coming into this bracket. And at the same rate, you have to really give your tip of the hat over to Tribe, staying calm and collected in the midst of what was sheer chaos in the final moments of Summit.
You already kind of put it out a while ago, right? You were priming it that Summit can go either way. It's a very chaotic map, and we saw it here. We mentioned how close things can get here, and even though that you have your operators down, yes, it really is down to the gunfights, and even though you went in there for early rotations, it does not matter. You need to find a way to time it really right. Take a look at what we have here for about 241 and 49. I'm so excited to see what is going to happen here.
2 members over 50 kills, one on either side, 52 and 33 for Jez. We talked about him a lot, saying that he was kind of the most anticipated player from last year and continuing as one of the remaining Tribe members here into this one, but it was enough here to really kind of steal the show. Rabalo at 49 with nearly 3 minutes in the hard point in the face of S-Thug getting 51. Crazy scenes. But with that, Tribe Gaming will qualify as our 3rd team from North America to make it to World Championships. We've got Gabby down on the floor getting the post-game reaction.
Thank you so much. I wanted to speak to Rabalo specifically. I'll get into your play in a second, but bringing it out to the bigger picture, I mean, it's no surprise that many were surprised to find Tribe in this position. Can you tell me how you were handling between matches to make sure you were prepared going at it again?
We're just like a mental reset through. We lost to Simplicity, which is Team Mayhem. We talked with the team. We told each other, like, it's all good. You know, like, we've been in this position last year, and we came back, and that's what we did. We mentally reset, and it was like a new series. We just played like a team, and we basically won.
Yeah, and this win came off of some massive play from yourself, some big numbers put up. The casters were giving you tons of props. Can you give me an evaluation of your individual performance in this match?
I mean, after the first series against Team Mayhem, you know, I had to step it up. You know, like, I've been the core player for the team, you know, and then I was like, you know, it's my time to shine, you know, so I did what I could do. I tried my best, and, you know, it paid off well, and we won.
Speaking of that previous series, Jesus Saves You afterwards described Tribe as aggressive. We've heard this from other players in the past. How aggressive do you feel Tribe is compared to the other teams that are competing here at the LAN?
I would say we're pretty aggressive. You know, we are the most aggressive team. You know, if we got to play passive. We play passive. We got to be aggressive. We play aggressive. You know, and against Devious, we had to be aggressive. You know, to show our dominance, to show who we are. You know, and then that's what we did, and we basically secured a spot for stage 5.
Yeah, there's a couple kind of steps to take before you get to stage 5 as well. Here in the lower bracket, it means that you're going to be facing off against either Luminosity or Mayhem, which would be the rematch. Do you have a prediction on who it might be that you're going against next?
I mean, after we played Team Mayhem, you know, it's been a month since we played them. I would say it's going to be pretty close, you know, but I got my vote on LG. We're going to meet Team Mayhem tomorrow in lower bracket, and then we'll go revenge on them.
And I know later on in the show we'll be talking about that stage 5 security, but I do want to say congratulations right now because that's a big moment, and thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Fantastic work out there. I mean, hell, Tribe, that's fantastic work getting it done. Devious really stepped up and showed us what they were capable of. And we'll talk about Tribe. I want to reflect a little bit on the unfortunate losers here, but Shift, they showed up.
You got to give them their kudos, man. Again, we started this whole broadcast off talking about the fact that this Devious team was the wild card, the unknown. They didn't have the experience and veterancy that the other 3 teams do. But the thing about it was they put together a performance that they could all walk away from and feel really good about how they've grown over the course of the entirety of stage 4. There's still a lot of opportunity for them to grow and continue to kind of build this momentum into more showcases competitively in the future. It is tough to say farewell to them so soon because, boy, I'll tell you, they put up one hell of a show today.
It really just goes to show that even though that they were the dark horse in this competition, they showed up. They gave a hard time to the top teams that we have now. I mean, yes, we also had pretty high expectations, doing very well. They had a month to prepare, and it really did translate with their gameplay up against these top teams.
I mean, we saw 2 sweeps. This is the first time we see them actually come through, force a game 4, and then even that last Hardpoint, back and forth, multiple lead changes, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think the thing is, you know, if we were to really kind of put our coach's hat on and like analyze what went wrong there for Devious, they did miss out on a lot of opportunities. Having a chance to win rotation and then foiling it by not being able to win a couple of the key gunfights. Or they misread where Tribe is hitting from and they lose spawns because of it. Summit is such an unforgiving map, which is why we often say it could get mixy and chaotic, and it just came down to at the end, there was too many small things for Devious in critical moments.
Well, it's a big thing for everyone else because as we said, these top 3 teams do make it all the way to COD Champs. So taking a look at the bracket, like I said, farewell to Devious and their fans. They are on the outside looking in. And Luminosity, Team Mayhem, and Tribe Gaming will represent North America at those Call of Duty Mobile Championships in Atlanta. But we are still looking for a king of North America. Luminosity and Team Mayhem play in our final matchup of the day. We'll see you in a moment.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Who I would want to be on a deserted island with out of COD mobile players, I guess I gotta have to go with Legacy. My friend from Six Kings, he was in the group stages of Stage 4, but I've actually met him in person prior to this, so I would say I can get a good vibe of how he is. I mean, we're pretty close now after we'd met because we live pretty close to each other.
I'd probably pick Scott from Devious. He seems like a nice guy and he's pretty smart. He knows like about everything, so him and how he is, I feel like he's like more of the survivalist kind of guy.
If I had to pick one player, it would be Jez because he lives in Hawaii. He knows island experience.
I'm gonna say, okay, so if I was stranded on a desert island, my 2 choices would be between, I know you asked for one, but it would be between 2 of my teammates, and unironically, it's either gonna be Kings or Pepe. I think with the physical aspect of things and like the grit of not quitting, not becoming mentally weak and like you know what, F this, we're gonna die, like I've had enough. Like, you know, that grit, that mental strength, I'm gonna say Kings at the end of the day, yeah. Because he's got the brains, he's got the heart, he's got the work ethic, yada yada. So anyways, that's my answer.
I don't really know, honestly. All of us kind of seem kind of dumb, that's why, I don't know.
If I was stranded and had to pick one COD mobile player, oh, I don't know. I would pick one. I'll either pick Solo, cause you know Solo is tall and big, and but I do a lot. Or I'll pick someone like maybe like my teammate Jesus, cause you know he does have the brains and stuff. He's pretty smart, so well, 1 or 2, either.
welcome back. It's our 4th matchup of the day, and well, I think it's still sunny out because some of these matches have been pretty quick. Seattle is wonderful. We're locked inside because it is time to ride. We already said goodbye to one of our squads, and now we're saying hello to us up here. It's F-Dot, it's Beef Mommy, and of course it's I Hold Shift. And of course, I want to shout out our super important friend Samsung, who absolutely is pivotal. So one of the things I want to talk about is our fantastic Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, we got to give a huge thank you. I mean, they're a presenting partner, but Samsung provided devices for all the players, and it is top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response time. Samsung Galaxy S23 series is the absolute best-in-class device for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life and incredible power. These devices are raising the bar for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on the Samsung Galaxy S23. Pumped. I mean, it's cool to see the players also learning a new device and really enjoying it so far.
A lot of fun stuff. And again, Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't be without y'all. So 10 points. And let's roll on forward. As we said, our 4th and final matchup of day number 1. And it's a barn burner because we're going to send one more team down to the lower bracket. Luminosity Gaming came into today as the number 1 seed. And they're sitting pretty in that upper bracket final. But they weren't perfectly perfect as we watched them earlier.
I mean, Devious gave these top teams a very difficult time, which we expected. We love to see that, and now it's going to be a different gameplay because we saw that Mayhem brought Tribe down to their knees. But taking a look at what we have on the blue side, we got Luminosity. They took that dub a while ago. They had enough time to kind of just be quiet, take a look, and just be breathing, having that such swag, especially with Tectonic not being in the picture, man. That's going to be hard.
That is the overarching storyline. Like, I think we all expected LG to qualify, but I don't think we expected them to qualify without tech. And to do it so last minute, I mean, we heard from Hippo during one of the interviews, you know, we're just going to use whatever's best on the day. They've got 6 superstars, so why not? It just does come as a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, a bit of surprise for us.
Well, what was interesting was, you know, when I talked to, so you turned around, you go, whack, he's done okay. And then I approached, I was like, hey man, what's up? And I've spoken to players before. He knew. It was like, hey man, no, it's just the right call. You know, if they lose or whatnot, I'll step in, but I think this is it. And it wasn't a surprise to him or them. So I think that's really the big deal is that, like, yeah, surprise us as we watch, but as they play, they knew what their game plan was and they stuck to it.
And that's just ego out the window. And that's something that we like to see here in this team. They are very solid. Doesn't matter if Marsh is going to be there because he knows that he got his team's back. And it's looking like he definitely is a really good selection for this team so far.
LG, listen, your ego's like your wallet, okay? You got to be able to take it out sometimes, but it stays in your back pocket.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
that's Luminosity, you know what I'm saying? And they absolutely have this in control. So they're coming in as this top card, absolutely. Make no bones about it. But when we talk about this Team Mayhem squad, today, they might be the finest looking squad on the server.
I fully and 100% agree with you, Tom. They came out and impressed from literally the word go. Taking the takeoff against Tribe, who at the point was undefeated when it came to how they played Hardpoint. And then to do it on one of their stronger maps, unbelievable precedence has been set by this Team Mayhem squad. And that's the beauty of having a 3-week break between group stage and now, is you get a chance to really learn, dig into the VOD, and come out in your best form.
That's the biggest point. You were bringing up a lot during the regular season, how the 4-week round robin stage was one of the biggest, like, times that we saw this back-to-back-to-back. Well, now you just have this plethora of games to download, look at, do your tape, and do your homework. And talking to these Mayhem guys, they do that homework.
It definitely was, and it looks like just putting Cartels in through that team, being the main slayer in today's game, was the best decision that they've had. Because it was a shuffle between Pepe or Cartels. They've been going in there back and forth. He showed up at the very end in the last day of the challenge stage, and now he is showing it up here when he needs to the most.
The crowd, we're talking about Cartel. Like, I heard them say, like, okay, that Cartel guy is tearing it up. And so he has been making the waves. Our map Veto's coming in pretty soon. And first off, thinking about where we're headed for Hardpoint. All right, Coach Mommy, where do you want to see yourself if you're Team Mayhem? Is it takeoff?
Takeoff. I mean, I was about to say it, but you're seeing it on his screen right now because Mayhem did a phenomenal job at shutting down the best map of Tribe. And also, I mean, as much as LG doesn't want me to say this, it was a terrible matchup when they met Tribe the other end of the world, which seemed like so far away, but it was not a good scoreline. But now they're picking up the pace, and hopefully they found a way to kind of counter the play from Tribe back go.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty comfortable for a opening set of hardpoints here for Team Mayhem. This is the same map set that they had in terms of hardpoints when they were playing up against Tribe. We didn't need the arsenal, but I still believe that even if we do need it here in this series, it's a map that Mayhem's going to look at and feel pretty decent about. Tunisia out of the picture for Search and Destroy. That's pretty par for the course, considering that LG just go untouched on that map. So we got more firing range and more Express at least in the picture. We haven't needed it yet, but it's been map 5 on our docket for the last 3 matches in a row. Just comes down to will we actually get there this time around.
Man, that Express matchup is definitely going to be exciting, but what we're looking forward to now is going to be that Crossroads strike.
Ooh.
I mean, it is very spicy because LG is just so good when it comes to this matchup. They 3-0 Tribe here when they met each other, and now it seems like both of these teams are very much comfortable in this map.
First time we're seeing it today as well. 4 matches, so it's certainly an interesting one to wind up on for sure. As far as who's going to take this one, like I said, I think Mayhem is coming in with the momentum. I'm certainly not writing it down in ink. Instead, I put that onus on you guys. Let us know who you think is going to win this one, whether it's going to be Luminosity Gaming or Team Mayhem taking this one and running with it. And that goes directly in the Twitch chat. I promise I'll take a look and I'll tell all my friends. But for now, I'm leaving, my friends. Beef Mommy and I hold shift. Straight up, y'all been killing it, but you still have one more test to do. So let's roll.
Thank goodness, man. I'm ready for more COD. If we get anything that's looked like what we've had to this point, if these teams are playing in the form that they had in their upper bracket matches, this one should be just as good and just as anticipated as when LG and Tribe played during the group stage. Just comes down to will we actually get that? I have to imagine that for LG, there's a little bit of a wake-up period. I don't think that they're going to be, as mistake-heavy as they were in their Search and Destroy, in particular when we get back to firing range. That's kind of the big map that I've got on my list.
Man, this day has been very fast. There's still sunlight, and we saw a while ago that, okay, maybe it might be a very long matchup. I was fully expecting to leave this area with just darkness up ahead, but it seems like the light looming ahead from both of these teams definitely shining bright, especially in the side of Mayhem, where I think they have just a little bit more of an advantage here. But when it comes to the map selection, I do feel like they might be able to clinch, number 1, that takeoff, and the CS is definitely going to be a question mark for me, the swing mode, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Crossroads strike's an interesting one because we didn't really see a ton of it in North America. We saw a lot of it in Europe, but when we did see the NA top teams play the map, there was a lot more of a methodical approach to it, whereas for Europe, it was like, we're going to run at you and we're going to gun you. That seemed to be like one of the main philosophies, is a map that you can just simply outgun your opponents. But North America has approached it vastly different. The only thing about it is we really haven't had a chance to see too much gameplay overall, and that was also, like we continue to mention, a while ago. So there definitely are some question marks when it comes to what very well may be the difference maker in this series when we eventually get to map number 3.
It really is an important point to note that you also see Arsenal in the horizon, where I think Luminosity will have a difficult time with. Granted, it was up against a team like Tribe before, but Mayhem was able to take down Tribe 3-0. So definitely when it comes to setting the bar is just all over the place right now, because coming into this competition, we thought LG was going to be setting that bar, but it turns out Devious gave them a hard time. So I like to see that we're just having a little bit of a shuffle right now.
Well, the fist bumps are out. Looks like we're just about at that time. The upper bracket final. Important to note, for those that may not be familiar with the Call of Duty Mobile tournament format, you win out of the upper bracket and get to the grand finals. You have a 1-map advantage in the grands, which turns to a best of 7. And of course, not just the prize pool, but also the very coveted top seed out of COD Mobile's, well, at the moment, historically best region is still on the line. Takeoff, map number 1, upper bracket finals. It's Team Mayhem versus Luminosity. Let's get it on.
All right, Luminosity going in from that left side of the map, and they're going to be greeted by a full force of players here in through mid. Definitely that battle in through that P4 area, definitely going to be difficult as Mayhem gets that one gunfight. They do have the verticality to play with and essentially flips that spawn.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that off the opening hardpoint, you're looking for the 3 corners of high ground control, one of them being right here top scaffolding. Cartel's looking to fight for it. Tough gunfight though, stuns across the board for both teams. Luminosity turned this into a chance to get a couple of kills. kills, get onto the hard point, even up the score, and now they've got an opportunity to even push a little bit further forward, but held back as Team Mayhem get the kills they need to respawn.
30 seconds left on the clock, and Luminosity will try to go in there for the more favorable side, setting up for next. And you can see that Envy is going to be spawning off into the left side, alongside Washi as well, and another player, that's Vague. So it will be granted them not only the scrap points here in P1, but also rotation for next.
And again, just for those that may have missed Luminosity's opening game, Tectonic not in the picture, threw a lot of question marks as far as who's going to be running the other AR. It is Envy and Washi at the moment, but the SMG presence from Marshy was huge towards Luminosity, not just keeping pace, but also dominating in the tempo of the map. He was a kill leader in the map #1 when they played up against Devious, looking to respond and do something similar here. But as we open up the second hard point, LG finding a couple of kills, trying to get comfortable in the backside spawn, but Raph, we'll see one player spawn near him, just not quite enough to fully influence a break of the hard point nor the spawns. LG still in control, but losing out on numbers as eventually Team Mayhem break through.
If you were paying attention to the left side of the map, it was a chaotic spawn where both Mayhem and Luminosity were just spawning right on top of one another just because it wasn't activated quite yet. And now we do get to see that Mayhem getting that left side. Luminosity has to go and FUD through that front side, and also scaffolding as well. Vague tries to get those kills, but Cartels gets an essential triple.
Just picking up where he left off, right? I mean, he's on 13, putting together a bit of a spree. Jesus right there behind him. The SMGs really lighting things up. 13 seconds of scrap time to fight for. Team Mayhem spawning top side of the minimap, likely to give the majority of this time up in order to play for the rotation to new. And operators are available, and I mean available, on both sides. Just comes down to who can make the proactive call and earn the favor over the top of this new hill.
And now you see the rotation of Luminosity right now in Generators will be greeted by 2 players of Team Mayhem, which they're going to be winning the gunfight. Still has to worry about that one last player, but split spawns coming in from Luminosity where they're kind of all over the place. It's still Mayhem winning that gunfight.
Well, Team Mayhem will get the favored spawns top side of the map, but Luminosity are putting together a threat around the backside. Kills coming through on both sides. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, but Team Mayhem, oh yeah, big time from Kings. Gets a double, immediately pops into the Annihilator. Raph also making sure no one can threaten the second hill. And yep, this is looking really solid for Team Mayhem. Chipping away and growing a bit of a cushion. Still 30 seconds to fight for, and Luminosity are not done yet. Band has the Purifier out, trying to get in for the scrap time, and so far he's gained entry. But the kill is still not fully here yet, and Team Mayhem right back in. All of a sudden, they're going to be able to shut down the Purifier, recontest, and win some of the scrap time. Key moment here for Team Mayhem.
And the rotation for next definitely going to be essential as well. One player from both teams already positions right there. It is Jesus, trying to be very patient, trying to get those audio cues down, waiting for the rest of his teammates to provide that backup, because he knows if he pushes all alone, it just means very bad for him as he wins. Essential 2 kills for his team, and he's still alive to possibly get that third.
Washi, gets shut down just as he takes the Annihilator out of his holster. So all of a sudden, what looked to be LG possibly winning this rotation, now they find themselves empty on the hard point. They miss out on a key operator, and it kind of turns into a desperate moment where Vague pops the claw out, and that turns into a double and a chance for LG to sustain. Well done here by Vague. Now on to his 11th kill. Does get shut down at range, so we're not done yet here for Team Mayhem. Marshy feeling the pressure, pops out the War Machine, has to take his own life while also taking down one on the other side. But Team Mayhem will get the shutdown, get the break. Still 25 seconds for them to fight for.
Blur is dealing some damage from outside of the map, and speaking of, he'll be dealing with everyone else from Luminosity that is going to be spawning off into the left side of the map. As Luminosity trying to go in there from the front, just 12 seconds of scrap to play with. They're still having a hold of it. Mayhem, on the other hand, just needs to do one more push to try and contest, denying the points for Luminosity.
What a scrappy first set of hills this has been so far. And it ends up giving us essentially just a dead tie game. Envy trying to find some finesse off the old time and move in towards high ground positions over the top of Statue as we once again get to the middle of the map. Cartels just all over the map at 19 kills eliminated already. He's right there, hand in hand with Blur, who's got the War Machine out early here through P1. Only gets 1 for the effort though, so again, efficacy not necessarily at the highest, as Luminosity will win a couple of the key gunfights and get themselves on for a little bit of time.
Jesus saves, takes out an essential player for Luminosity, getting rid of that high ground control for them. That was Washi. And now he's going to be providing that essential pressure on the left side, but unfortunately loses his life. Team Mayhem on the other side, still trying to get rid of a lot of players from LG from outside, but still having a little bit of a touch here in P1. Things are still even down here, dude.
Raph, goodness gracious, just completely takes over again. Long range from Envy, assisted by the nade from Marshy, but that moment right there from Team Mayhem on the backhand of Raph have allowed them a chance to not just contest the old time, but also put themselves in a position to open up a flank here over towards P2, which Cartels is happy to take. He's now all of a sudden on 3 in a row. Help around the back. Envy trying to sneak through Stadium, and he will be able to find a couple of kills. Shut down. Pinstripe again. Goes the kill feed. Back and forth, back and forth. LG trying to hold on to spawns, but from inside the hard point, they find the kills needed to get the opening 15 seconds.
Yeah, Cartels needed to stay put in order for the rest of his teammates to go and spawn out there, but it is enough for the rest of his teammates to go in there very much quickly to try and go in there for the contest. But it is Kings with that Annihilator possibility to get that, and also just acquiring a lot of points here. Luminosity, even though they do have the claw, still has to worry about that one player, but it's a good thing that Blur is gonna go down. And they're just going to bring out a lot of their operators here at this point.
Yeah, critical moment, I'd say, right here. Marshy gets the full streaks in the process of this hard point as well, by the way. So key elements starting to be earned up for Luminosity as they grow to the largest lead we've seen for either team to this point. 10 seconds of scrap time going to be conceded by Team Mayhem. Looking to play on rotation. And they really have a lot of tools available in their own right to try to lock this down. How does LG try to set up this break on rotation? All of it's coming to the top side of the map except for one. So keep your focus here. Ban trying to work his way into the backside of Generators. Team Mayhem giving up a little bit of space, looking to find a way to control it. Good flashes coming out, kills good. Team Mayhem have found a perfect read, and they will have a chance to get into the hard point, but Luminosity spawn essentially in the hill. Raph's Claw will put the rest any further hit, and Team Mayhem will sustain.
My goodness, the spawns here in P3 are just so chaotic, and Luminosity, even though, like, yes, they spawned inside, not able to get majority of the points. Cartels, unfortunately for him, does not spot that one player on that side. That would be Washi, and essentially gets rid of a Purifier as well. It is still Mayhem getting a hold of this hill, and Luminosity will try to go and flood through, but they are losing their gunfights right now.
Yeah, just no more operators that's available for either side. And yeah, Key back 30 seconds. Jesus saves, tries to make a further play, but it's Raph who actually gets credit for all the kills. And with it, scrap time looks pretty much a guarantee. LG not even going to bother playing through the old time. They're just going to run through mid, try to get the foot race win over towards the new hard point, but they're being cut through the middle of the map. Envy does have an opportunity to try to do the same thing on the opposite side. Pred Missile will take him out of the picture. And now for Team Mayhem, can they hold from inside the hard point? Operators at the ready for LG. First gunfight win does come through, and the hard point will go at a pretty neutral state as both teams continue to battle over the top of the early time.
That Preddy just allowed Luminosity to breeze their way through in through mid and allow player number one, that's bad, to get so many kills and essentially stopping the push from Mayhem to try and go in there for the pinch. Washi is still alive here with the Annihilator, and he is shredding, knowing very well that Mayhem is spawning off into the left side. And that play of the Predator is essential for Luminosity to clinch this P4.
Nice little bait and switch here, though. Raph able to find some entry. More to do, though, as Kings will follow behind him. Now an opportunity to hit a bit of a pinch from the high ground. Falls on into the hard point. Clean stuff from Raph. That'll be good for the break. 18 seconds to fight for. Luminosity stops at 185. Spawns from the front means if they're going to hit this, they're going to have to flood, and it looks like LG will largely concede. Play for a rotation over to the middle of the map, but as they find a couple of kills from Vague, hold on, the focus may change, and the critical last 5 seconds actually go the way of Luminosity.
Essential scrap points for Luminosity, and they also have a chance to get those high grounds, especially in the form of play number one. That, again, that is going to be banned. He will just try to find a way to touch that point. And even though that he was able to rotate early enough, they're not able to get that verticality that they needed here for P1 as Mayhem. Getting that 2F control by P4 is definitely going to be essential.
Gunfights being won by Team Mayhem. Try to dig into a 15-point deficit. Marshy just running laps around the hard point. Marshy, no, shut down. Cartel is able to put him to rest. Numbers start to come through for Mayhem again, but Luminosity, they maintain control, at least for a moment, around the hard point. Band getting a double on the outside, could turn this into more. Blur's in front of him, and Band will find now 3 in a row. Marshy doing the same on the opposite side of the map, and Luminosity continue to soak up time here on P1. They haven't been threatened over towards P2 either, and all of a sudden, Team Mayhem in a little bit of trouble.
There you go. Luminosity is just gaining the momentum just a tad bit. Cartel's going to be in a really important gunfight, unfortunately loses it to Vague. And that's going to be an essential kill for him as it kind of stops the push, but It's just a few seconds into the favor of Mayhem right now, and as they're trying to get collected, they're just not in a position to try and contest this P2 as they're so far away, spawning off into Medic and also here into Generator.
Well, Blur's going to kick us off with one of the 5 operators at the ready, and oh, Blur actually gets 2. How about 3? Hold on a second. 224 is where it stops for Luminosity. Numbers for Team Mayhem as they work their way back over to the hardpoint. Washi's double may turn things back to LG's favor, but no, the SMGs run forward. They get the kills they need. This is expensive, though, for Team Mayhem. They've used just about everything. LG still an opportunity to try to contest. 198 to 228, and yep, Team Mayhem have spent everything to try to get this map a bit tighter.
Ban with the Purifier, though, not able to get as much kills as he wanted, as Team Mayhem is probably going to get the majority of the points here, but Marshy with the late War Machine, able to flush out majority of the players here from Team Mayhem, but they are still able to go in there for the pinch. And speaking of, does get pinched, but Marshy is going to get turned on.
I'm pretty sure Luminosity get the final tick here. Team Mayhem need to contest this. They have to touch, but there it is. The contest does come through. We'll see another hard point. And good exit kills actually come through here for Team Mayhem. Marshy's been able to earn himself streaks, though. Washi, the only one wielding a potential operator. Envy's double opens up the hard point. Locke will try to get going here for just a moment. Band has also found himself in. Envy just desperately throwing Sparrow shots out. Team Mayhem in the hard point for now, but they don't have the numbers. Raph is the last one left, and as he drops, Luminosity should be able to confirm it right here, right now, unless there's some miracle plays to come out, but no! Washi gets it all done himself.
Oh.
No need for the final shot. Luminosity take map number 1.
Oh, that was close. Back and forth that we really just expected to see. It really is the operator usage back in those last 2 hills that was the biggest difference. Purifier was gone from Ban, but then Marshy was able to bring out that War Machine just in the nick of time, where we thought that we should have just seen the rotation from LG from P2 to P3. No, they were still able to just fight for the points and eventually just brought it down to the wire.
Tight map, though. I mean, again, you could point to a number of different moments where the extra 15, 20 seconds could have been tallied, could have been lost, but end of the day, LG once more find a way to kind of survive through difficult moments that Team Mayhem on P2 were able to throw everything at, extend it one more hill, but that's when the individual prowess of LG really shines. Band gets a couple of key kills on rotation, opens up spawns for LG just as the hard point gets involved, and yeah, at a map that's back and forth like that, those little moments are everything.
And it really just how chaotic these spawns are. You saw it in P2, everyone spawning right on top of each other. And also in P3, where we saw players from both of these teams just spawning inside of the hill. And this is what I was talking about with Marshy, bringing out an essential late War Machine to just get rid of the players from Mayhem back in P2. So it really is just those essential last-minute decisions from each individual player from LG that was the biggest difference here.
Taking a tally of the scoreboard, Blur, big game from him, 44 and 40. He was everywhere. But at the end of the day, you look to the other side, 45 and 37 from Envy, 42 and 34 from Marshy. Again, he's been putting up some numbers at Hardpoint. And that's the biggest thing is when we were talking to Hippo and the rest of the LG squad, they're like, we're really not feeling good about our Hardpoint. And there must have been some late evaluations onto what do we need to do to evaluate not just where we're missing out on, but how do we find some pros of our own. And apparently Marshy is the X factor to provide all of the answers that they need to their problems.
And it's nice to actually see that they're able to make such adjustments going into such a crucial playoffs moment where they could have lost this spot, because you can never be too comfortable in this tournament. And for them to just replace a very essential player like that really goes to show how much they care for their team as a whole. On the other side of things, Mayhem could also be said the same. Everything is very, very close on their end. They chose Cartels, and it looks like he is performing really well. And now what it needs to be is this firing range S&D is a must-win for this team.
Big time. And the thing is, we've seen a lot of firing range today. And even though LG did survive through their initial heat versus Devious, it's one of those maps that never really felt like LG had in their hands. Like, it didn't really feel like they controlled it as much as they often do in any other search and destroy map. I mean, we talked about how good LG were in search throughout the group stage. They still technically have not lost a search and destroy map since stage 4, but it never at any moment did I look at the firing range and say like, oh, LG are feasting on this map.
Yeah.
So it definitely feels like an opportunity is brewing here for Mayhem to get involved and get onto the scoreboard.
I wonder what they're looking at.
No
what
idea.
What are we pointing
Oh,
at
there's a
this
shark
moment?
in the audience.
Oh, is that, no, it's Patrick.
Oh,
Hey,
it's Patrick. It looked like a shark.
Yay, hey Patrick. But yeah, this is not Beef Mommy. This is Patrick. But yeah, when it comes to clutch moments like this is definitely going to be important for Mayhem because every single game mode matters on their end. Knowing very well that they were able to clinch a hard point up against Tribe, which seemed flawless up until this moment on.
Patrick's stealing the show right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I know, same. You want to come up here?
No, let's not do that. That was just asking for danger. Here we go, though. Luminosity into the Fire and Grain Surge on offense first and foremost. Pardon me, it looks like the names at the top will be fixed here in a moment. It's going to be Mayhem on the offense first. And how about LG? Opening couple of kills, clean as you'd like. Vague also gets a read that, yep, here comes the rest of the Team Mayhem squad. Nade out. What a shot, though, from Kings. And that turns into more level grounds 2v3 situation. Kings looking for more. And I'll tell you, not just looking, he's hunting. Pistol out, catches one by surprise. Kill comes through, hold on. Kings may just do it all himself. All 3 kills, tallied in his back pocket. Blur's gonna stop for the plant. 2v2 scenario. And it's a bit of an isolated attempt here from LG with not an opportunity to get back together. And look at the post plant from Team Mayhem.
It's very good. And now it's Luminosity backed up in the corner as Blur able to get rid of Ban, bringing it down into a 1v2. As they are going to be a little bit isolated though. Marshy going in there for the hunt, but doesn't quite get it. And that is a really good post-ban situation in Alpha that we don't really get to see too often.
Marshy just tried to give him the wiggles right there for a moment. But no, you're absolutely right. And it just felt like a play that was pretty desperate in nature. I mean, Kings literally the vanguard of the push with the sniper rifle out. He gets 3 eliminations and creates the space over towards the defensive side of the map to make that post plant a bit more dynamic. Raph, oh, lucky to be alive as he gets in towards Closet. Good help from Jesus Saves, living up to his namesake as he finds the tally. And with that, Team Mayhem find their way on, but not fully. Marshy able to take down another double, and that leaves now Envy with a chance to try to contest as he will back off just for a moment with the scope in hand.
Envy though in a really good spot to possibly go in for that kill off of Blur, but pistol out though. It would take a miracle for Envy to hit that shot, but we know how nasty it could be when it comes to the scope, and Blur doesn't quite see it. They just go around each other, but Blur still spots him. What the cop timing.
And that was awkward to say the least. Wow, okay. That's one way to do it. Team Mayhem up early, 2-0. Luminosity feels like, I'm sure, they've missed out on chances here early on. Blur hoping, praying, trying to find wallbang connections over towards bottom 10. None will be connected, Dondo. Vague once more, shotgun in hand, gets in towards trailer. Blur surely saw him on that cross. Cartels, Krieg out, deals with the trophy systems, makes those safe. Vague is really everything here for LG's defense, and it looks like he's just gonna hold trailer while they allow Raph to plant. We'll go 5v5 retake.
Mayhem is very much aware that they could be still one player right there. They have that information with Blur, but it is going to be Jesus Saves that will try to be that surprise factor here and cuts that rotation off. Still has such an amazing presence here and through thin.
And he can just create noise as much as he humanly wants. Should be in a position to get a couple of kills, and yep, that's exactly the case. Kings again, up close and personal, not on screen, but the quick scopes. Trust me, we see you, brother, and that's been a handful now for him. Off to the races early. Both of the sniper rifles doing a lot of the legwork for Team Mayhem.
It's Mayhem in those off angles that you don't expect them to be at, which is the best thing for them right now in this game. Round number 1, it was Kings just fully flooding through, in through American, and now Jesus Saves in tin, in through mid. You don't expect that kind of play. Now a fast push going in through Alpha, where Raph gets the kill, but does get traded out the back end here for LG.
1 for 1 go the opening kills, bomb planted. Team Mayhem have to be cautious about what could be coming on the flank with that elimination happening through jungle path. So they're gonna keep Kings deep. He will be in a spot though to watch over this bomb late in this post plant. Here come LG from the front. Vague, Marshy, all looking to find a way in. Here comes the hit. Marshy, no, just not quite able to connect. Vague does get one in response, Washi another, but time is running out of this. Hold on a second, Washi! What? Around the back! How has he managed to pull that together?
Mayhem already had a flank watch, lost that gunfight. That should have given Mayhem enough of an information that Washi's gonna be at the back end, but he just does not miss, and he is alive and awake and finally puts 1 point down for Luminosity.
That just felt like a miscomm moment. I mean, we said it, we saw it. Kings was watching that long flank. Washi gets the opening shot and then just runs forward and quickly tallies the next 2 quick scopes. Impressive stuff from Washi. Getting LG on the board. That nade didn't get over the top. Hold on a second. Raph may think that hit over towards the backside, but I don't believe it did. And yep, this is going to be a bit of a question mark. Ban stays safe, and Ban just rips him apart. A double. Stops the entire play before it can get off the ground. Washi still keeping the hand hot. No worries there. And yeah, it looked like this, based off of the nade trail, that opening stun actually hit Team Mayhem, not LG, over the top of the site.
Yeah, that was a difficult one to watch just because they were just so slowed down when it comes to that stun and just basically destroyed the play that Mayhem wanted. And now the bomb is going to be down in a very difficult situation for Kings to get. And now a 3v1 situation where he's going to be left with just an L-car in hand. Definitely very doable for him to get those closer ranges. We've seen this gun perform, but with Luminosity, they're just bunching up together right now.
They're just not going to give him a chance. A number of weapons down and spinning for him. I'm sure likely to look for an upgrade off the pistol, but the problem is getting to them in the first place. LG very confidently know the bomb is down just behind the backside of this car over toward the B site. So Kings gets to work praying, seeing if he can find any way to isolate a kill. But as soon as he's seen, expect LG to just run at him. Here comes the first play. On the corner, Marshy just laying prone, pops up, shots are in, no worries. LG back-to-back rounds.
That was great. Luminosity playing off of that flash, and Mayhem just did not know where it came from. Didn't expect that for sure. And now Mayhem kind of having a difficult time when it comes to the attacking round, but they still have a lot more chances for them to try and take that A hit. But Mayhem and Luminosity is actually going to play that right as they're going to be stacking it.
Wow. I mean, this is as many nades as you could possibly want. Trophy system's also down. They look to kind of contest the issue by getting forward with these shotgun, but doesn't find anything. Envy does provide a trade, but it allows Team Mayhem still to get on, still to find a plant. Envy looking for an exit. Cartel's in his way. Headshots in, but no, doesn't quite finish off the kill. So Cartels keeps his life. Washi will make sure that still is a kill tallied for Luminosity. Now it's on to the retake, all of it coming from the front. Team Mayhem, their post plant. Pretty dynamic from multiple angles, slide through for Jesus saves. He only gets one though. Back to back we go. Washi continuing to find kills. And it's into the sniper battle. Kings versus Washi. Kings playing way deep. Washi trying to predict it, gets a look at it. Both players miss. Everything resets, 10 seconds on the clock. Washi looking to try to hold, and no, Kings will not allow him. 4-2 goes to the half advantage Team Mayhem as you swap the sides.
Luminosity was able to bring down the numbers, but the post-plant situation for Mayhem just a tad bit better as well. It's a good thing that Kings had that sniper in hand. If he missed that shot, it would have been very much likely that Washi was able to defuse that bomb. And now, a different look coming in from Luminosity as they're trying to go in there so aggressively.
I don't know who threw that from Team Mayhem, but Raph says thank you very much as he gets an early double with the threat from LG pushed aside in this playthrough trailer. And now all of a sudden, you really look to this guy on your screen. Washi's gonna have to hit some shots, and no, not gonna be allowed to. Blur up top at 10, puts him to rest, and a 5v2 goes the way of Team Mayhem.
Mayhem just needs to stay put. We saw such greatness when they're holding their angles, especially those off angles, right? So far, they're playing those traditional places that we like to see in that defense. They're stacking a little bit more, taking cover here in trailer. You do get to see Envy just playing his position right. He does get spotted, though, unfortunately for him. Bomb goes down as well, and Cartel finishes it up. It was a very clean round for Mayhem, and now they're so much more up in the series here.
And that whole round starts and ends with the playthrough trailer. I mean, it was double stacked. Raph was playing alongside Jesus Saves, but the timing of the flash impacting both LG offensive players was critical towards a very easy double. And this time LG will just throw nades up mid, smoke it out, and then take their focus elsewhere. The thing about this is Team Mayhem have also changed their defense up. They've got Raph with a shotgun in a corner at trailer, but everyone else is kind of loading the box in through mid.
Blur still gets that kill off of Envy, though. Bomb's finally gonna be picked up. And for Luminosity, they don't have any kind of map control whatsoever, and also allows play number 3. Jesus Saves in such a good position. He's so good at catching Luminosity off guard. Possibility to get big as well, and he gets that kill.
Yeah, big stuff here from Team Mayhem. They're just dominating right off the get-go on these defensive rounds, taking over the map, finding key eliminations early, and more importantly, I would say just winning positions that LG are just not expecting them to be at. Marshy banned, well, now just Marshy left by himself. And it's another one of those good luck, have fun moments, because there's just no way you get through Jesus saves. And wow, these are some dominant defensive rounds from Team Mayhem.
It's really impressive the type of angles that Jesus actually has here. It's so good to have such an advantage of getting that mid-map control, knowing very well that Luminosity in through the mid-game actually kind of leaves it a little bit too open for my liking, and now they're trying to go in there for that Bravo push. Mayhem on the other side goes in there for that full push in Alpha, and they're going to clear out so much space, and what a rotation from both teams.
The thing about this is Team Mayhem have spent a lot of their utility just making this play through A. And now Marshy up top, he's going to get the read that, yep, they're already on our flank. He should be calling for help here as the bomb is being planted, and he's going to get it with numbers as well. Trophy system deleted. This is a tough fight for Jesus saves, and that's exactly why. Trades do come through, favoring Team Mayhem on this rebuttal. Envy try to gain some space, and actually Vade kind of forfeits his own life. Hold on a second. Mayhem are going to get all the kills they need. Now it's just down to finishing off the final kills. It's just down to one. Band, this will be a 1v3 from over the top of the bomb site. 1v1 now for Band. Slips away, gets the reload off. Not going to be allowed to get the regen though. Raph cleans him up, throws a little extra lead, and with that, Team Mayhem will even up the series 7-2 on the search.
Oh my goodness. There you go, the defuse happens. And everyone else in Mayhem is just on point. Every single player just did a phenomenal job. Blur going in there for the first bloods, getting those essential kills to even things out. Kings able to clutch out a round on his own to stop that defuse. Jesus saves on the angles, the off angles, getting such essential kills that just make Luminosity surprised. And what a display of dominance here in this firing range.
This is one of those things that, you know, it was one of those records that was kind of seemingly meant to be broken in a way. You know, we saw Tribe drop off of their perfect hardpoint. LG now dropping their first search and destroy map. And it comes in very convincing fashion. And this is the life that we saw from Team Mayhem in their opener versus Tribe, where like, look, if these guys continue to play at that level, they are very much so at the forefront of the conversation of being a favorite on the weekend. And this search and destroy for Team Mayhem that we hadn't really seen ever play firing range, it looked very calm, very convincing, and defensively, my goodness, were they dominant.
They're so good at reading the plays of Luminosity, and they could fight fire with fire, so that's definitely something that is impressive. So this is a guaranteed game number 4 in Arsenal that I'm excited to see later on, but we are moving towards that crossroads strike where we haven't seen this map played being a ton here in this NA region, but we do know that Luminosity brought down Tribe Gaming in a very convincing way, 3-0 here. But on the other side of things, Mayhem also did a pretty good job at putting down ARP, but that is a completely different team that is not even here anymore.
And I think the thing is, we said this a lot about Team Devious, but you saw the little pop-up right there. This is also Cartel's first LAN performance, and boys, he's been impressive. I mean, flat out, he's stolen the show for this Team Mayhem squad. Didn't necessarily need to get involved here because Blur and Kings were taking care of gunfights before really the SMGs were required to do too much, but that's, I think, a really good player to highlight as we start to look at a crossroads strike where you assume the SMGs are going to be the difference makers. So it's going to be an important one, I think, to see if Team Mayhem can continue to find success from players like Raph and Cartels up close and personal on tight, scrappy maps, because you think back to LG versus Tribe, and yeah, it was a 3-0, but round 2 and round 3, when they played on this map, were tremendously tight. So I imagine there's a lot to learn from both sides as they try to approach the swing map here in this series.
Yep. There's the potential to go the distance and possibility to get into that game number 5, and they still have to go through Crossroads Strike. I love this map. When I saw it in the map pool, I was like, you know what? I don't like playing it myself just because I just didn't know how to play it, but seeing all these pros just have so much of good time with their plays really is an eye-opener with how this map should be played, and knowing very well that all 3 lanes are basically covered. It's a neutral map that I like to see here.
Focus has to be on that mid path, flat out. Defensively speaking, this is a map that provides just as much favor, I think, towards the defense as a map like Standoff did earlier today. But it's not as much of a guarantee because you miss out on a couple of moments and you can find yourself very quickly being spawn trapped no matter what side of the control zone you start on. So lots of things for us to look at on the macro side on top of the individuals that very well may shine and take over on a map like Crossroads Strike. Fist bumps are out. And that's an indication that we are loading on in. Smiles for LG as you often expect, feeling the vibes. But it's a 1-1 map count right now into the swing map. Crossroads strike. And starting off on the offensive side, it will be Team Mayhem. A tall task without any resources like operators to start.
Yeah, it's just pure gunfire here, and definitely going to be so much more difficult for them to clinch. And Raph is going to be surrounded by so many LG players, and the fact that they wanted to go and heavily stack Alpha is definitely going to be good for them to get these early kills. But mid-street was Mayhem's place to get, but Cartel gets an essential 3K.
Wow, just lines them all up, tears them all down, and now the focus for Team Mayhem off the respawn is straight on in towards A, if not maybe a little bit further past it. Smoke will dissipate. Marshy playing with a bit of elevation, tracks down one. Team Mayhem still trying to focus to play through fire, but honestly speaking, they don't have the resources to continue to stay here. So the first tick is locked, but we even out the lives, and now all of a sudden Luminosity have recovered. They get off spawn, and there's a chance for them to use the middle of the map to try to regain control of this A zone.
Mid-street right now, trying to be fought by both these teams. Luminosity is going to be winning the better of them, as we see that second tick of progress not quite being secured by Mayhem. They need to find a way to slowly just wait for each other and also play the game really slowly, as we do get to see Washi having that 2K, just eliminating the players that are right there. But it is essential for Cartels to solo hold and possibly get that second tick of progress, and he finally does.
He's been a playmaker. The triple in the first life, he gets a double to stave off the LG spawn threat on this life, and now he's kind of getting the job done on the objective. Extra 60 seconds added to the clock with the full capture of the A zone. 13 plays 11. Cartel's not done yet. He's on 4 in a row. Finally shut down from behind. Wasn't a fair fight. Blur over the top of the catwalk. Puts together again. Good kill for killed trades. Now you start to get some resources built up. Hunter Killer drone out initially. LG looking for space through mid. They don't want to see anyone even come close to this B zone. And as they feel good in their setup, everything comes to a bit of a pause.
The good thing about Luminosity is they're not allowing Mayhem to go inside of fire and essentially doing a spawn trap to them. They're very much diligent as to cover all of your bases, cover all of those entrances down, and trying to find a way to wind down that clock and just let Team Mayhem just enter into that B side.
That's a great smoke, though. It allows number 4 in Cartels to slide on into the zone. This is going to force Luminosity to have to start to play recovery over the top of the zone, and Team Mayhem are finding the kills. 6v5 situation. Clock stalled at 106. First tick of progress is locked. Here comes LG trying to regain from the top side of Sandbags. Band pushing forward, gets one, now towards the zone. Band gets the second, off the reload. Still more around on backside containers. Kings gets us to a 3v3 though. And they have to know that Band is still flirting around the middle of the map. Big gunfight win for Kings now on 5 in a row. Has an Annihilator if he wants it. Hunter Killer drone comes out first. Band is still stuck in the backside of the corner. Does anyone actually get a read on a Band still alive? Looking for more. Finessing his life even longer. 2v2. Blur up top, shut down. Band doing it all himself. Could he get the final? It's Jesus saves on the other side, and Jesus will turn tail and reset.
He has 30 seconds. That's still a lot of time to play with and try to catch one player off guard.
So smart.
He should know that Jesus saves and Band is right there. But my goodness, he did not check that corner, and Band still gets it scot-free in the same position in the last, what, 1 minute?
I mean, Jesus Saves has learned a very tough lesson that container goes a lot deeper than you think it does. Band gets everything in the final moments, earning himself to full streaks on top of also getting himself the operator, which you expect to start seeing a lot of that being used initially. Cartel's trying to open up space defensively over the top of catwalk. Only gets one, and then the follow-up from Envy actually gives LG a lot of work with. Now they've got threat over the middle of the map. Progress being made quickly at A. Stack will mean that they capture it quicker. And boy, are they rapidly approaching full completion. First tick is locked, and now that they anticipate the second hit, Team Mayhem have to make a decision if they actually want to go for this or not.
Envy just creating so much paranoia into that catwalk area, and that kind of pushes back Mayhem just a tiny bit and just leaves Alpha just so open, where 4 players try to catch just one. And now that second tick of progress done, third tick now on the works, as Vague is going to be right there all alone with a lot of backup on the long end, where we do get to see that finally secured it. Bravo will now be in the next site.
And if LG are thinking about this methodically, with that much amount of time on the clock, they could just play trades and enjoy this life lead. Thing is, Team Mayhem are not going to allow them to do that. Claw, Annihilator out. Team Mayhem trying to build a life lead of their own, and not only that, they're getting in towards the spawn of Luminosity. This could get dangerous quick here, friends. Kings, all of a sudden, oh, what a turn! Takes down Band around the corner, and then up close and personal. Finally, Envy puts him to rest, but the damage has been dealt, and LG are struggling to get out of spawn.
What is his sense? That was so good. Turns around 183 times in a row. That is just really good movement right now. 7 plays 13 where Mayhem, even though it was going to be even in the middle of this game, they were able to finally get that life lead. Marshy gets an essential double, but it's still going to be possible for Luminosity to try and even things up.
Oh, big gunfight here, but no, Blur just holds down the trigger of the kilo. Trades are out though. 5v7. Still some operators at the ready for LG if they feel like they can maybe win this offensive round. Jesus saves, long flank, not able to get the connection. Marshy puts him down. Hold on a second, here we go. LG, 5v6 situation. Plenty of time on the clock to finesse and make a play. Marshy, War Machine at the ready if he wants it. LG trying to set themselves up for one good hit. And Team Mayhem are gonna wait until LG commit to the zone before they give up too much. Blur likely to get isolated and caught, tries to cook up a nade, but Vague will put him down. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Kings gets a trade, 5v4, make it 4v4. And all of a sudden, Luminosity, they've kind of got Team Mayhem trapped inside fire. There's nowhere for them to go. Here comes the play on towards the zone. Ban will stop the clock. Operators now getting called for LG. Somebody from Team Mayhem has to make a play. You can't just let them capture it for free. 4v2 situation. Vague able to scout out another. Last one left is number 3, Jesus saves. And there's just not a lot for him to do. Second tick of progress about to get locked. Washi in his way. Kill comes through and LG bring back a 6-life deficit.
That was a beautiful comeback coming in from LG. They waited for Vague to get up close and personal with Team Mayhem. Once he got that kill, every single piece of the puzzle started moving for Luminosity. We saw Marshy on that right side of the map, a little bit far away, but yes, he wanted to create so much more presence with that pinch later on. And now we're switching things again, where Luminosity going to be on the defensive side, and it is just going to be an easier time for them this time around because they're on the defense.
Yeah, it just feels like the wind has been sucked out of the sails of Team Mayhem with how that last round finished off. Can they find a way to get themselves back into this map? Have to have this round right here for sure. And if we could do it cleanly, that would be all the better. Opening exchanges, keep us pretty level on the lives, but Team Mayhem allowed to still exist over the A zone, but Envy threads the needle with the Sparrow, takes down both contestants on the zone itself. Clock continues to tick for a little while longer. Cartels was thinking about it, but Envy there to meet him. And all of a sudden, Luminosity hold a significant advantage defensively over the top of the A zone.
Yeah, I mean, look at where all the positioning is for the Luminosity players. They're just having so much map control at the moment, and it will be Marshy trying to deal some damage by that spawn. They also had that mid-street control as well. And speaking of, Washi just being a really good player in that position, finally gets taken down. Third tick of progress coming in from Alpha for Mayhem. Definitely going to be right there.
And LG say, let's not bother with the War Machine in our face. Let's just back off. One last kind of desperate attempt from Washi, not going to work out. Vague also dropping on rotation. Hold on a second. This is actually great news for Team Mayhem. 3 straight kills leads to a very quick rotation on towards the B point. Wrath just trying to hold his life. He's going to be calling for an SOS pretty much the entire way through. Washi Annihilator out. And just as soon as Wrath drops, another member jumps in, picks up the baton, and takes his place. First tick of progress now locked. Jesus saves, looking for the slide shell out. He's in a great spot to respond. Not the cleanest shots in the world. Vague gets 1 kill, but can't get the second. 11v9, Band in the corner. Oh, tough gunfight, but Jesus saves. Gets himself onto 3. Back onto the zone goes number 4 in Cartels. LG have to scramble to get here. Second tick of progress, likely to get locked, and it will be. Third tick on the way, and with the claw out, it looks like Team Mayhem may have done enough to get themselves a point on the board.
Third tick of progress right there, and it seems like Luminosity is going to be backed up as Team Mayhem had such a solid control here by Fire Room, and that is definitely going to be really impressive. We saw Luminosity know very well that there might be a backhand push coming in from Mayhem. That was Marshy always being very much aware that there might be a push on the flank. Tried to win those gunfights, but unfortunately for them, it was just those last-minute double kills coming in, especially from Jesus Saves. That was the biggest difference.
Oh, what a challenge from Envy. He sees the Sparrow getting thrown his direction and still slides out and goes 1 for 1. Purifier also in the mix for LG early, creating advantages, but Kings, I mean, how good has he been with the Annihilator in this map? Only getting 1 that time around, so not exactly exhibiting what we're talking through, but still, that said, Team Mayhem come out on top of the kills, and Jesus saves. picking up where he left off on 21 kills already, and now he can just finesse his life over the top of truck and make Luminosity really sweat coming out of spawn.
Raph just created so much space for Mayhem on that left side of the map, and he's just doing so good when it comes to that spawn trap. Eventually was able to go down though, as Mayhem with 22 lives versus 14 with 46 seconds left. All they have to do is just play back, let Luminosity go to them. As that first tick of progress in Bravo is going to ensue, and that last line of defense in this Bravo pick from Mayhem is going to go down, which will leave Luminosity a little bit more of leeway to get that second tick of progress down.
This is not comfortable for Team Mayhem. Blur's trying to snipe through mid. Marshy's just going to stay prone for as long as he possibly can, and then the retake eventually gets there. So the second tick of progress was close, but not fully finished. We go back to the life count, 17 playing up against 10. Tons of favor for Team Mayhem. And Blur actually pops the War Machine, takes himself out of the picture. Again, I don't love the call of it, but ultimately likely not to be punished by it. Just comes down to Yerby missing that resource in a very critical round 5, as Luminosity just will not be able to survive through this.
Here we go. One last tick of progress for Luminosity, but down with the lives. They need to find a way to quickly march their way in through Bravo and stop the push from Mayhem, but it's just going to be so difficult. 14 seconds left on the clock, and they need to find a way to step on it. That one last player will not make a difference as we're going into a round number 5 where Mayhem needs to find a way to clinch this offensive round.
And they will not have that War Machine. Surely a couple of members will very quickly be able to earn operators of their own here for Team Mayhem, but they will not have the ability from the defensive side to completely overwhelm LG right off the rip. In fact, it's actually vague, popping the early claw, finding first blood. Gets a second with it. War Machine now to follow from Marshy. Jesus saves, is just trying to hold himself in a corner. He's actually stayed alive pretty nicely, and he may not be expected in this position. No, still gets red. Ban gets the kill. First tick of progress, Luminosity locked in. All of the early operators, though, will be spent, and they will expire. Second tick of progress being worked on, but it's just banned essentially by himself. Jesus saves, looking for a little bit of help. Stun comes through. Second tick gets locked. Third being worked on, and Jesus is actually tagged up. He can't get there. There's progress being made now on both zones at the same time. Mayhem need to go and make a decision. They eventually clear off A, but they need to work on depleting it. And as LG comes off the respawn, they just jump on. Contest is here, and Blur was the only one there with a sniper rifle. A very early 60 seconds added, and LG also hold the life lead.
Man, it's just so difficult when both zones are going to be contested, and with Luminosity, that is just huge gameplay for them. Big brain. Not only are they bringing out their operators in a really good time, and yes, they weren't able to get as much kills, but able to push back Mayhem enough for them to capture both zones.
Yeah.
Third tick of progress down, and it's just not doable for Mayhem to get this control game mode. And we're going to a possible shift in momentum here for Luminosity.
It's just one of those things that we talked about it a lot. At this point, I probably sound like a broken record, but LG is just so good when they have operators at the ready, when they're using them, how they're staggering them, making sure that Team Mayhem at that last moment never had a chance to really contest either of the two zones. And Team Mayhem, I'm not going to lie to you, I bet they would have loved to have had a War Machine just to be able to clear off those two zones. He didn't even have to use it at the get-go, but the ability to use it as a retake tool could have been critical, especially considering how open that B site is. You could have just kept throwing shots at it, and eventually you would have gotten them off the zone, but not the case. And LG take a very swift round 5 offense to take advantage of the series, now 2-1 up.
Yeah, you mentioned it a while ago in round number 4 here in Control, that War Machine from Mayhem could have been used into that last round where it could have made a big difference. And it just seems true that when it comes to the operator usage, Luminosity is still king when it comes to using it efficiently. And even in a tight series like this is where Luminosity actually shines, and that's why they're so dangerous in this competition.
Tight series, merely outside of the search and destroy, but here in the Control, I was fully expecting LG to just hold super advantages through and through, but Team Mayhem really showing us that they can compete across a multitude of different Control maps. But 31-20 for Envy. Ban was a big playmaker, especially at the end of that one round where he went on like 9 in a row. 27-25 is what he finishes off at, as LG now turned their attention into an arsenal where, again, their search and destroy has been their beacon of hope. The Hardpoint, maybe not so much. And this is going to be an interesting test because, again, they don't have Tech in the picture, who you assume would be a critical member on a pretty long and open map like Arsenal is.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what kind of play that LG is going to make in a really huge map like this. We saw how tight things could go into that takeoff, which is a wide map in itself as well. And now we're taking things back down here through memory lane where Mayhem and Luminosity was able to meet each other in that Arsenal map. It was very close as well. 230 and 250 was the scoreline there. And if we take it into an S&D later on, let's say Mayhem wins this, we're going into an Express, so it is going to be kind of a deja vu situation.
Yeah, definitely good news for Mayhem on the horizon, but as we're getting ready for the Arsenal, have to give another big thank you and shout out to Snapdragon Pro Series for even putting us on in the first place. I mean, we enjoyed ourselves immensely in Poland, but to do it again here in Seattle with our players in person, absolutely awesome to see. So major thank you, and if you want to level up your game and play like the pros, make sure you do so by grabbing yourself a brand new Galaxy S23 series.
I'm going to slowly just get this Samsung Galaxy S23 production. Can I have this, please? I want to play Call of Duty Mobile here, kind of like the players, but like what you mentioned, it's just a different feeling when you're here in LAN, hearing all of the players doing their comms, smiling at each other, joking around, seeing Patrick in the crowd. It's definitely giving you a different kind of feel. And for Mayhem to be so cool and collected in situations like this where there's a lot of distractions definitely going to be huge for especially like a new player like Cartel where he's zoning in, he's being the playmaker for his team.
We've definitely had some players for this Mayhem squad who are really quickly, I think, rising in the present moment power rankings in terms of great players. And hey, look at this, we've got a mini map for Arsenal.
I know, I missed it.
Let's go, baby. It's massive, holy smokes.
It's very much in your face, man. I mean, it's a big map, but I didn't know the mini map was also huge.
Yeah, that thing is giant. But here we go. We have an ability to, at least on the macro level, see how these teams like to play it. We often expect Smoke to embellish the entirety of this hard point, and then you get SMGs just running at each other, and so far that's the case. Vague, the only one to survive, and as he gets put to rest, Team Mayhem off to the races on this first hard point.
Yeah, this is looking good for Mayhem, especially that window control is going to be essential for them as Luminosity tries to go in there for the vents, but you know how very much funneled you can be in that particular area, and it will be still Mayhem winning a lot of the gunfights as Cartel's getting those kills down.
Well, an opportunity for LG with numbers to possibly break back through, find a little bit of time of their own. Ban caught just into his own smoke, actually. Marshy can't quite follow up, and goodness, Team Mayhem just living in the smoke. It's their own personal episode of Burning Man right now inside the hard point, as Marshy tries to finish off for some scrap time, and he will get the final kill needed to do so. But you look over towards the minimap, next hard point, bottom right inside of pit. And even though Team Mayhem will not fully spawn up in place, they will have contestants nearby. It just comes down to, do they read how LG are trying to hit this? And, well, based on my candor, I'm sure you can tell it didn't go very well for them on rotation. LG a chance to contest and get some control early.
Yep, they're going to be in a really good spot at defending here through guns and also through barrels. That will be an essential point to have. And even though that Mayhem has the more favorable spawn here on that red side, it's still not enough for them to capture this objective point, which is that's why you need to have gun control, because you're going to essentially cut that rotation. You can see it over here in a moment where player number 4 in the form of, you know, Vague to just cut that rotation, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to get those kills, but it's a good thing that Washi's right there for the trades.
I got to, again, just take a moment and really praise Marshy. He is on, I think, 7 in a row right now. Ban's on 5. Marshy's still finding kills. He's still alive inside the hard point as well on top of that. Envy follows up on another. So, my goodness, talk about, again, coming off the bench and providing a spark for your squad. Luminosity, they put together a near flawless P2. They will be lacking on rotation over towards Statue's side, but boy, I'll tell you, job done, and they've got streaks to play with.
Rotation early for Mayhem, and I feel like that was a pretty good call to rotate in that moment just because it's so far away from P2. And now they're going to be winning a lot of the rotational gunfights down. An essential gunfight being won by Flower right now, and it is still going to be Blur winning those gunfights. They still have a lot more operators to play with, and speaking up, Envy brings out the Sparrow, but not able to use it well.
Yeah, big moment here for Team Mayhem. They get the read that LG was trying to play around the back. They also got forward in their own right up towards planners. And now, as they read that the next hit's on the way, they're going to start calling in the operators. Annihilator out as King starts to tee off. He gets 4 of his first shots, make it 5. A perfect Annihilator essentially from him. And that will lead to essentially full scrap time earned, gained, and also boosting Team Mayhem up into the lead unless Vague can finesse. This is essentially a solo play from him, and gets another kill from the front, so it actually allows him to get this scrap time, and all of a sudden Team Mayhem are kind of left scratching their heads saying, how did Vague get here?
Yeah, there was a long wraparound coming in from Vague, just being so pesky when it comes to getting that scrap time. And Marshy goes down, so it is still going to be Team Mayhem trying to get those essential few points. That rotation will be very essential if Raph wins that gunfight. Unfortunately for him, Bad just brings out the Purifier, tries to cut off that early rotation coming in from Mayhem, and essentially gets rid of another Purifier.
Yeah, but post-mortem, he also still drops from the Purifier on the other side. Claw, Annihilator out for LG, looking really comfortable inside this hardpoint. And boy, I'll tell you, they've got a really solid read on how Team Mayhem are spawning at the moment. Raph is trying to create some problems, and he has provided, oh my, the flank coming out. He does that by himself. Now the focus in towards mid, and it's Raph. Once again, providing some heroics as he and Jesus Saves combine for essentially every single kill, and Team Mayhem find a way to break with still 28 seconds to fight.
A chaotic P4, and it is a back and forth where the spawns are just absolutely insane. You do get to see that Luminosity spawning off into the left side by Subway and also onto the right side by that ramp. And it's just all over the place as we go in there for that rotation. Mayhem finally gets the better of Luminosity, getting the scrap points down, but that rotation from LG is already there for P5.
And a big win onto Raph, who was trying to get around the back of this play. Doesn't quite work out. NV pushing forward. He gets taken out of the picture. Band and mid-map just trying to stave off any rotations through double doors. Does well, but eventually gets traded. All things told, though, LG feeling pretty good about their position inside a trophy. Keep your eye, though, on Team Mayhem's motion on the minimap. You've got number 1 in yellow making his way all the way around the back. Is actually shut down, though, so LG have dealt with the flank around the back. Sure, you get a Pred missile in, but it doesn't really result into too much, and the first 20 seconds is essentially dead perfect for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, Mayhem using that Preddy just allowed Luminosity to spawn literally right beside that area as well in through Robot. And that's something that you don't want if you are Mayhem. You're trying to connect and also get those spawns down. It is still Luminosity on the more favorable side of the map, on the right side. But just as I said that, Mayhem also gets that spawn, able to go in there for the pinch, as no one from both teams has an operator to try and defend this point.
The thing about this is LG are still inside the hard point, and they are going to be able to control how this rotation largely happens. Washi, one final kill. Jesus eventually gets the trade, and it will be Team Mayhem who kind of come out pretty convincingly favorable in the kill feed to get themselves in a rotational position back over towards the middle of the map. First hard point reopens. We've got a dead tie game through the first set of hills.
This is where we saw Mayhem had such solid control in through window. They still have 3 players here trying to welcome Luminosity that are trying to go in there from the right side, rotation from P5. And it is still Mayhem having a pretty good hold here, but for how long? As they're losing their gunfights, only 1 player left there to try and contest.
Washi getting it done with the AR. Marshy following up. War Machine will once again allow LG to live pretty rent-free on top of this hard point. Focus back and forth between the double doors. Team Mayhem survived through the operators. Now it's down to can they secure themselves a break. Very difficult to premise considering the positions that LG have. And the kills are just not stopping for LG. Clean kill feed time and time again. And once more, LG in a position to grow this cushion back to 20+ points.
And now they're hungry to get more points here as the scrap gonna be in favor of Luminosity, and the rotation for next definitely gonna be right there. Mayhem, though, able to get those wins. Those kills definitely going to be in their favor as the scrap points still being contested. Rotation going to go for next. But what we've learned a while ago in the first set of rotations is that even though you have the more favorable spawn, it looks like you definitely want to have guns control instead.
Well, Blur only gets one. Raph, backside of the play, keeping his life, trying to keep LG tested from the front side of this hard point. Split spawn situation for both teams. LG putting together a bit of a threat around the back, and Team Mayhem don't really have a read on this. And all of a sudden, they're kind of stuck inside a pit. That's why all of a sudden, if you can get that tower control, things can get really messy really quickly. And for Luminosity, they provide the chaos needed to get a clean break. Now Team Mayhem from the backside of the hard point have to find a way to clear things out, and there's just so many members on the field. Annihilators are out, Purifiers are out, and Luminosity are really running away with this. The lid's been blown wide off this game.
They're so good at holding P2 here time and time again. They're just so very much prepared for this. Also brought out the operators to begin with. Now that operator usage definitely going to be big for Luminosity, but we get to see on the horizon, Mayhem only has 1 op to play with when it comes to that defense. In that early rotation here, this is where we saw Mayhem kind of shut down Luminosity.
Have to have a full 60 essentially for Team Mayhem here at the statue. And Vague almost slips through. That would have been disastrous for Team Mayhem, but a clean kill does come through. Jesus Saves watching over the middle of the map. Red missile called in, Washi gets one. Big gunfight for Jesus saves, takes the dub. Raph from the front, claw out, try to hold on at every single measure, and yeah, he's provided kills that absolutely were required. War Machine also in the mix, Sparrow following behind that, and it looks like Team Mayhem will get the opening time. Luminosity trying to restructure off the respawn.
And now for Mayhem, they are definitely going to be set for the 30+ seconds that they can definitely get here when it comes to gaining those hard points. But a big nade coming in from Envy definitely applies a lot of pressure on their end. It is still going to be able to be an open hard point, but it is Luminosity still getting the better of Mayhem, where they're getting 20 seconds on the hill, which is definitely essential for them as they're funneling through one by one. And finally, a pinch happens for Mayhem.
Vague, still very healthy in the site. Raph trying to double down, and okay, big gunfight win. It keeps Team Mayhem alive, if only just barely. With the breath, you can kind of feel it leaving the lungs as LG have a substantial lead. And they've got annihilators, or pardon me, operators at the ready as they make their way over towards new. Envy kicks us off with the Sparrow. Turned away by Raph. A couple of trades come through. Team Mayhem looking decent on rotation. EMP impacting their vision. But Cartels doesn't care. This slides on in. Cartels, goodness gracious, not done yet. Purifier out. Envy, see you later. Back over towards the front of the hard point. The range eventually connects. And Cartels has created a chance for Team Mayhem to really get themselves back in this game.
But it's a matter of, does Mayhem know where the rest of Luminosity is going to be spawning off to, as a full flood from that left side of the map versus the right side of Mayhem? Definitely going to be essential gunfight to win here. It is still Mayhem on the more favorable side, though, as Luminosity, with just a few points left, 30 points, not able to secure it here. Mayhem can definitely go and get the majority of the points to catch up here.
Oh, what a fight from Raph. Clean feed comes through. Here we go again. Team Mayhem looking good for the scrap time. Envy shut down. This is going to keep Luminosity at limited numbers on rotation to trophy. Band at mid-map. He can feel the pressure. Smokes himself out. Goodness, Band gets the turn on. But over towards New. Cartels gets the first double to open things up. Do they get a prediction on where Band is coming from? Band again just jumps into the hard point. Purifier now at the ready. 225, 203. Annihilator to support. Cartels gets one shut down. Spawns for Team Mayhem are all over the place. Washi, Flash, dealt with. Here comes the break. War Machine out for Blur. Kings trying to work his way with an Annihilator. Trying to work their way back through, but Marshy gets a double. 239 and 203. Team Mayhem running out of lives. They have to find a way to break. They need to see another hard point, but they're not getting the kills. Luminosity look good to get to the grand finals, and so they will. 250, 203.
Luminosity seals the deal here to be still undefeated in this competition. Even though there was a blunder in that search and destroy, they pulled things off. The takeoff, control, and also here in Hardpoint. My goodness, their operator usage always on point. And can we talk about Band? This guy is so essential in that control game, just cutting off any kind of confidence that Mayhem had. And also here in this hard point, always cutting off that rotation from P5.
Just an unrivaled playmaker in the space. And we saw it all through last year. We saw it all through the group stage. But here today, you're absolutely right. He has provided the spark to make sure LG can get through the finish line. And can we just take a moment to give some praise to Marshy? I mean,
Yeah.
You want to talk about a lot of pressure. You're filling in, your team's kind of making role swaps happen in real time. And Marshy in the respawns has been electric. Have to be, I'd say, the biggest storyline of today for LG getting the grand finals cleanly through the upper bracket.
Explosive. And we saw it quite literally visually right in that last hill in Arsenal, where he was able to get rid of so many players on his own in different angles. The timing of the operator definitely going to be good. The timing of Marshy in general, there's a reason why that he was brought here in the first place. Things weren't working out for them in the beginning, but now it seems like they're a much more solid team that they were back in the past in Challenge.
Tempo and timing looks to maybe have alleviated the problems that LG had in Hardpoint, and wouldn't you know it, we've got Gabby ready on the stage with Marshy himself filling in and seeing LG make it to the upper bracket. Gabby, let us know.
All right, another LG victory on the stage today. I've got Marshy first. Bigger picture, space out. I don't think a lot of people were expecting this matchup to end the day, Mayhem on the other side. What did you make of their performance compared to the regular season here at LAN?
Mayhem played really good. They practiced so much, voted so much, and I think that's like Tribe did not practice for a while, and like I think that hurt them. That's why they lost.
The practice paying off, and it looks like they were having some fun on the stage as well. Did you catch Jesus Saves You with the friendly bird? This is my censored version of giving the bird over to the LG side. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I was just begging Jesus going at it just for fun, and Jesus did that. I don't know why, but he did it, and like they lost, so they deserve it.
You've got such chill vibes for somebody that had a lot of pressure on them today. We've talked so much about how each and every one of you is a star in your own right, but there was still some surprise to see the shakeups in the roster, Tech taking the seat, you stepping in. We've heard a little bit of the stylistic differences from other players, but can you tell me a bit about what brought you onto the stage today and what was that like kind of slotting back in again?
I like doing this, so like it was easy to just go back in and like, you know, be good, cause like I just love the game, and like competitive or playing professional is just my thing. And I don't know why Tech stepped down just to like not play and let me play. I don't know why, it was dumb, but yeah, I just got to go hard because I'm in now for a little bit.
Well, that's the thing, I heard you go pretty hard. Now you're a pretty aggressive player. I mean, do you think that's what gave you the edge here today in the context of the team?
I can say yeah. I played like a different play style than I usually play, more like a rotator or like anchor, lurker, and all that stuff. I was just doing everything.
Doing lots of things on the stage, and it does mean that, as we already recognized earlier, you and the team have secured a spot going on to the next stage in the World Championship. I'm going to talk to some of your other teammates about that a bit later, but for now, we've got a bit of a teaser on what to expect in the World Championship to come.
Still tucked underneath. Peeks around the corner, and it's too easy for Tectonic. First contact. That's read.
ATL, that's the place that we're going to see the World Championships for Call of Duty Mobile. As we said, top 3 locked in. Welcome back for the last time today. Dot, Mommy, Shift. And reflecting on our day so far, I mean, Mayhem, they finally do fall down on the bottom side, but even here, they put up a fight, and I'm happy. It looked sick.
Dude, it's unbelievable to see how these teams have grown. Like, I just am like in complete nerd heaven watching these guys improve in all the smallest of instances where they were making mistakes previously. Really good for the competitive integrity overall for our final 3 squads, but Mayhem in particular, I mean, we're hearing all the credit from their opponents. They really are playing with something different this weekend. I'm here for it.
Well, speaking of nerding out, just watch this guy be on a telestrator and he will geek out and you will learn a thing or two from Professor Shift. But yeah, I'm just gonna mirror the exact same thing. It's really impressive for even Devious, the 4th seed, to just give a hard time to LG, to even Tribe and almost possibly getting to that 3rd spot. But again, it's just a valiant effort for all 3 teams right now of North America. We finally secured the top 3 spot. It is amazing.
Well, we talked a little bit about how our teams are poised and ready to go to Worlds. We still have a North American champion to crown, but let's talk about the big show. Gabby standing by with our 3 captains that are headed to ACL.
Thank you. As we said at the top of the day, there's so much on the line for the 4 teams that came in to compete. Only 3 have qualified to the World Championship, joining the other teams from all of the regions that have already qualified, and now we know our North American representatives. So I wanted to be able to speak to the captains ahead of tomorrow's matches. I'm going to start all the way over here. You know, Jesus saves. We already talked a bit at the start of the day, but you only had to play 1 match before securing that spot. How did that feel for you and the team to be able to take that releasing breath?
It was very satisfying, and just wish you GG's. We'll see Solo back tomorrow, so I'm sure they're going to come out with some fire, but we'll be ready.
Not to put you in a tough spot by putting you right next to, you know, the one that knocked y'all down a little bit. So an additional level of pressure and having to go into the lower bracket to secure that 3rd and final spot. How are you and the team handling that to make sure you achieved what you believed you deserved?
I think opportunities are presented by the enemy, so a lot of stuff we learned today we'll be going over in VODs. It'll definitely make us stronger. A lot of preparation, a couple of weaknesses got pointed out. I think it'll help us tomorrow, though, for certain.
Speaking of preparation, when I was talking with your coach Hippo a couple days ago, there was this discussion of balancing and prepping for domestic play versus international play. How did that factor when you're trying to get the job done to get to international, but also thinking ahead to how you're going to be performing there?
Well, I mean, honestly, we had a couple challenges throughout the way. We had recent roster changes, as you guys saw. But I mean, we were practicing, going through VODs, going through everything, and you know, it turned out well. We put on a good show for everybody. So, yeah.
A good show indeed. And it means that y'all got the job done with the rest of your squad. So congratulations again on making it to the World Championship. I can't wait to see you all perform there, but we do have 1 more day to go through. So best of luck tomorrow to you all. Back to the desk to close this out.
Thanks again, Gabby, and thanks again to our 3 captains. And thanks again to those 3 teams that are headed all the way to the grand finals in Atlanta. Now we still have to crown a North American champion tomorrow. Luminosity waits in the wings for the winner of Tribe and Team Mayhem, and we'll see how that works out. Shout out to our partners at DHL, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and of course Samsung for helping us put on such a fantastic show. But Shift, it's just day 1.
That's just day 1, and I mean, we were treated to some unbelievably good Call of Duty Mobile action. It's only going to get better from here. The other important thing to know about that bracket is that LG have also earned themselves a major advantage in a best-of-7 grand finals. They have a 1-map edge, plus, of course, they've got a very significant veto advantage when it comes to how they pick the series.
Man, it is definitely a question mark as to will Tribe clinch another NA grand final, because you've seen this team all throughout these years. Granted, back in 2021, it was ARP because there was a mobile Masters, but they were still very much dominant in every single regard. Now they're going to be brought down to the lower bracket, so tomorrow's storyline is definitely going to be so interesting. I'm here for it.
Couple of question marks, but 1 exclamation point. That's it. The end of day 1. Tomorrow, we crown a North American champion, and I hope you all come through to join us. Thank you so much for watching us. Thank you to our fans in the crowd. Thank you to friends at home. Thank you to my friends to my side. And of course, thank you to everybody playing for us. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace, and much love to you.
And the world's coming after me, but I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, that's a will, that's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's